SMTN.
Hello everybody and welcome to Shin Megami Tensei Network Link 400. That is right. After almost 14 years of doing this show since 2012, ironically leading up to the release of Persona 4 Golden, I, your host Spencer Presley, am here to present the 400th episode. We've done over 400 episodes, but these are 400 titled episodes, and it's crazy. Apologies if my energy seems a little bit all over the place. I'm recording this the night before this is uploaded, and this episode started as a celebration with my friends. Obviously, we now know Persona 4 Revival had a big trailer at the Xbox showcase, as well as a reveal for Persona 6, finally. Everyone was very excited about both of this. There was a lot of things to talk about, so I had a very simple idea. I said, let's bring on as many people as possible. We'll make it really easy. We're only going to talk about P4R, we're only going to talk about P6, and we're going to get as many people as we can out of here. Spoilers. Yeah, depending on how I edited this is going to be closer than I expected to 10 hours. There were so many people I wanted to invite onto this episode, and people I'm sure I'll bring on over the course of the summer and leading up to the release of both of these games, but it was just really special to me to get to end a week full of a ton of amazing game announcements from the State of Play, Summer Games Fest, the Nintendo Direct, and Xbox Showcase, Atlas or otherwise, and just had so much fun talking to everybody. And I really hope you liked this episode. I hope you are excited about the future, not only of this franchise, this podcast, all things for it. Did something a little bit different, stretching out a single topic into a basically month's worth of podcasts into one episode. So I hope you are excited, and next week's episode will be much shorter. It will be after the June 18th live stream for Persona 4 Revival, so we'll do a follow-up breakdown there. And yeah, without further ado, I will see you at the outro, but here is our first special guest for SMTN, episode 400. Please enjoy. Hello, everybody. Welcome to whatever order I put this segment in. Could be first, could be last, could be in the middle. I have no idea. Joining us for our next special guest segment, I flew them out all the way from 1990, whatever year they were last seen. Everybody, it's Tupac Shakur.
Woo!
I am just being told Tupac Shakur is not able to make it, so unfortunately we have backup guest Crystal.
Wait, what?
Crystal is here. Hello, Crystal. How are you doing today?
That's not what we rehearsed. What?
That's true. I had a great weekend joke, but then I had to bring him up earlier, and I was like, it's just going to sound dumb if I use the weekend again a second time. So, yes, everybody, the AI deepfake of Tupac Shakur could not be here today. He's busy filming Stranger Than Heaven right now. But we've got everyone's fan favorite, controversy-free streamer, Crystal, is here.
That's funny.
I would love it if you have you had like real controversies before? Because I would never hear about it, but I would like. I bet your controversy would be great.
My only one was whenever I played SMTN Nocturne back like 5 years ago.
Were you just like, why is it so woke? Put a shirt on.
No, I think I actually forget what it was about, but yeah, like I pissed off like so many fans by saying it was mid, like story wise, like in the concepts of choosing chaos.
Oh my god,
like, it feels weak.
You know what's? I can't believe I actually forgot that.
That's actually. Everyone was like so mad at me, like, "Oh, you just don't understand the messages of the game because it's beautifully written. It's a masterpiece of writing." And I'm like, "All right, well, I don't feel it, so."
I am legitimately shocked I forgot this because I had to like go back and double check. That's what led me to learn about you. That's how I reached out to have you
Oh
on the show was
no, and
after.
that's where you fuck, that's why you hate me. That all
we've
makes sense.
we've invited. I mean, listen, look at how different you are now. You're a certified Rido fanboy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure your body is made up of 50% Nahabino plushies. Like you're one of us now.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? Like after playing more, because SMT3 Nocturne was my first SMT game. And then after playing many, many more, I now am a lot more confident in my opinions from back then, actually, because after experiencing especially SMT4, I was like, oh, yeah, this is amazing writing for like just what I was looking for like a good believable takes in order and chaos, like the roots and the neutral roots. Oof, that was nice. And I was like, oh yeah, this is what I wanted.
I just can't believe I went back and I found it like the DMs on Twitter. You and I have been talking since 2022. Where does the time go?
Fuck if I know. I can't believe I've been here for 6 years. Like 6 years since I played P5R and my life became Persona apparently.
Dude, somebody posted this and I knew it subconsciously, but like it made me like feel like actual Benjamin Button like de-aging or I guess aging like faster at an accelerated rate where they're like in the time of P5R and Final Fantasy VII Remake there has been like a game each time those have all released and they're all about to end next year. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's crazy.
"Oh man, that's actually like insane." Like where did like cuz 2020 in my brain,
Yeah.
I'm still like, "Yeah, 2020, that was like what, 4 years ago?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, 6. It's sad, isn't it?
That's wild. But while I did scroll back, you can comment on this or not, or I can totally scrape it because I just thought about this and I was like, now if this came out, this will be even more embarrassing than me bringing it up a horrendously long amount of time later. I was purging my old Google Drive files and I found
Hmm.
an old video I had sent you for like I think it was either a P6 video or a 25th
Oh, yes,
anniversary
I have
video.
those.
And I was
I
like,
debated on revisiting those actually recently.
okay, so it didn't ever go up. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
No, no, I have a huge folder in my Gmail of everybody that sent me videos. Yeah, I actually see yours, November 13th, 2022. And I have many other creators. And I thought it'd be cute if maybe I did never drop this idea, but like bring it back and like these are what these creators thought P6 was going to be 4 years ago. Like I thought maybe I could actually utilize it and see what you guys said 4 years ago.
That's so funny because I was trying to remember if it was for an anniversary year or for P6. That'd be like
It was for
weirdly like
P6. It was
perfect.
a prediction. Yeah.
It'd
Yeah.
be like our little like a time capsule, like a 5 year old like time capsule almost.
I think I forget how many I had, but in my email alone, I have Buns, you, David, and John from Thought Bubble. And I don't know if I think Johnny also sent me one too back then, but in Discord. But yeah, so I still have those. I still actually have them. They are saved.
That's so funny.
It
Man, wow,
is.
it is wild. Like, cause that's another one I was thinking about recently, especially with all like the P stuff, the P6 stuff we're gonna get to. But like thinking back on it, it's so funny how in the last anniversary 5 years ago, we were all like so like, okay, bare minimum, I'm not getting through this year without us learning about Persona 6. And to think that it legit took us like another 5 years just to get one trailer is so funny.
Yeah, that's crazy. It is. We're here now, though.
We made it. Yeah, we're here. We're in a post. Now you have a very interesting recording window because I don't think anything drastic is going to happen. But we just for noting of this episode for episode 400, we are recording this on the night of June 8th before the Nintendo Direct. I don't expect anything insane to be there, but like in case if like we
Mhm.
bring up anything like oh it's not on Switch or if it ends up getting announced for on Switch or whatever that's not really going to affect anything like too drastic with it, but I figured I would at least put the timestamp in there for it. But it's yeah, it's weird of like it all kind of hit up at once because like the funny one was this was another thing I was talking about or just thinking about recently before the Xbox show on Sunday that man I mean, I was excited because much like everything, everything has to get kind of leaked or at least a little bit like pre-ruined. And I think even with all the P6 discourse over the last month and stuff, the funny thing is we were so focused on P6 that I think it actually kind of bumped up the fact that I loved how much P4R looked.
Oh
And
yeah, it
we,
looks incredible. Way better than I expected, honestly.
yes, and again, it's just really funny because it's like obviously it's been multiple years since Reload, but then also it's like man, after that awful trailer last year, it was like that's why I made that tweet like the night before. I was like, there is no way this trailer is going to disappoint. Like you're coming off of one of the worst trailers of all time. I'm like the bar was so low. I was like, okay, I'm sure it'll look great, but at least I know it'll be better than the trailer we got last year to like now where I'm like, oh my god, like I'm ready. Like I'm ready to just immediately chuck myself into February of next year. Like I do not want to have to wait to play
Oh
this.
yeah, for sure. I'm super excited.
But yeah, so we'll do P4 first because obviously there's way more meat on that bone to kind of talk about. But for anyone out there who did not watch your live stream or any stuff like that and catch your reaction, and especially now that it's been at least definitely like over 24 hours at this point, how are you feeling post P4R trailer? And what are your kind of like thoughts on it?
Post trailer, I am so dang excited. And I immediately had the instinct of going back to my Persona tier list that I made. I think it was like 2 years ago already. And I wanna bump up Persona 4. I think I was too mean to it. And I regret it. No, like it was that good. I loved all of the new voices. I don't think anyone stood out to me as like being questionable. And actually, I'm actually excited for Teddy. I thought that the voice direction, just the one line that was in the trailer, was enough for me to be like, oh, I think they get it that he like just the direction, because like obviously it was not a voice acting problem. It's just the direction they gave Teddy previously was just gives the impression of an annoying character, and I think that he sounded so much more chill, less annoying, more believable. I like loved that, and I'm totally down for whatever that's going to lead to, but it actually got me excited particularly about the new direction of Teddy. um and yeah, just overall extremely excited. UI of course is fire. Everything. The battle system, everything looks so clean. Shit. I was all about all those animations. Everything looks so solid.
Now, just for comparison, and I mean, I know it was, oh my God, yeah, we're talking about like I guess, no, it'd be 2 years ago exactly at this point. So, 2 years ago, when we saw P3R for the first time, do you remember like what your reaction was to that? Because that was kind of in a similar place of like, we knew we were going to see it eventually because of the leaks, but obviously we hadn't seen what is going to be like the final product and stuff for it. Like, were you as hype as you are kind of now with like P4, or like is it kind of feeding into each other? Where like I went in as low as possible in the reveal of 2024 that when I saw it, I was like, oh, this is interesting. Versus like now with like especially with P4 like being my favorite and having after played P3R, I'm like, oh no, like this is like a guaranteed like they will have to actively try to fuck this up for me.
Yeah, I think I recall being super excited about Persona 3 Reload. I don't think I had any lower expectations for it because I just was really impressed by the trailer, if I recall. Um, yeah, it's hard to think back to what it was back then, honestly, for me, but I don't recall having any misgivings about it. I was just pure excitement, honestly. Boring
Yeah.
answer, I know.
No, no, no. I mean, because it's just funny. Of one of the biggest things I've seen, not in the negative takeaway, but I think in a way where I think you look at something like P4R getting announced without really seeing it, it is very easy to just kind of assume, oh, it's going to be a cash grab. It's going to be a Control C, paste this game into the same engine, and then just do that. But like I think it looks considerably better. We still don't know for sure, but like, there's almost kind of a part of me where I'm like, I actually wouldn't be shocked if this is UE5 and not UE4. But even if it is, it's like graphically it looks way better than P3R, and
Oh
just like
yeah.
has way more detail, way more stuff for it. Which again, these are both two PS2 style JRPGs. But it's like you look at like even just the towns, and it's like it's not even close. Like the battle animations look way more dynamic, and again, the UI and stuff are gonna look very distinct between the two games with it. But it is really funny of like, especially just kind of again going back to that like really early teaser trailer we got last year, just being like, all
Oh
right,
yeah.
cool. Like this game is so done. Obviously, like we had the game getting like rated in Korea and PEGI and ESRB over the last week. It's like, yeah, like it's done right now. They're just going to be in the like polishing stage for it. But that almost kind of makes it worse because it's kind of like I'm in that weird spot like when we finally saw and got a release date for SMT5, where I'm like, oh man, I hate that I know this game is done because it just makes me want to play it even more, and we have so many months till we get to February.
Uh-huh. It's a long time. 8 months. But at least I don't know. I have my backlog that pretty much will cover my end of the year, and then Stranger Than Heaven in January, Final Fantasy 14 expansion in January. So at least like starting December, I think I'll be more excited.
I will say now that we know it's still February, oh man, two things. Number one, for the love of God, Square Enix, please do not release this game as close as you did Rebirth last time because my brain cannot handle that many
I
long
think
ass
March.
RPGs. I
I
think
think
that's
March.
safe, but my gut wants to tell me it'll be earlier, only due to the fact that FF7's anniversary is like January. And like I'm like, oh,
Eh,
I hope they push it more into
that's
spring
winter.
versus I know. So like my hope is that we are in that March category just to really space it out. But then at the same time, it's like I will say I don't know who got away with it, who thought we weren't going to notice. Um, I know GTA is a giant, terrible thing that everyone's trying to avoid right now, and then the timing is better than Yakuza 8 was last time. But man, I really
Yeah,
wish we had a little
for
bit
sure.
more time between Stranger Than Heaven and Persona 4, because I'm like, I know both of those games are going to be long. To the point, though, where at least we get a little bit more time. It's 3 weeks this time versus 1 week. But like I look at Stranger Than
Hmm.
Heaven and I'm like, I know I'm gonna want to play that game at launch, but at the same time I'm like, I can just feel how long that game's gonna be.
Yeah, and I'm excited that we have a month buffer. Really excited that they did that in not 1 week. When I saw the month buffer, I was like, yes, they didn't do the same shit 'cause I was so sure that they would.
Well, also the other worry is gonna be all those like the mountain of stuff we have in September right now, because it feels like in the last week the month of September went from
Yeah.
having like nothing to 30 games all at once. And now I'm like wondering, okay,
Uh,
who's going to move to October and then who's going to move to January and February? Because January and February are already looking pretty packed, even with nothing moving right now.
yeah, I'm kind of exhausted. I mean, on one hand, I get marketing, but on the other hand, it is really frustrating to be like every gamer in existence is going to play GTA 6 or whatever. But and I'm like, man, I could give less fucks about GTA. I do not care about playing it. And it's like so every developer is avoiding it under the sun, but like leaves people like me disappointed because I'm like, okay, well, I'll just go to my backlog, honestly, but still doesn't like defeat the fact that I'm disappointed. I get it though in marketing side, but I'm just like, come on, there are other gamers.
By the way, you mentioned it earlier, and I feel like currently, I would say at least half of the voice cast for P4R is like a dead set of like, okay, within maybe a couple of people, like it's a pretty safe bet to say this person's this person, that person's that person, with the exception of Teddy. And I know I'm like super biased because I like spoilers, everybody, it's Casey. But like at the same time, it makes me so excited that I clocked it so early, just because I have loved following Casey's career since I guess the first thing I'd ever heard him in was probably SMT5. But like, it's
Mhm.
such. It's very weird because I don't know how you would feel about it, but like, I feel Casey being Teddy is almost kind of like the best case scenario of what this character could be, because it's not trying to be the original Teddy, like the much more adult sounding Teddy, or like way too aged up, but also
Yeah,
not
I
trying to be
agree.
that stereotypical like Sam take on the character of like, this feels like Teddy. This feels like it could have a lot more range versus Teddy. It was definitely very in the English dubs both times very much that stereotypical one note pony kind of character, whether you loved him or hate him.
Yeah. Are we is there confirmation on those voices though? I'm
Is
not like
that
completely sold that it's
Is
Casey.
that is that confirmation? No. Did I immediately harass Casey as soon as I heard them and sent them a lot of bear puns and have not been sent to cease and desist? Yes. I think voice actors will probably get
Okay.
announced next month if I had to guess, because I think if they follow the same trend
Oh,
they did with like P3R, I feel like they'll probably start that marketing cycle after or at Anime Expo.
oh, I thought it was going to be June 18th with their extra live stream that they'll announce it there.
Oh, I get. Well, I mean, Crystal, you're so good at segues. It's actually impressive. The thing about the live
Oh, I got
stream,
you.
I think the live stream, like, I would love it if they do that, and it is interesting. My gut tells me that this is the more Atlas Japan focused style live stream with who we at least know is going to be on it so far,
Hmm.
because I think they're going to want to do that. Let's talk about the game in more detail. Let's show off some more gameplay because we have so much of this just already ready to go before getting into the regional stuff. Because I feel like the way they and I mean they could, but it's just one of those ones where there's so much to talk about with this, even with it being a remake. I feel like for if this ironically if it wasn't a worldwide stream, I'd be like, okay, we'll bring out the voice cast. But with it being a thing for
Yeah.
Japan and everyone else, it makes it a little bit muddier to be like, and now we're going to talk about the Japanese voice actors, and now we're going to talk about the English voice actors. But I mean, I'd love to see it next week. I would love to
I could
just
still
have it
see them
ripped
doing
off.
that. Yeah. No, I get it. I think personally I can see them doing both because they, especially with the release of Persona 5, they are now well aware of how big their Western audience is. And I do think that they are, I don't see them just like kind of segregating it. Like I don't know. They can cater to both audiences pretty well. It's not that hard to be like, oh, here's the voice actor for Japanese and English in a single go. But yeah, maybe I guess that's my hope. Actually, no, I lied. I don't hope because I can't watch the June 18th live stream. So I hope nothing big gets revealed there.
I'm gonna send you a message, and I'm gonna be like, it was 20 minutes of them just going through like like reading books. They're gonna be like, we're gonna read all the end game books on one live stream because we know Crystal's not able to make it.
Yeah, I'm at a convention that weekend. I was like, well, we're driving down on Thursday, so I'm like, maybe whenever we get to the hotel, I'll watch it there and record myself. But I'm like, fuck, I really
Which
don't know what to
convention are
do.
you going to?
It's just a small Canadian one. It's called YetiCon.
I actually know about that, but I blame my excessive amount of Canadian friends for that. But at least I had actually heard about it. I don't know. I'll be curious. I'm surprised how quickly we got it announced, but I mean, hey, you know what you did at least get to see announced. I don't know. I don't even know how you feel about this. As a
Mm.
purveyor of plastic crab, how do you feel about the collector's edition now that we have both the Asian one and the Western one announced?
Honestly, they look really solid. I don't think I have any complaints. To me, it looks like you're getting a lot of bang for your buck that looks pretty good quality.
If you had to pick, let's say let's say price is out of the question. You've turned into Mr. Moneybags. Do you prefer the English one or the Japanese one? Because they are very different. Ironically, I think the
Yeah,
only thing that's similar in both is the art book. Everything else is completely different.
it's true. I think, hmm, probably the Japanese for me.
Big disagree. A, that statue looks
Yeah.
insane. Now I will say the Japanese one is solid. I really like both of them. I think the fact that the Western one comes with the statue by default, I really, really appreciate. And obviously we did that last time with the Iga statue, but like I'm gonna put those two
Yeah.
next to each other when that arrives next year, and that Iga statue is gonna look so lame. Like those two statues next to each
Oh
other, it's
no.
not fair. I know it's not fair, but it is just really funny. Of like, I look at that statue versus the other one, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is sweet. Like I love this. But there is a weird one where like I mentioned this to somebody, and I was like, make it make sense for me, Crystal. You could be that person. Explain to me
Okay.
why a video game that takes place in 2008 Japan would come with
Okay.
fidget keycap clickers.
Marketing?
Who are we marketing? Like,
That's
what's
it.
the cross? Would this be like it? Would this be like, all right, guys, we're gonna include
Have you been to a convention lately?
Are they are they that big clickers still?
Dude, when you go to an artist alley, almost 50% of every artist nowadays is selling those like the key clicker things because they're the new like fidget spinner.
I would say that is true. From an artist alley perspective, that
Yeah,
does make sense. But now I'm just wondering
they're everywhere.
why did God forsake us and not include the shitty looking 3D printed dragon? We could have had that instead too.
You could have, or you can just try to cater to what the kids want nowadays. They
The
want
key
their fidget things.
the keycap has to be way cheaper. That does make sense. Although I will say if we are kind of doing that from like how do you do fellow kids, it would be kind of cool in a dumb ironic way if they did want to go the shitty 3D printed dragon route, if they did like Chie's big ass yellow dragon. And I'm like, well, this is stupid because it's one of these, but because like they're leading into it, I'm like, I get it. But like that makes sense because I'm thinking about it from like, oh, do I see it very much? No, but it is like, yeah, that is true. Like when you are in an artist alley, though, like it's hard to like think of one where like because it's just so easy. Like either a keycaps in general are very big, like customizing keyboards and having that as like a little fidget toy. You've sold me on it.
Hell yeah. I'm glad I could convince. It's the rage nowadays.
So then for you, what caught your eye for the Japanese one? Is it the T-shirt? Is it the bag? Like again, I like both
The
of them. They're
bag.
just very different. Okay.
The bag. For sure. I think it's so fucking cool.
Now I will say I don't know the dimensions of it off the top of my head. Oh no, I guess we do have it in millimeters. My gut tells me this is going to be like the size of like a
It's small.
clutch. Yeah, like a tiny bag.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I want. I
Okay.
don't want a big one. That's perfect.
Now will you wear the Who's on Air T-shirt that is just distractingly yellow? It's a very yellow T-shirt.
No. No. No.
Un
Absolutely fuck not. I don't
Ironically,
wear t-shirts, so.
wow, dang, just shirtless all day every day. I appreciate it. That takes commitment.
I just hate t-shirts. I own like the only ones I own are my PJ shirts, and I'm like very very rarely actually wear them.
I didn't know you were a t-shirt hater. Is it just like, do you
They're
appreciate
too
like,
basic.
wow, damn. I mean, you're not wrong. And this shirt is not helping say any otherwise. I will say one of the most underrated thing about the TV bag, I love the strap is the police tape. I think that's a really cool touch.
Yeah, isn't that so cool?
But yeah, the collector's edition, the other one I wanted to bug you about. How do you feel about price wise? Because I think it's been very interesting. Of obviously, a lot of people are excited to get both. The Japanese one, obviously the yen is still in complete shambles, currency converting wise,
Hmm.
is like around 120 or so, and then the one for us is 250. I was kind of shocked about 250 being just the thing of like, well, I guess I'm in like a couple of different cases where like when I heard everything that was in it and then I saw the price, I was like, oh, I think that's fair even without having seen everything. And now that I've seen everything, I'm like, oh, I think for the art book, steel book, and statue alone, I think that totally seems fair. Now, obviously, we don't know how big the art book is going to be, but like even if we just compare it to like the Metaphor and the P5R one, it's like, or even like the Reload one, I'm like, oh, I think that's pretty fair. Now, obviously, 250 is a lot of money, but ironically, at the same time,
Yeah.
my brain also goes to like, have you seen pictures of the Rhino Special Edition limited run did last year?
I don't remember. I remember seeing it at some point though.
So they just started shipping out this month, and it's
It's
like,
limited run, of course.
yeah, of course it took 13 months. But the thing about it was
Oh
like
yeah, yeah, of
that
course.
one was $250. And I remember looking at that at the time and being like, ah, man, like I'm such a mark for this stuff that like when I look at something and I go, I don't think I could justify this to myself and it's Atlas related, it's like, you've done something wrong. Where like I don't have that feeling with this one because that was one of the funny ones where when this got announced yesterday, I had so many people in my mentions just being like, please don't do a collector's edition through limited run. Please. Like people have been like are like traumatized now after like the last like Persona 4, 3, and like the Sonic statues. Everyone's like, please Sega, let me give you money directly for the love of God.
Yeah. Honestly, the price point seems pretty decent to me actually. I don't think I have any qualms with it. It seems like a pretty good deal for what you're getting to me.
Okay. Um,
Call me crazy.
no, I mean I'm on the same camp, but again, it's very easy to look at my horrendous collection of things and be like, I'm just part of the problem. Now the other one I would say not as hot of a discussion, but I've seen it kind of come up with it. How are you feeling about the redrawn portraits? I've really liking them. I think they are very
Oh,
fitting,
they
but
look
still
so
look
good.
distinct.
Yeah, and I love seeing the Twitter posts of people putting the old portraits and the new portraits side by side because they are basically the same, just updated. And I love that they kept the energy of the originals, just spruce them up. I really, really like them a lot.
Did you have I'm trying to remember because it's been like so long with it. Who would you say was like your favorite person from the P4 cast?
Nato, without a doubt. Oh no, did I lose you?
Oh, nope, I muted myself. That was it. You're still there. I'm
Oh my god, I
I
was like, oh no, I
no.
said Nato, and he's like, fuck this, I'm
I
out.
literally did the opposite. I was literally like, I'm so excited to see Naoto in this game specifically, just because like I think like thinking about like how much of an upgrade like visually all the dungeons and stuff got. I'm like, oh, Naoto's dungeon is gonna be so
Yeah,
cool. Um,
I'm so excited.
yeah, it's like I'm very excited. I talked about this a couple months ago back with Marsh, and I still really want to do this. Where I feel like my reaction to this should be the opposite. But let me know what you think about this. Of like I am so excited to jump into this, but I haven't played P4 in so long that it really makes me want to go back and play Golden again after like because I probably haven't done a full playthrough in like over a decade, and I'm like, oh
Mm-hmm.
man, like I really want to do it because I feel like it's something I've been doing ever since Royal came out, where I played through five, and it's like I feel like I appreciate it so much more when that's like fresh in my head, like really kind of comparing like A versus B, not just kind of like, oh, I remember it kind of looking like this, or I remember it kind of looking like that.
Right.
Just need to
I'm
like,
just excited for all of the graphic updates, honestly, because it looks so clean in the trailer. Man.
ooh, how do you feel about the musical announcements we had so far?
Oh, the new singer, you mean?
So the new singer, but also for the composer.
Oh, it was a SMT composer, right?
Yes, I'm getting both of their names because I
Yeah.
know I will butcher them terribly, but I was really shocked that they're actually sticking with the uh that no that they're not sticking with the original vocalist for P4 because there was those things a couple years ago of like her going back into a studio where they like do a lot of Atlas recording and everyone was like, "Oh, they're going to bring her back or whatever." Because obviously replacing the original vocalist from P3 made a little bit more sense with her age and like how active she has been in her career and stuff. Whereas this one, I was really, really surprised about. So the compositions this time are all going to be done by Ryota Kazuka, who, again, just listen to all of his stuff from like SMT5 Vengeance, and like that dude has not stopped
Oh, it's
cooking
so good.
in such a long time. But
Oh,
like, oh, it's very,
I'm
very.
excited. I saw that and I was like, oh, SMT soundtrack is fire.
And I gotta pull up the name of who the lady is because I've heard the name before, but like she's relatively kind of like unknown for me, and obviously we only have like the one kind of song with it. But much like with P3, I was surprised with how familiar the like kind of lyrics and
Sounds
everything
great.
still. No, it sounds good, but like I think one of the things that makes me excited about it was like it doesn't just sound like someone's doing a cover to Persona 4 songs, which is nice, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I like whenever artists put their own spin on it, like not trying, and that goes for voice actors too. It's like I don't want you to do or try to do what the old one did. Like do your own take on it. And that yeah, that goes for singing too.
Oh, okay, here we go. I've got the name. It's Shiori Sasaki. So
Yeah.
like I think them kind of teaming up is really going to be like the best case scenario for me in my head because like when I think about even after all these years for like P3R, ironically, I still think about the new music the most. Like I think about how
Yeah,
much
yeah.
those new tracks really stick with me, especially because like again, if you've never played any of these games before, like they have incredibly memorable soundtracks. They are just about 14 tracks shy, so you constantly kind of hear those same songs over and over and over and over again. So like even adding like a handful of new songs really goes a long way.
Yeah. Absolutely agreed. I'm
So
yeah, I don't know, like just hearing the song in the trailer, like it's not clear or anything, but like it got me excited. I was like, "Oh, new song, let's go."
I'm already ready for the next Persona Super Live. We need to just jump me ahead, get me into a February coma, and then get me into whenever the next like Super Live will be. Because like the idea of just like, oh man, like yeah, music's great. I think the game looks great. The trailer was solid. They had so much more to show. Oh, here's another odd one. Which again, I don't know why people thought this wasn't going to be the case, but thank God it was finally confirmed that it is specifically remaking Golden. I don't know why people thought Marie wasn't going to be in there. I don't know if it's like the like Atlas
I don't know
cynics
what
who
people were smoking.
I think it is like some people like I don't know. And and again, I get it. It's weird, especially the way Reload did it was not perfect. I think the fact that like some people just take the fact that they sold episode I guess to them was like that was always the plan. They were always going to charge you $30 more. When it's like they were so upfront about how that was not the plan at all, and there's so much evidence that it was not. Like it's not like it was in the game at launch. There was nothing about them going to do that, and that's such a separate kind of experience versus like you look at Persona 4 and it's like there's way less like there would have to be like a malicious reason to be like no, we are not including Marie. We hate blue bags.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. You hate blue bags.
Or I guess I was trying to think, would Marie's are poems and not haikus, right?
I honestly don't remember,
It's
but
been
probably
so long.
poems. Yes, I don't think she was haikus. No, it doesn't ring a bell.
That's true. She does too many she speaks in too many syllables. That would not fly for
Yeah,
her.
I'm like pretty sure she just yaps way too much to do that. You're gone again. Did you mute?
I did mute myself. I got scared. Before we move on to the next thing, I did have a question, and then we're going to grade this trailer specifically. And by we, I mean you. Uh,
Okay.
Anything you want to give flowers to before we move on? Anything that you're like, I really thought this was cool. I'm really excited to see this. Like anything you want to give kudos to?
In Persona 4 trailer, right?
Yes, just P4R.
Revival trailer. Good question. Oof. No, I think I said it earlier. Just the new voice direction for Teddy based off of the single line got me the most excited. But yeah, everything else. I'm still excited about literally everything else, but yeah. I think that's just a solid decision that I was looking forward to
My
or
big
hoping
one,
they would have.
my big one that I reacted way too heavily for. I'm so happy the fishing minigame is still in there. Because man, after
Of course the
playing go
fishing minigame is in there.
yeah, but like when you think about how many minigames are in P5 and then when you go to P3 and there's nothing, it's like, "Oh, I forgot how like." And that was again another weird one of playing them back to back, like going from Persona 3 Reload, which had no mini games in its world, to something like Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, which is just mini games, the video game, it's like, oh man, like this really helps flesh out that world. And even if it's just fishing and stuff, like I'm so glad that they have those extracurricular like kind of mini games because those are really easy to just kind of skip on.
Yeah, for some reason I never doubted that they would skip on it. Fishing's like too iconic.
It's too much of a cynic. I was like, listen, if I don't get the Lord of the Lake, that was his name, the big fish.
The Lord of the Lake, yeah.
Okay. I was like, I had to think about like, all right, because it was either going to be Lord of the Lake or whatever the one in Final Fantasy 15 was, because it was like those games have a lot of fishing in both.
They
but
do.
but yes, Lord of the Lake be damned. And then the last one, anything you are worried about or anything you want them to be cautious of leading up to release.
No, not really. My brain is messed up because I am actually looking forward to how they're marketing it. I'm always looking forward to seeing if they're going to do a different approach compared to past titles. So just because I want more people to play these games, so I hope that they nail marketing.
And then finally, what would
But
your letter grade be for the P4R trailer? But we can kind of roll it into like the announcement information and everything they've done over the last like day.
sorry, what was the
Like what?
ranking?
Like if you had to give it a letter grade, like from A to F, like what would your school substitute teacher brain be grading this?
S.
S tier, perfect.
Yeah.
Damn. See, if I was like, listen, if they dropped like a demo, I'd be all with you. I'd be like, okay, all right, you got me. We're gonna do
A
it.
demo in 8 months out though?
Yeah,
Nah,
dude.
I
I
would
mean,
expect demo like maybe in the fall.
oh no. I mean, at this
But not.
point, I feel like Atlas are very much in the well. Man, you know what? In a post-metaphor world, I think anything's possible. Back in the day, I would always say no. Demos are going to be either at trade shows or you're going to get them 3 months after the game comes out. But yeah, now in a post-metaphor world, I don't know. Anything's possible.
I guess it's true. It's true. It's true.
Okay. Now, speaking of in a world where anything is possible, we are in a world where we thank God, thank every deity above and below. We do not have to question the validity of if Persona 6 is real. We are in a world where P6 is announced. There's no date. We do know platforms. There's a very short teaser, very spoopy teaser. What
Very
did you
spoopy.
what did you think of the trailer? Were you surprised to see it? Did the leaks suck away any of the fun?
I don't look at leaks. They don't come across my radar. So no, I didn't know anything. But uh oh man. I wasn't expecting originally. Okay, like if you asked me like a week ago, "Oh, do you predict like P6 is going to be?" Cuz a lot of people were like, "Oh, do you think maybe they'll do P6?" I was like, "Nah." But actually what ended up changing my mind was the marketing they did with all the creators and making everyone post the who's on air on Sunday morning. I was like, now they're being too obvious with it. So at that point, my mind changed. I was like, they're being too obvious about Persona 4 Revival being at the Xbox showcase that they're gonna pull something else. So immediately then I predicted before the show started, I was like, they're gonna show P4 Revival at the start, and then toward the end of the show, they're gonna have another announcement. I didn't know if that was going to be Persona 6 or if that was going to be something else. I was like, 75% sure it was going to be Persona 6, but I was like, I didn't want to get my hopes up too much. But yeah, so it turns out I was like completely right about that because yeah, it was way too obvious. I'm like, they're trying too hard to do the obvious thing that they're gonna sneak in another thing that is more unexpected.
How did you feel about because at first I wasn't sure if we were going to get like just one of the trailers, especially just because the leaks weren't. Thank God, by the way, the leaks were not anything about the trailer or the game kind of specifically, which made me a lot more excited. So, like, the fact that everything we saw last week had nothing to do with the reveal trailer at least made it feel a lot more special. Because, like, even knowing everything that had kind of slipped out, which again isn't in the grand scheme of things absolutely nothing for the game, I think that trailer is such a 180 of if you outside like honestly, and this is a weird one. I don't know how you would feel. I almost think it would have hit harder if they didn't have Atlas. I think if they didn't have the
Yep, I
Atlas
agree.
pop up
I agree.
before, like that trailer, me and I've seen so many other people reacting watching it are like, even though we know Green will be Persona, we know that there's supposed to be another Persona coming, we all were just watching this be like, this feels like an SMT thing. Like, this feels so
Yeah,
different. This
I thought
does
it was
not feel like
SMT4.
anything at all. And so it's just
Hmm.
like, man, if they had just done that, which again, the desired effect is still there, and even I went back and I rewatched the original P5 Chairs trailer, and I was like, knowing both of these in proper context and stuff, I think actually the P6 trailer is way better in terms of like
Oh yeah.
actually piquing your interest and not just being like, boom, we're working on another one.
Yeah. No, absolutely agree. I think for a teaser trailer, it was spot on, did the job perfectly well.
Now, when do you think, if you had to guess, because I think again, this always goes into the weird thing of some people know about how long development's been going, some people don't. Like, there are people out there who saw that trailer and were like, can't wait to play this in 2030. When is your gut
Yeah,
telling you we're playing
whatever.
this?
Um, yeah, like I said, I don't look at leaks or anything, so I don't have that information. I just look at past like actions. I look at the history of Atlas. So I feel that this is a repeat of 2024 with Persona 3 Reload having launched in February and Metaphor launched in October. I do think that Persona 6 is coming earlier than we think. I think that Persona 4 Revival is in February and Persona 6 is going to be end of the same year. I do think it's like October or November 2020, 2027.
It would
I
be
don't know
great.
why, but I'm feeling very confident.
Well, no, because I'm completely in this game camp. I think that they are trying to line this up, and especially just thinking about the fact that we still have 6+ months of the anniversary left for them to talk about stuff. And I feel like the biggest band aid for this whole anniversary has been just announce something. Like, it's been 6 months of let's just announce
Yeah.
collab, merch, Amazon t shirts, like anything but announcing a new video game is what's been happening. And so it's been really funny of like looking at it now that it's been announced, and it's almost like a weight is probably got to be like lifted off of them, because now it's just like,
Hmm.
oh, thank God we can talk about this game, do it at our own pace. And with like how long it's been in development, it's like I'm totally in the same camp as you, where I wouldn't be shocked if we probably don't hear anything about this meaningfully until, I would say, TGS is
I think
probably.
next year.
Well, I mean, no, because I was
Oh,
thinking like,
really?
because TGS is going to be September. September is the anniversary month for this year. And I'm like, I don't think that they'll do anything big, but I think that they will probably maybe do a character reveal or do a smaller update that's like, hey, P4
Hmm.
is close. We're going to, like, there will be another big blowout in September for P4R getting closer to launch, and then kind of be a little bit
Hmm.
something, because now that both are there, and I think this goes into why the trailers were spaced out. I think one of the biggest problems that we didn't really know about till it was too late with the Xbox show in 2024 was they did bam bam bam. It was P5 Tactica, P3 Reload, Metaphor, and it got to the point where it was like these were all so close together that people were like, all right, I'm going to care about one of these, maybe two, but very few were equally as excited for Tactica as they were for Reload or Metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that they learned from that. I also think they learned from having release dates a week apart from each other, like we discussed earlier. But My brain blanked because I was gonna say something, but now I completely forgot.
You're excited. You were
God
gonna say
damn.
I'm so excited for the Winchester boys to start LARPing in Persona 6. We're just gonna be Supernatural, the JRPG. That's what it's gonna turn into.
Oh, absolutely. That was my first prediction.
I will
But
say
yeah.
the occult thing with it makes me so much more excited now that we kind of like see the tone with it because
Hmm.
it was one of those things where at least for me, whether you love P5, neutral P5, or hate P5, where it's like we have had 10 years of this red Phantom Thieves, everything in our face, and I was like, man, I want something super out of left field. And with like how that trailer hit me, and especially kind of like knowing a little bit more that we did after the fact of with it, like the ironically the only kind of thing that is a possible letdown that is confirmed with it is like, okay, it still takes place in school. We don't know it's high school. It's probably going to be high school, and it's still in Japan. Like the fact that those are the only two
Hmm.
things that are kind of like a, oh, okay, well we're just doing this again. I can't even be that disappointed with just because if you even had to think of the closest parallels to this, it would be at most Persona 1 and 2, which again is the thing that
Hmm.
all the old heads have been yelling about for years, be like, please go back to this, please go back to this. And if this is finally that chance, like that would be so so cool to see.
Yeah, that was my initial gut reaction. It's like it reminds me of a lot of SMT games that I played, and it also reminds me of Persona 1 and 2 because especially Persona 1. Persona 1 was a lot of occult. Um and the way they even like I love like experiencing the beginning of Persona 1 with wait, I want to make sure I'm not mixing them up with like the saying Joker 3 times and like the whole
Oh yeah, yeah.
supernatural shit that they do to like summon that shit. Like it's like Persona 1's pretty occult pilled.
Oh, for
Oh no,
sure.
sorry, that's Persona 2. Persona 2.
I mean, there is a school summoning in Persona 1 as well.
Yeah, there is, but I was the one that I was thinking of was Persona 2. Now that I remember exactly, I don't want to give spoilers, but yeah, the whole Joker thing and what actually happened with that. But yeah, no, it gives me that vibe. It's very those games were a lot more occult, and I feel like they could take that and even run with it further than Persona 1 and 2 did.
I'll be very curious because we know who is working on this in terms of like overall development team, but we don't really know the specifics for it. I really hope we find out sooner rather than later because like the three big questions for me, I already know most likely who the director is going to be. I'm so curious because my gut tells me that they're not just going to stick with the normal um like Sojima Meguro choice obviously for it. Like I cannot wait to see who the main artist is
No, it's a
going to
new
be.
team.
Well, it's a new
Yeah,
team, but like it's in the same way of like how Sojima still kind of gets rolled out for like even stuff like P3 and P4, even though he's not the main art person anymore with it. Like I really hope
yeah,
that they lean into that and being like, hey, not saying that we don't want Sojima or Meguro to work on these anymore, but like with how they've been kind of doing their own things, and especially with like Meguro not even being with them anymore, I'm really
yeah,
excited to see like either new faces or different teams that we haven't seen up to bat like that before. And again, if this is just
yeah,
that thing where it's like, hey, it's Persona the way you know and love it, but by all these new faces bringing you something old in a new wrapper and a thing you may or may not have seen before, I think just makes people really, really excited with it because I think if you look at any other kind of series with that, obviously, was there a lot of specific information in this trailer? No, but I think like you look at even just the tone of that trailer with like the faces, the pointing, and like all the things with it at the cemetery, with everything that you kind of know is going to be a part of a Persona game, it it leads to like
hmm,
a level of confidence for me that this is the farthest thing from P5 but again, you know?
yeah, absolutely. I have always welcomed the idea that there's like new blood in the team, or even like just taking a chance on somebody else that we know that they just like kind of promoted in a way, or for lack of better terms. But yeah, just because I don't know if we need similar to how Persona 1 and 2 is its own thing, and then Persona 3, 4, 5 is kind of its own thing. I hope that Persona 6 is kind of its own thing too. I don't know if we keep the structure of 3, 4, 5. I think the only confirmation we really have is they just said daily life in the description, so we'll have our calendar system. But besides that, I hope that they really explore and don't feel like they need to stick to what Persona 3, 4, 5 did exactly. That's what I like about new teams. Like I have such an open mind with that. As long as they experiment and try new things, I am like that alone just gets me really excited. So whenever you tell me like new team, I'm just like, ooh, okay, fresh ideas. That's what that means. Like you have a lot more room for new ideas and exciting things coming in.
I'm just thinking like really unhinged ways to earn money in Persona 6. It'll be like doing NPC live streams on their TikTok equivalent will be how you earn your money after school. Just being on the street corner doing NPC live
Ugh.
streams.
Oh, kill me.
Now you know how they feel. You're part of the character. You understand it now.
Yeah, I'll be so immersed. Man.
Yeah, so last bit for P6. Where are you at in the letter grade? Are you going double S's? How are we feeling? Well, I guess
Yeah.
since we've broken it now, we're going F to S. How are we feeling about the P6 reveal trailer?
Yeah, it's definitely S tier for me. I think that that is what a teaser trailer should look like. It's not, it's not a full trailer. They're not going to show us more, but I think that that was like the perfect amount to get people thinking, and get excited. Like that's the point in a teaser trailer is to get you excited. They're not going to tell you a lot of things, but it fulfilled its purpose, I think, very effectively.
Now, how would you have felt? Would this have bumped it up to a double S trailer? If at the end of the little montage at the cemetery, you saw about 10 seconds of Yu Narukami running down an unfinished hallway, how would that have made you feel?
Immediately goes to F.
No, just straight plummet.
Yep.
That
Immediately
was
goes down the drain.
that was my big thing. I made a post. I was kind of surprised at how many people actually agreed with me. But I was glad that people understood where I was coming from. Of one of the big things I loved so much about that trailer, is it literally felt like someone heard all my complaints about the P4 trailer last year, and listened to every note of just set the tone, show the logo, leave. Don't stay too long. Like don't
Yeah.
feel like you have to do more than you already have to. And I was like, this is everything, because it's like there are still more questions than anyone will ever have answered. The only one I will say I was surprised about, although it's such a word salad, it really could have just been like a Chat GPT prompt. I was kind of surprised at how long the store description was for the game. But again, it's kind of such a nothing burger outside of confirming
Oh yeah.
Japan calendar system. I was surprised just in general that they wanted to say that much, but at the same time, when you finish reading it, it's like, oh, I've read 3 paragraphs and I know no one in this game. Like there's nothing, there are no specifics about like the story itself. So it's like it's nice that
Good.
those threads are there to still be. Or do people theory craft? Have we gotten like are theory crafters for P6 out there yet? Do you think?
Johnny did, yes. Did you see his short? I think it was he posted this morning early.
I have.
I thought it was great.
I saw he put on the suit and I've not seen the video yet.
Yeah, it basically in the video he thinks the graveyard is from the Yokohama foreign cemetery. Because it's a Western graveyard, but that there's that cemetery in Japan, and then he goes off about that. But yeah, he's already theory crafting hardcore.
As
A
lo-
lot of people have been seeing it.
I'm just gonna say this right now. I don't want the cemetery to be the Velvet Room. Is that a bad take?
I don't. Yeah, that does not vibe with me. Like when I heard that people were speculating that it was the Velvet Room, I'm like, that hunch doesn't sit right with me. Like it really does not feel right.
All right, we have
Doesn't
reached
feel right.
we've reached the end of our Yap Sesh. I'm feeling better. I'm more excited about 2027 than I am about 2026. I'm ready to kick 2026 to the curb already. But we have other stuff that someone's got to play Silent
GTA
Hill.
fans are going to cancel you for that one.
Well, I mean, I am a GTA fan, so I don't think it'll negate it. It'll negate them out. Yeah.
Okay.
I am my own problem. So luckily there are still
Perfect.
a bajillion and one games coming out this year. But a massive, massive Swiss cheese style hole in 2026 for Atlas. So before you get out of here, I warned you a little bit ahead of time. What is, if you had to guess something, you can't guess nothing. If you had to guess, what is Atlas releasing for their 2026 release?
It's absolutely going to be a port of the dancing games. I have zero doubt in my mind.
Just because P5X?
No, I kind of speculated it beforehand. It's just like those are such easy ports to make for them. It's not like it's not like they were released on consoles that are hard to port off of. They're not like DS games. They're not that old. I just think it's so easy for them to dish that out and port them to make a package out of it for easy, quick bucks. And then I will say that seeing the P5X collab happen just solidified my theory, because I already thought that was happening this year before that happened, and then I saw that and I'm like, don't think it's a coincidence. But yeah, I think that they do need something for this year, and that's a very easy pull for them to make.
I love it. That's a legitimate. I mean, if there was ever anything that could be considered Spencer bait, it's that. I would literally do at least 2 backflips. So if you're feeling spicy,
at least 2, damn.
I know. If you're feeling spicy, you can give me a little bit more, but you will not be docked points if it's correct up until now. What systems will get it, and which games will it be, if not all of them?
I think it'll be all of them, and I actually think that it could happen at the Direct tomorrow.
Oh my god. Can you imagine if, like, that? I want you to know, I might have to send the Atlas lawyers to you if that comes out tomorrow. They're going to be like, there's a leak. We found the leak.
No, I think tomorrow is going to be Metaphor announced on Switch and the Persona dancing games coming out on all platforms, Nintendo Switch, Steam, all of it at the same time.
I love it, dude. That's crazy. All right, man. I'm locking that in. You're the first bet, so at the same time you are the best and worst I've heard so far, but I love it. I'm voting for yours.
Yeah.
I want that one to be the winner.
I'd be so surprised if that didn't happen this year or next year, but for needing something this year, I'm like, yeah, that's easy.
All right, Crystal, I will not keep you any longer. Where can people find you? Where do they want to find you? And where should they comment looking for P6 time capsule video?
Oh, P6 time capsule video. That I really should follow through with that. But yeah, you can follow me, CrystAAHHl, 2 A's, 2 H's on every social media platform. I'm everywhere if you want. And absolutely, we'll be playing these games on day one. I'm super, super excited about it. And I forget. Wait, what was the last thing? Dude, my brain is so fucking cooked.
Ironically, you did the last thing first, so you already got it. You got the last one first, and then now you're there.
Oh, well, that's good. There was something else you said that I was supposed to say, and then I forgot. But yeah, that's where you could find me. And thanks for having me. And I love yapping about Persona, so yay, this is great.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you for celebrating 400 episodes of. I don't know. I guess this is like the weeb equivalent of kids say the darndest things, except we can't get canceled and there's no Bill Cosby, so it's a win-win for everybody. Hello, everybody. We are back with our next guest, and that is the one, the only, the soon-to-be a Funko Pop in 2026, and yes, that means he will legally have to buy him, Jack's Bag of Macca.
I do not like this. I don't like what you just said.
No, I don't know if I ever told you. You know that a Jack Frost Funko Pop is coming this year, right?
Oh, I am not surprised. I didn't know, but I'm not surprised.
He's coming. And you know what the worst part is? I bet you he's going to look good. Because I think with the design like Jack Frost, it would be like, oh, that just kind of looks like Jack Frost. Like, out of the box, it wouldn't even look like a Funko Pop.
Mm-hmm. No, like there are some Funko Pops that I think look good. There are some of them that I think look good. And a lot of the time it's because the design itself was pretty. It already kind of like lent itself to the Funko Pop ass like design. Like what was it? I always thought the All Might one looked good because All Might already has these like black eyes. It was a lot easier to translate him.
I'm sorry. I still had my stupid phone. And this is 100% getting cut.
What happened?
I'm gonna send this to you. I was trying to close my apps, and I still had stupid fucking Facebook open. This is the first thing. This is the first thing I saw, and I was like, I gotta put my phone away. I just started losing it.
Oh, good. Fuck, Gene.
But no, Mac, I 100% agree, because like I mean, listen, I was a staunch Funko make funnerer, but also I knew I was living on a slippery slope because my significant other really likes collecting the anime ones, because a lot of the times the anime ones are a lot less horrendous to the senses, like you were mentioning with the MHA ones, and so like. I've been buying them for her, but never really had any for me. What I didn't know was going to be the problem was like the William metaphor Funko Pop picking him up like very easily was like, well, this is a one-off. There's not going to be any others, and he doesn't look that bad. And it's like there's not a lot of metaphor merch. I'll pick it up. What's the worst that could happen? And then leading to me buying one of the 30th anniversary Persona Pops, and now I'm the not so proud owner of a Wonder Funko Pop. And I'm like, well, it's too late now. It's too late. There's no coming back. Once you've bought Wonder, it's over. It's Jover.
Oh my god. I said this before, I'll say it again. Wonder feels like the biggest plant of a character from a company that is known for remaking their games just to add a plant. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
You're not wrong, but also it is one of those funny ones where it's like, I think because they were at least smart in making him an online exclusive. They were like, listen, only the real sickos are going to buy him. And it was a thing of like, I already was going to buy Igor, because at least Igor was like, well, there's not a lot of Igor merch out there. He doesn't look that bad. It's like, we'll go for it. And I'm like, I mean, I got to work my way up to the free shipping somehow. You know, I got to get him. Now, I will say, because I'm always kind of surprised about when things sell, when things don't sell. If you told me a month ago, how did I think these Persona 30th Anniversary Funko Pops would be selling? And I don't even know if you've actually followed any of them at all since they came out last month. They are completely sold out. Like all the main ones. So not Wonder, not Igor, but like if you go to the main website and you try to buy anyone from Persona 3, 4, or 5, they're all sold out. They sold out in less than like 2 weeks.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, I expected them to sell well. I didn't expect them to sell that well.
It is just extra funny because then I think it really just gives more ammunition to the fact that, like, when I saw that they were doing these for the 30th anniversary, I'm like, because when they did Persona 5, the Persona 5 ones did so poorly. Not only did they make them go from they were a wide release everywhere to they were only at GameStop, and then they never even did anyone past Makoto. Like, they didn't even get all the Phantom Thieves. Now we're at the point where it's like, oh, it kind of makes sense that they're good. Like, when Revival comes out for Persona 4 next year, they're going to have a whole wave of them. Like, they're going to have the main 4 at launch, and then I'm sure if those do well, they'll do more later. Where it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know if it's just like where we're at with merch is in a different place now versus like whatever 2019 was, but man, I didn't think Funko Pop was going to be our segue, but here we are. We're now in a world where we know Persona 4 Revival is coming in February 2027. And Mac, how do you feel about that?
I feel vindicated because I called this. I've been saying it is going to release exactly when it is for I don't know how long. I feel vindicated. I am right. I have been gifted with the power of prophecy from Apollo.
Now, I don't say this to be mean, but I am just going to say this to be honest. If you thought this game was coming out in 2026, I will make fun of you. Like, I was with you day one, Matt. I was like, Atlas would have to be next generation level of dum-dum to even try to release this thing within a season of GTA. You know, like there was just no way they were ever gonna release it, which is extra funny now that like we've seen so much of it after the trailer, and like we now know without a uh shadow of a doubt, the game is just completely done. Like it's been rated everywhere, it's been submitted. They're just going to be doing bug testing and a bunch of polish until the game comes out in February, which is awesome. But it is just really funny because it is like, no, yeah, like it's just going to come out and like if we snuck in, like if I was Jonathan the Weeknd, I could be playing this game right now.
Man, I did. Okay, I understand it's the weekend, but also like, what is happening? Like, he's just getting he's getting like the red carpet treatment. Like everything is happening so fast with him. It feels like he just started playing Persona like 2 weeks ago, and now he's like visiting them, and he clearly got to play something P4, P4R, P4, P6. Like he clearly got to do something. What is going on? How is it happening this fast?
I didn't think about it till recently, but the timing would make sense because he did it at least a month or more ago. How funny would it be if like whoever or him directly, like someone related to like the Weeknd's entourage when he went to P Studio, were the people who leaked the the P6 stuff like a week? It'd be like, damn it, guys, we can't have anything nice anymore. You're never allowed to come in, dude. Because like, because I talked about this a little bit, or like in one of the segments in this show earlier, but I will say the funny thing about the P6 leaks is it almost kind of made me appreciate Persona 4 Revival even more, because shockingly, outside of the voice actor stuff last year, we've had nothing leak from this game. Like, literally nothing leaked.
True. No, that is true.
And so
that is true. It is stayed pretty locked up outside of the fact that, I mean, we did kind of know it was coming, in part because, you know, it seemed pretty obvious in the lead up to it. But yeah, no, not much has really actually leaked about it.
So we've got the trailer. I obviously was very biased and very upfront with my disdain for the trailer last year. I thought that trailer last year was so bad, I would rather they have just not even brought it to the show in general. It felt very forced. Whereas this one is almost like so impressive to the point where I'm like, there's no way you guys were actually at that point 12 months ago. Like with how polished it looks, how good it looks, how like everything is just kind of firing on all cylinders. But more importantly, I wanted to bring you here for like, if someone didn't catch your live reaction to it and stuff with it when you were watching it, and now that we've kind of been able to sit on it for a day, what's the Mac review for P4R?
So I haven't really watched it since, but my immediate thought when it happened is, this looks way better. This looks way better. Last year, I fully agree with you. I thought last year's showcase was like embarrassingly bad. I thought it looked so early. Part of me was like, this is okay. So first off, it was always like, clearly this is going to be like this is going to be like 2 years. We're not going to see it until at least 2027. But I was like, there was a part of me that was like, is this 2028? Like, why does it look like this? Did you just start on this? Like I was like baffled. Like, what is going on? Why is it like this? And then this happens, and it's like, okay, this looks much more presentable. I can totally see this coming out next year. Frankly, in less than a year when you really like break it down into like the months and everything. I can totally see it. I'm sure there's probably going to be some shots in there that if I go back to it, it'll be like, oh, this is this game's equivalent of the dorm and how the dorm just looked like shit for pretty much the entire game for P3. I'm sure there's probably going to be some kind of equivalent, but at least from how fast it was going and from that moment of just reacting to it coldly and like doing a little dance, I thought it looked good. I thought it looked way more presentable.
Now, with your recent tweet, we now know you are a certified Persona 3 Reload hater. Uh,
Absolutely.
comparing this to P3R, I'm on two camps to myself. I think if you think this looks just as good as P3R, I think you need to go back and play that game. Like, I don't think P3R is ugly, but I think, like, graphically, this is a way more impressive upgrade to the point where I haven't heard anything saying either way. I kind of wouldn't be shocked if this is instead of it being UE4, UE5.
Maybe. Maybe. That wouldn't be surprising. I think ultimately what I'm hoping is that they took a lot of the, I don't want to say backlash, that feels too strong of a word. A lot of the critiques that people had about how P3R looked. And we're like, okay, let's try and avoid that, especially because P4 is a game in which the lighting actually kind of matters more, particularly the lighting, because it plays so much with, the fog and the bright sunny days, and it being out in the country, it feels like the lighting is going to matter so much more. So them getting it right for this one is a lot more important. It makes a lot more sense for them to want to like double down. It's like, okay, let's make sure we do it good this time.
It's extra interesting because I'm really excited. Well, number one, for the live stream on the 18th. That'll probably be what the next proper episode is. Where we're going to learn more about like the development details and everything for it, because it's been not so well kept secret that this is primarily being developed by Tosei with supervision and work done by Atlas staff. But I'm like, man, it's kind like when I heard it was being done by Tosei, I got really excited because I'm a really big fan of their projects. They do a lot of great original work and like remakes or remasters, and they've just been like masters of the craft for like the past like 30 plus years. And looking at it kind of now, it's almost really to the point where like I'm really sort of surprised how much of a visual bump up this got, even with the reception, because like realistically, I feel like this game couldn't have been in development any earlier than 2023. And so it's
Mm-hmm.
like, even with the reception to P3R, it is just kind of one of those things that I think it was maybe just having more time. They're still working with the engine, or maybe like whether it was a technical side from Tosei versus Atlas or whatever they kind of wanted to do, or the fact that they're leaving last gen behind. Like, there's no PS4 version of this, there's no Xbox One version. It's kind of hard to really like say, especially because when you bring up like the colors of P3 versus P4, I think there's like when you see like those limitations in the sense of like when I think of like P3, I think of like bright, solid colors. Like, you think of things like the dormitories, the clubs when you're going around and exploring the town. Everything is a lot more kind of one note, or very like kind of monochrome styling, versus like Persona 4. It's not crazy more detailed, but like you look at like running down the strip mall in like, or even just like take like one section of running around like the town in Persona 3 versus Persona 4, and it's like, okay, these are drastically different looking areas in terms of just level of detail.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, Mac, for you, if you could go back and remember where you were at, either in terms of excitement or anticipation, back in like 2024 with Persona 3's trailer for Reload versus Revival, how would you kind of compare and contrast them now that we've seen a real good look at both of these games now?
So you mean like the initial announcement trailer for Reload versus
Yes,
this new trailer for Revival?
because that reveal trailer we got for Reload was what this was. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's not really fair to compare the first Reload trailer versus what we had last year at the Xbox show.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with that. Again, I don't know what they were thinking with that showcase. That was a terrible way to announce that. It's just like why did they do that? Anyway, when I compare it to them, this feels more what it is in terms of if we're going to treat both of these as the first proper showing, this feels like it feels a lot more confident. The Reload trailer, the initial Reload trailer was still very confident, but this one feels even more so. It feels like they showed off more and they knew exactly what to show as well. And they were like, we know what you want to see. We know what we want to show you. And it felt like this could have been like almost like a launch trailer in a way of like, yes, we are like being very bold. We know exactly what information we want out there. And I don't know. I think it was a better, if you want to treat this as the actual debut trailer, I think this was the better debut trailer of the two.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, obviously, my kind of opinion on both of them isn't going to be the most fair in the sense of I have always liked P3 more than P4, but the fact that P3R made me go from, oh yeah, P3 is a classic, I like it, but it's nowhere near my favorite, to, oh wow, the quality of life stuff alone really kind of bumped it up to all-timer status for me. Like thinking about even if they had just kind of control C pasta, like just like copy paste everything you added quality of life from P3R into P4, I think would have been cool. And now like you look at all the stuff that like we've just even seen with like all the new like Showtime like attacks in terms of like we haven't even like seen like the like limit gauge stuff equivalent, but like the way they're changing all out attacks into like kind of having like I think they're like Showtime attacks, prime time attacks, like moving around what an all out attack is and like how sort of crazy just from a gameplay aesthetic like it looks like we're getting like the fact that like we have something like oh yeah like you can counter now in the over like in the dungeons like when a shadow attacks you like there's a countering mechanic like there's so many little things in that trailer that just made me be like oh that's different that's new that looks crazy like that look like it so many things kept catching my attention with it where like it was almost like I was like getting overwhelmed by like things that I wanted to like dig deeper into.
Mm-hmm. What it looks like is it's P3R was already changing up a lot of things gameplay wise, but when you really kind of break down a lot of what new it was adding, it was more so bringing it in line, bringing P3 in line with what P5 had done, but with its own flavor in specific areas. This is more like, oh no, like there are like actual differences there are like new mechanics and differences here that aren't even really in like P5 in any fashion. Uh, Such as the parrying. That is a very unique mechanic that has not been done in a mainline Persona game. So it's like, how are you going to use that? How is that going to function? Or is it just going to be something as simple as like that's just how you get the first strikes? Is you got to parry it? But or is that going to go further? Are you going to do something more unique with it? It is very interesting. It's more like I'm going into this feeling like I don't actually know how this is going to play out because with P3R it was very clear, oh, this is going to be P3 but it plays out like P5. This is like no, there's actual differences here, so I'm not really sure how exactly it's going to play out.
For you, when would you? I guess when is the last time you really sunk your teeth into playing Persona 4? Like, how long has it been for you? Because like for me, it's been at the very least, I feel like a decade or so.
Oh gosh, it's been something like that. I have P4G on Steam, but I never actually played that version. The last time I played a version of P4 was a PS2 attempt back in college, and it just it's one of those things where I've tried P4 numerous times, and there are just a number of things about it that I just can't really stick with it. It was similar with P3, but P4 was for a lot of different reasons. So I never actually finished P4, even though I know the plot points. But the last time I really tried was sometime in college with the PS2 version. I borrowed it from a friend.
Now, I talked about this with Marsh pre-trailer, but I feel kind of even more like a fire lit up my ass even more after this, especially knowing like we've got about 8 months or so till it kind of comes out. I kind of want to do a replay. Would that be like a thing where obviously we're constantly getting drowned by games in general, but like is there any part of you that like has any interest in going back of like playing the OG Golden before going into revival, or not really?
Not, I mean, say I had unlimited time. I'm not sure, because this seems this seems like it is going to be, in a number of ways, it's going to end up being the definitive version of P4. Because it, unlike Reload, where it's missing a number, it's still, even now, Reload with the DLC, it's still not the definitive version because it doesn't have FemC. Whereas with P4, as long as they're remaking Golden, which they explicitly stated this is a remake of Golden specifically, as long as they include all the content plus whatever new, I feel like I don't want to return to it, because I would get a little scared of I might burn myself out. So I don't think I would replay P4 beforehand, at least. Maybe sometime in the future I would give original P4 or P4G another try, and maybe this time it would actually stick. But at least for the time being, I don't think I'm going to do a replay.
And another one was for going kind of this one kind of gets into a bit of like the newer stuff, but we don't have like all the details for it. Unsurprisingly, Japan is keeping their original voice actors from the PS2 one, give or take whoever's still alive, and we are getting a completely redone cast. How are you feeling about the English voice changes so far?
I think again, from what I was able to hear in the moment, I think they sound good. At the very least, what sounded like Yosuke in the early moments, I genuinely thought, wait, is that actually still Yuri Lowenthal? But then the more they talked, the more it was like, okay, wait, no, this is a different cast. This is a different cast. I think this is a good, they sound good. They sound like they're taking a similar approach where to P3R, in which they do sound similar, but they're unique. They're still like unique takes on a general sound. And at least with P3, I preferred most of the Reload cast. With P4 is already a game with a cast that has been recasted left and right throughout various different versions for various different reasons, and it's the sort of thing where I don't have. There's not as much consistency. There's not as much consistency with P4's cast as there was with P3. So I'm not as bothered, especially because it was very obvious once this was announced that oh, they're just going to do what they did with P3R again. I will say I vastly prefer this Teddy, because I was never a big fan of Teddy's voice in the first place. And this Teddy sounds a lot better.
Now, would you say, how familiar were you? I always forget the guy who originally played Teddy versus Sam in Golden. Is it just because of like the kind of one trick ponyness of it, or like how come not being a big fan of the last voice of Teddy versus the new one?
It's a lot of it was kind of it felt very like what it was is it felt like it was forcing a voice. Uh, it felt like it was forcing a voice, but it was doing it in a way that just didn't. I did not like it. I feel like a decent comparison actually would be like Monokuma. But Monokuma just feels a lot more natural to me, whereas a lot of the Teddy voices just feel forced. It feels like someone doing a voice, and they're like, it doesn't sound natural to me. It just doesn't work for me. Whereas this one sounds a lot more natural while still kind of hitting some similar beats.
Now, I forget, because I've talked to different people about this, and some have been surprised, some have agreed with me wholeheartedly. Have we talked about who voices Teddy yet?
You and me?
Yes, you and I.
Have we talked? No.
Okay, now you know who it is, right?
For the new actor, like, has it been
Yes.
confirmed, or is
Oh
it
no,
like,
nothing
speculated?
has been confirmed. It is the I clocked Casey as Teddy within second one. I was like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Casey has such a unique like tone to their voice. Not saying that they always sound the same, but like here's the thing. Casey I can always tell it as Casey most of the time, even if they are playing someone very different. Like a good take would be, imagine Casey. I was gonna say an SMT5, but Casey doesn't do a lot of talking there. Casey,
Yeah.
Casey take Shinji versus Angel. They are very kind of similar tones, but the delivery is so different between both of them. In the
Mm-hmm.
cadence, the sound, like obviously Shinji's a lot more gets a lot more up there versus Angel is going to be a lot more monotone, but I can always kind of tell it's them. Uh Man, that's one of those castings where like when I heard them, I was like, "Oh, this is perfect," and I never would have in a million years given it to him. I thought
Mm-hmm.
Teddy easily was the standout of almost in a way because I did this with Shinji from P3 with Justice. I thought Shinji was such a great choice for someone I would have never thought could hit it, but then once I heard them as Shinjiro, I was like, holy shit, this is perfect. Because that's one of the things I really liked about the casting and some of the changes in P3R, which it looks like we're getting in P4, of similar, different, and sometimes with a twist. Like a good example would be like how Yukari, I feel like depending on who's listening to either version of Yukari, whether it be Michelle or Heather, I think if you heard both versions, you could be like mistaken of like, oh, like they're hitting a very similar tone. Whereas, like, I think they're almost doing the exact same thing with whoever's going to be the voice of Chie in this one. Like that, whoever they have is clearly not Aaron Fitzgerald, but they are so close to that cadence of Chie, it's almost eerie.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Again, it's like this really interesting mix where it's the same general like area. It's like the same general kind of voice, but they're two. It's still like unique, and it doesn't sound like you're just trying to do a sound alike. It doesn't sound like you're just trying to match someone else's performance. It sounds like they're trying to find someone who is capable of doing a voice kind of like it, but they're not simply just trying to voice match. They're actually like, no, okay, they're doing their own take. It just so happens that their voice for this is similar to what the previous person did.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to get the full reveal for it. I think we're gonna get it soon. My guess I've been saying right now is that's probably who they're gonna roll out for Anime Expo. Um, but I'd love to find out sooner. The other ones I'm really curious about, especially because we don't have them. I highly doubt it, but if they have the cojones to find a Johnny Young Bosch once again, and whoever voices you is the same voice as Adachi, would be insane. I highly doubt they're going to do it though. But the Adachi I'm really curious to hear, and then we've heard it a little bit. I just can't put my finger on it. Of like, I feel like I should know who Marie is. I just can't. I just can't clock it yet.
I think out of all of the voices, the ones that really stuck with me the most in that trailer were the Teddy voice and the Marie voice. And yeah, no, Kate, you're 100% right. Like it was like, yeah, that was Casey. That was Casey. It took me like a second of thinking, but it was like, oh yeah, that was Casey. Marie, I'm really not sure. I'm usually pretty good with being able to call out like what actor this is. I want to know who is playing Yosuke because they actually tricked me for a second thinking again, is that Yuri Lowenthal? Like is this the same cast? And then they talked a little more and I was like, okay, no, that's not Yuri. And I feel like the safe bet, just again going with this keeping things, kind of consistent, have Yosuke be Alex Lee. Alex Lay, however you say his name.
Alex Lee,
Because
yeah.
it's like literally it's the exact same deal. The guy who played the previous protagonist is now playing the bro character. Like it feels like a very obvious choice to make.
I don't know. I don't get Alex from the Yosuke one with it so far, but I will say the Yosuke one's an interesting one where I've heard I've at least watched the trailer a couple times where my weird take on this one is I feel like Yosuke is going to be like the Akihiko of this game, comparing it to P3R, where it's just different enough that I think people are going to either really like it or really not mess with it. But
Mm-hmm.
I want to know more with it. I think Dojima is good. I think the Nanako sounds great. I think the Naoto is perfect. Which is especially good because Naoto's a tricky one where Naoto has to hit a very specific tonal range and has been done very differently by very great actors before, but not always consistently in terms of the delivery. The
Mm-hmm.
other one I'm curious about, I hadn't asked anybody else this way with it. Now, obviously, last year, the big leak for Persona 4 Revival was all the English voice actors coming out kind of collectively and just be like, hey, everybody, I hope you're excited for us to not be in this game. Um, I tried reaching out to a couple. No one really wanted to comment on specifically why they were all making that post at the time. From what I gathered, without really getting into anyone in specific, a large part of that was they had all found out that recording was happening, and none of them, or at least everyone who had publicly talked about it, was not asked to come back in any way, shape, or form. Unlike Persona 3. Because if you
Mm-hmm.
remember, unless your name is Vic Mignogna, almost everybody got invited back to be a cameo in some way, shape, or form for Reload, in a way that kind
Mm-hmm.
of made sense. Whereas
I I
this.
still I still think the fact that Liam O'Brien, who previously played Akihiko, was then recast to play the cop. I'm blanking on his name. But he was recast to play a cop who is a character who has a connection with Akihiko. I thought like, oh, that's genius. That's like perfect actually. Uh, and hopefully that happens. That happens here. Maybe they just hadn't called them in yet. But yeah, it is kind of a shame if they don't do it.
Yeah, it's. I haven't followed up with any of them since last year, and I would like to find out that they did get asked to be, or at least some of them did get asked to come back in some way, shape, or form, especially just because of how big the cast is for the world of Persona 4. That like I really do think it would be a shame to not have someone come back for something like this, especially just because obviously so much of that cast went on to do so much crazy big things and whatever with it, but it was great seeing Yuri come back for Persona 3. It would be so weird not to see him back. Same with Johnny Obosh, same with Troy Baker. Hell, even to the point where like it would almost be kind of funny to bring in the recasted people as well. Like fuck it, bring Matthew Mercer in or do a really deep cut. Have fucking Ashley Birch do a voice. Like have stuff like that would be really fun to see, but at the same time, all these people are very, very, very obviously way more expensive to book for a single session versus almost everyone in the main cast, you know?
Mm-hmm. I will say I think there is at least one safe bet aside from Igor, because like that is clearly still Kirk Thornton.
Oh yeah.
But aside from Igor, the safest bet is Margaret. They're probably just gonna do an Elizabeth.
Yes, that's true. Which, God, why am I forgetting who was Elizabeth's voice actor?
Elizabeth? Oh, Tara Platt.
No, sorry. Reverse the question. I know Tara Platt did Elizabeth. Who was Margaret's voice actor?
Oh, there's like two different English actors. I'll look them up real quick. I know she got recast.
One of them is
at
Michelle Ann Dunphy. She was in it for Golden.
Marisha Ray. I think I said that right. Marisha Ray.
Was she the version in Arena?
She was the version in Arena, Q, and Dancing All Night.
Interesting. Huh.
I feel like if they were going to bring one of them back, it would be Marisha, just because she's the most recent.
Yeah, it's tough, but no, that man, that is an interesting one with it. But yeah, I don't know. And I mean, there's even other funny ones with it of like, it's tough though, because I mean, P4 has had such a crazy cast that it would almost be kind of tough with it to give everyone a moment to really shine. So I wonder if that's kind of why they didn't get asked to come back originally, or hadn't been asked at least as of last year, because they were like, the cast of original P3 changed almost so like little you would never really notice, versus P4 was around for so many games, so many people changed voices. Like, how are you going to make it work? Like, how are you going to give everyone a fair shot instead of giving some people a chance to return? What if it's easier if we just commit all the way and just have new people? Which I think, thinking about it now, it doesn't make me feel better about it, but I think that kind of makes more sense, because like, I'm even thinking about it now in the sense of like, yeah, like they're probably not thinking about like, okay, we need to get people who were like in the anime, in the dancing game, in Persona Q, in the like in the golden version of this, or the PS2 version of this. Like, it's like it just spirals out of control so quickly.
Yeah, I think if they're going to get anyone, it's just going to be whomever the most recent cast was, and then it's also going to be a matter of, are they available?
Someone needs to drag Johnny Young Bosch away from Collecticon, or whatever convention circuit he is always at.
Yeah.
What else was I going to say with it? Oh, yes. Other question for you. With the trailer, was there anything that you were pleasantly surprised with that you'd want to give it some kudos to? Or anything you want to like kind of be like, oh, hey, I was not expecting to see this. I really liked this.
Hey, nothing at least coming to mind. Again, I haven't seen the trailer since yesterday.
And then for you, is there anything that not you're worried about, but might still be a concern with the game that either you haven't seen yet or are cautiously on the lookout for?
Not really. Not really. If it's going to be anything like P3R, a lot of my problems are going to be a lot more manageable in Revival. A lot of the things, to be clear, just in case anyone watching doesn't know, the big reason why I just struggle with the original version of P4 and P3 is because of the dungeons. I just am not a fan of procedurally generated dungeons. And they just kind of kill a lot of my like drive to want to like keep trying with these games, with those games. And P3R was able to do enough to make me be like, oh shit, yeah, I can keep going. I can actually finish this game. Couldn't really do enough to make me like the answer. I still finished it, but it couldn't make me do enough to make me like the answer. This one, it's like, okay, so a lot of my problems with it are probably still going to be there, but it'll probably be a lot more like, I can deal with this. I can actually deal with this.
So, for you, by the way, kind of going back to the procedural nature with it, I feel like I was kind of pleasantly surprised with how unsick of Tartarus I got because of some of the changes they made to this, especially the fact that the dungeons are so much more unique in this one compared to Tartarus. In Persona 4, I'm like, man, I'm really excited to kind of see what we do with the dungeons, because obviously it's going to have that same procedural kind of dungeon crawlery nature to it, but it'll at least hopefully kind of give them the chance to be like, all right, what do we want to do to make this different, or what do we want to do to make these layouts feel more than just we're changing the background to the same number of hallways.
Mm-hmm. I am very curious to see how they'll approach it with this one.
Now, that being said, the funny thing is with that trailer and kind of like everything we had sort of talked about with it, I'm excited to see how they do the rollout for it, especially just because even though what was it? Even though Persona 3 Reload was like only like 2+ years ago at this point, it is just kind of crazy of like how much time has passed and kind of like how many things are with it. Of like, I'm excited to sort of see how this is gonna line up, but at the same time, this even came up earlier of like, man, it is so funny to think that without any person on both sides trying to line it up, how Persona 5, 3, and now 4 are lining up at the exact same release year as Final Fantasy VII Remake has to just be one of the weirdest, like, I guess coincidences ever? I don't even know what else you would call it.
Oh my god, you're right. I hadn't even thought about that. Oh my god, that's a weird coincidence.
Yeah, and the similarities between the two versus like how do you do a re-release? How do you do a remake? How do you do a sequel to a remake? And like the comparisons between them they're obviously drastically two different kind of games and stuff with it, but there are so many like kind of funny similarities with them and their releases, let alone with the fact that obviously you got to imagine Revelation is probably only a month or two away after the release of Revival.
I imagine Revelation is probably going to release around the same time as the first two Final Fantasy VIIs. So like April, maybe May.
What was another one I was going to ask you? Oh, yes. So last thing we're going to say before we move off of P4R is if you had to give it a trailer grade, F through A, what would you give it and why?
I'm gonna say A. I thought it was just a really solid trailer. It was very confident. It showed exactly what it kind of needed to. It showed off everything that people would want to see. It showed off all the new things that people don't know are in it. How they're redoing a lot of things, how they're going to be approaching things, yada yada. Like I thought it was just a really good trailer, just to kind of across the board.
And then growing into obviously a lot less to chew on, but a lot more new and exciting and gosh darn green. We've got Persona.
Let's be honest, interesting.
Oh damn, bro! Persona 6. It's here. It's official. It's real. The word of the day is a cult. Mac, enough of me talking. What did you think when you saw that trailer pop up? Thankfully, not immediately after the Persona 4 trailer, because goddamn, that would have been tonal whiplash.
It absolutely would have been tonal whiplash. I was just kind of dumbfounded. I was just like, this is dark. Like, this is essentially the equivalent of the chairs for P5. But like the chairs was like weird, but it still wasn't like anything too crazy. This is like dark and like kind of creepy when it starts flashing all those different like images and stuff. It like, if you were to pause and like actually look at those images, they're like creepy and weird. And like that alone has me more excited because I want, because this is going to be the beginning of essentially a new kind of Persona that is being made not by Hoshino. And I don't expect there to be a full-blown reinvention akin to how different P3 was to P1 and P2. But I want them to do their own take and to not just make it P5, P4, P3, but again. And this trailer really breeds confidence into that, because like this was, if anything, this was most akin to P1 and P2, where it does lean back into the occult, which is something that P3, P4, P5 like really got away from. They don't treat the personas as like something occult. They treat it more like, oh, it's just like this special power. It's like a stand almost. Whereas like one, especially one, treats it like it's an occult. Like P1 opens with them doing like this creepy, like, oh, we're gonna summon a demon-esque game. And this is leaning back in that direction. And it's like that, for a modern persona, that would be a great way to do something unique while still taking it in a direction that is more familiar to fans of the original quote-unquote trilogy. Duology, I guess you could even say.
Now, I'd seen your reaction to it, but I was kind of curious what your thought was on this. Why or what do you think it was about the initial opening of this trailer that kind of had everyone duped? Even though we were expecting Persona 6, like a lot of us were like, why is this giving big SMT vibes?
I think it is because it's so different tonally. Everyone was expecting P6 to come out and be kind of poppy. It would have its own flavor, but it would still be kind of poppy. This was not poppy, like, in the slightest. This was just, and I don't mean poppy in the way that, like, P4 is, like, very, very bubblegum J-pop. But I mean, like it pops out. It's stylized. It's like, ooh, in your face. It's cool. This is, like, this is so unexpected that everyone just kind of defaulted to, like, the closest thing to this is like SMT that Atlus would do now is SMT. And I think that's why a bunch of people, myself included, were like, is this SMT or something? What is this?
Yeah, I saw I saw someone made a post afterwards that was really funny. Like they hadn't been paying attention to like any of the leaks or whatever with it, and their immediate first thought when they saw all the green stuff was like, "Oh my god, a remake of 4."
Oh my god.
Like, can you imagine if Atlus had the like cojones to be like, in the same show for a remake of Persona 4, we are remaking SMT 4.
That would be insane. I mean, that would be insane.
But yeah, like I couldn't agree with you more. Like all of the differentiate, like the fact of, ironically, like, I think if you slapped the Atlus off of this trailer and even like just like cut off the Persona part of it, I think the fact that it's like tonally a very clear division that just say, we are not the PS2 generation for Persona. We are not trying to be P3. We're not trying to be P4. We are not trying to introduce the world to jazz. And I think like that's such a strong foot to place down, in the sense of, we know why you're here. We are most likely still going to play like a classic Persona game. We know it's going to still have the calendar systems, takes place in Japan, school, stuff like that. But I think them saying and having all that is such a good way of introducing, or either attracting new people or bringing in old people who are like, hey man, I'm just not a fan of P5. Like, I want to have something a little bit more mature. I want to have darker themes. And having stuff like that has been really cool to see, because it just makes a lot of us more excited, in the sense of just being like, oh, okay, so we in the way of, and this is never a bit a bad thing, it was always very clear the way you look at Persona 3 to Persona 4 is just Persona 3.5, and that's fine.
Exactly.
The way that Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment are basically a 0.5 sequel to each other. I think everyone's biggest concern was we were going to walk away from a decade of Persona 5 and just get Persona 5 Part 2, which is 100% not happening.
This is something that I have been, particularly since Reload, I have been concerned about is I've been calling it the P5ification of the series, in which everything has to match the tropes of P5, where P3R, well, it makes sense for P3R. I was worried that it would have been the start of a trend where it's like, oh, well, when they go do the thing and do the dungeon crawling, they have to put on special suits. They got to put on special suits now. And then, the opening, rather than being its kind of its own thing, it's going to be a camera flying through a cityscape, and then the main characters are inhabiting said cityscape, and they're doing things related to their plot. And it's all not all one shot, but it's like a lot of like long sweeping shots throughout the environment. I like the new opening for P3 Reload, but to me, in a lot of ways, it just kind of feels like, oh, you're doing wake up, get out there, but different. And I'm not as concerned with it for this one.
Yeah, and I think the Persona 5 occasion you kind of bring up, it is not a bad thing, especially in like the sense of when you have the right context of like what it is and stuff, because I think you could almost sort of say the Persona 5.5 or 5.75, that's just Persona 3 Reload and Persona 4 Revival.
That might be the case, yeah.
So it's like, because again, it's taking what those games have learned, bringing it over there, bringing those mechanics, bringing those lessons they've learned, and it's great. But we don't need that to just kind of just be the same thing with it going on for it, of moving ahead with it. Kind of going back into the occult thing with it. Were you surprised, especially after all the stuff that sort of came out, where people were assuming, oh, we're just going to be like spies in Tokyo now? Because when I had seen that kind of making the rounds after the designs, I was like, I don't want that. I think spies can be cool, but I think it's a little too close to Phantom Thieves for my liking. And I think...
Well, you see, Spencer, spies, what do? They sneak around. Thieves, what do? They sneak around. But they're totally different. Because you see, like, thieves, they're like rebels. But spies, they like work for the system. But they ultimately still just sneak around. Totally different.
That's true. I think the occult thing is interesting, but also at the same time, man, it's so open-ended that it's like, all right, how culty are we getting? You know, like, it's tough to say.
It's like, are you going to go like, I was about to say Scooby-Doo, but you know, that's P4. But like, how the fact that it's going back to occult and it's going to be approaching this with a very occult theming to it, how similar is this going to be to P1, to SMT in its approach? Or is it going to go more like Ghostbusters, if I want to avoid the Scooby-Doo comparison? Where technically Ghostbusters is still a cult, but it's not the same kind of a cult as SMT or Persona 1.
Yeah, it's tough. There's a lot of different ways to get to it, and obviously I think one of the things they're going to have to be really not worried about, but very sure not to step on toes too close to each other, is I would hate for this to just be SMT light. Like, I hope that this still feels different enough in a similar way of, like, you look at something like a Devil Survivor or a Devil Summoner versus SMT, and it's like, okay, clearly these things all share a similarity with each other, but are still kind of their own thing, their own different vibe and everything with it there. So I trust them to kind of know that difference, but I'm excited, but especially now that we kind of know the more horror-y vibes of the trailer or the occult stuff with it, it just makes me even more excited to hopefully find out sooner rather than later who the hell is doing the soundtrack and who is doing the main art. Because I feel so certain it's not going to be any of the familiar faces.
I would honestly, I know some people don't like it. I would like, I don't remember the name, but I would like the person that did Reload. I actually really like their art style. I really like how they did the characters in Reload. And I'm liking, from what I saw, I'm liking what they're doing with the 4 characters, assuming it's the same person. I kind of wouldn't mind their art style.
Yeah, it's tough because with these games having all been in development around, if not at the same time, I would imagine it's got to be someone different. But I mean, it's never say never. So like, it could still be them.
Yeah, yeah.
Any
Who
hopes
knows?
for music? Oh, we didn't talk about that last time, but man, I am so ready for some SMT 5 vibes from Revival. Now that we know
Oh,
now that we know who's working on it.
I was dancing along with that song in the trailer. You can go watch my reaction. I'm doing a little dance pretty much the whole time. Sounded great. I am so excited. I love Ryota Kazuka. He phenomenal, phenomenal. Yeah, no, I am so excited for P6 and its soundtrack. I don't even know what genre you could even really match with this outside of just general rock, which is something that's always kind of been in all of the games regardless. So I don't think they would want to make that the main genre. I don't know. I really don't know.
What was another one I was gonna try and ask you about it while we had it here? Oh, if you were being either optimistic, pessimistic, whatever, what's your gut telling you where we will see this game next? And what do you want to see next?
Um, well, first off, I don't think we'll really be seeing it again until we're either close to Revival's release or Revival has come out and it's been like a month. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see it again until Summer Games Fest next year. Um, as in terms of what I want to see, I want to see more of the actual characters. I actually do believe that the leaked characters are I think they're legit. There's just, I don't know, this is everything about it just seemed, there wasn't anything out there that was like, I don't know, this seems kind of fake. Like everything seemed legit. Everything seemed legit. And I want to see more of the characters and get a little bit better of an idea of what their approach is going to be. I don't think they're going to go and like show too much gameplay. There'll probably be like a gameplay tease. But what I want to see next is how are you actually going to be approaching this game? Let me get a better idea of what this is actually going to look like. Because let's be honest, P5 wasn't actually about some chairs in a red space chained up.
Emancipation?
Actually
No,
about it.
thank you.
Nah, I want to stay tied up. I want to sit in this chair. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed after all these years. I'm still a little disappointed that there was not a chair with a ball and chain, like a foldable chair with a ball and chain just somewhere in P5. That would have been a great little Easter egg to find.
Yeah, they blew it.
Yeah. There better be like a bunch of cemetery, like a bunch of coffins, not coffins, like tombstones in a cemetery in this one.
Yeah, it'll be a bunch of standing upright straight coffins in the cemetery. That'll be your Persona 3 reference.
It'd be like, whoa, Persona 3. I'll go to a graveyard and be like, whoa, everyone's dead. This is just like my Japanese video games.
One of the funny things I always kind of take for granted, like following this series as long as I have, like knowing as much as I do and stuff with it, and then I also listen to a lot of different people in the media space, obviously, who don't play all of these games or are not all aware of them as possible. It was so weird. I was like listening to someone's like reaction after the Xbox show to the Persona 6 trailer, and they were like, I just wondered like what can we do to like connect Persona 6 to the past games? Like, wouldn't it be interesting to like see like what is it, what's happening in the Persona 6 world to the Persona 3 or 4 cast? Like maybe that's why 4 is coming out before 6. And I'm like, dog. Like we don't do that here. We don't have it. Like we don't we don't we're not Final Fantasy maxing this. Like we don't have a Sid. We like the closest thing we got to a Chocobo is fucking Igor and Jack Frost. That's about as much as we do.
There's something to be. I think there's benefits to having the same cast in continuing games. But I also think there's a benefit to having a brand new cast every single freaking time.
100%.
You can make both work.
Oh no, I think there definitely is, and I mean that's one of the nice things about like the callbacks of like seeing in non-story consequential things like they're like, oh hey, it's Rise, or oh hey, it's Naoto, like in these worlds like kind of popping up, whereas like you don't never need those baggage. Like you never need that baggage to get into it. No one has ever not played Persona 5 because they're like, I won't understand it.
Exactly.
Wrapping up, we'll go back to the trailer grading. What are you gonna give P6 on the totally fair trailer grading score of F to A?
It feels a lot. Well, I was about to say it feels unfair because it's basically nothing. It's one of the things where as a trailer, it's like as a teaser trailer, it's like it works. It gets me invested. It gets me interested. I feel sufficiently teased. I am blue-balled. But it's the sort of thing where a lot of what I'm excited about is more what it could be and what this might mean for the eventual game, as opposed to, oh yeah, like this is incredible, this is a good trailer. So I would say it's like I'm gonna say like a C plus, B minus.
Okay.
B minus if I'm being nice.
All right. Unrelated to what we've talked about, but Mac, without doxing yourself, how horrifically far are you from Greensboro?
I'm gonna say 3 hours.
Are you enough of a sicko that you would drive 3 hours to go to round 1 to check out their Persona stuff?
I would not go just for that. No.
I was thinking about it recently because I'm getting ready to go to mine this weekend, and I'm kind of close to as far as you are. Like for me, how far is mine time-wise? I am 2 hours and 45 minutes away.
Jesus.
And and that's a thing that now I've told people this before, and they think I'm crazy. You can tell me if so I make a day out of it. So what I do is I just leave really early, and not even like early, but like 8 o'clock. I leave. I drive for 2.5 hours to get there. I go do the arcade experience, do all the stuff, get all the tchotchkes, eat, do whatever, and then come back all in one day. Does 5 hours of driving for an arcade seem like excessive? Like I need you. This is your intervention for me. Do I have a problem?
Maybe. You might. Maybe.
All this for capitalism.
Capitalism.
I know, but man, don't you want a keychain? Don't you want to be able to drink the Junpei? You want to know what chocolate drizzle on a blue raspberry Sprite tastes like? Don't you want to know?
You know what? That's a good point. Yes, I would like to taste that.
There you go. Before we get out of here and start thinking about why Spencer spends so much time driving to places just for Japanese arcade experiences, Mac, it is time for you to put your hat into the prediction game. Everyone on this episode will be predicting what is Atlus's 2026 game going to be and why. And you can't say nothing.
So I've kind of been thinking about this because you did mention that you were gonna ask me this at the end, and I've been thinking about this, and I'm gonna make. I feel like it's not confirmed, but it feels like somewhat safe. It feels logical. I'm gonna say Rido 2 remastered.
Interesting. So, like, you think they're gonna find time to sneak it out? How would they do it? Now, you don't have this will not count if you get this wrong. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, so how are they gonna either try and put it out? When? What do they do? Are they gonna be the next Godzilla and Barbie and just say fuck it and go right next to GTA November?
I'm gonna say nah. I feel like if anything, it'll probably be like. I mean, I wouldn't be against them to do something where it's like, and it's out in 2-3 months, so like September or something. That wouldn't be too far off from what they basically did last year with Rido 1 remastered. So I would say like August, September, maybe October. September seems to be the one that's really suffering. So get it. I would say like August or October.
I'm looking at it now. I cannot believe I was trying to remember how because I know that was another like Nintendo Direct showcase, I think, and I was like, when the heck did this get announced for Rido? Because I know Rido came out last last June, and Rido was announced. Oh, why do they hate us? Yeah, April. There was like a two month wait between Rido and that. So I'm like, it's not impossible. Now it will be extra funny if because we are recording this ahead of the Nintendo Direct tomorrow. If like that's what we get, and it's like people are like, all right, guys, I know you really want Metaphor on Switch 2. It's gonna be like, sorry guys, you get Rido 2 instead. I'm not even gonna be mad.
Nah, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna be mad. Rido Remastered was so freaking good. I think out of all of the remasters they've done, it is far and away the best one. Um, to be fair, it's blurring the lines between a remaster and a remake with how much they added, but I would not be mad. I would not be mad. It is so good.
Absolutely insane. I can't believe I didn't think about it, but I was like, could it? I mean, that'd be kind of unprecedented. But I'm hoping you're right. I don't think people would be happy. They would definitely not make money on it, but we need that second game to come out, and I don't want to have to do what we did between Nocturne and Rido, where we wait like 9 years for no reason.
Exactly. Exactly. Especially because you can reuse so much.
Like, that's the
You can
funniest
reuse
part, especially because the amount of work needed to get Rido remastered compared to Rido 2 is insignificant, because almost all the quality of life changes were from Rido 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Mm-hmm.
all right, Mike. That's a hell of an idea. I'm rooting for you, man. I don't know what it'll be. I am excited, but before we get you out of here, where can people find you? Where do you want to be found? And yeah, just plug all the stuff.
You can find me here on YouTube at Macca. You can find me on Twitter at JBOMacca. Yeah, yeah. It's just Macca or JBOMacca. You can find me at those places.
I'm just saying, man. One of these days, we got to get you a Kick. Imagine the live stream shenanigans you'll get up to on Kick.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill a man.
Why did you know I was talking about Chud the Builder without me saying it?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking about the time in which they actively cheered on this guy killing himself, and the fucking the owner of Kick was cheering him on. I was like, yeah, do it.
That
is
also true. That always reminds me of the Easy Gold or the Cash for Gold episode of South Park with them calling the guy on the phone on the like telethon hotline and be like, "No, you should do it. You're a coward. You're a waste of oxygen." Be like, "Well, I bet you'd be real sad if I actually listened to you." Nope, do it, coward. Just do it right here on the air.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Well, I'm glad we could end on a high note, everybody. We look forward to the next segment where we will hopefully not talk about getting bullied into suicide squatting yourself.
Yeah. I love that movie. It's a great movie.
Only the James Gunn version.
Yes, that one specifically.
Mac's a big fan of Margot Robbie. He loves her as Harley Quinn.
Yeah. I mean, she is a good Harley Quinn.
All right. Well, before we start our spoiler cast for the latest issue of Absolute Batman, we got to get out of here. So, on to the next segment, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Hello, everybody. We are back with another super secret special guest. This time, joining us on episode 400 is everyone's favorite Rugrat connoisseur, Stu Pickles SMT himself. That's right, we've doxed him.
You outed me on the
We're, we're outing you. I found your FetLife account, and we're bringing you on the show. We're like, all right, we're throwing everything out there for the big 400. We've got Marsh SMT himself. How's it going, man?
I'm doing well. How about you? Happy to be here with P6.
I don't know, dude. I don't know about you. Like, I was thinking about this of like, especially now that the direct's done. I'm feeling satiated. I can't think of the last time in a week we've had a state of play, an Xbox show, a general multi-platform show, a Nintendo show, and then all the other stuff that kind of got around announced around everything. Because normally Summer Games Fest has been like, all right, we're gonna do something in June, but it's probably all going to be weeks separated from each other and in various levels of quality. And this one, now that it's all kind of done, has been like, wow, like it's not only like does it feel like holy shit, there's a lot of stuff to look forward to for the rest of the year, but A, RIP to any game coming out in September, and B, RIP my wallet because Jesus H Christ, I'm gonna be so broke this year.
Yeah, seriously, the Xbox show, I was talking about it a little bit on Twitter, like, I was mad at first. I was like, why would they wait for the Xbox show to announce P4 and P6? But then I sat down and I watched it. I thought it blew away Summer Games Fest. That was a great show. Like very, very little filler in that show. And I don't usually watch the extra ones besides Summer Game Fest. They both had stuff I really liked.
I think after today, I'm kind of shocked that I feel this way. I legit actually might give Sony, out of the four shows, like Nintendo, Sony, PlayStation, and Xbox, I actually think I might give Sony the weakest presentation.
I didn't even see it. I haven't even heard anything about it.
It was good. I mean, they showed off Wolverine. They showed off the new God of War, which looks really solid. Like they had a lot of interesting stuff there, but like I mean, like even Summer Games Fest compared to Xbox, I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, come on, man, we got a new Resident Evil game announced 4 months after the last one. Like that's insane.
That's really good, and there was some like kind of unexpected stuff there, like the clone Star Wars like XCOM hybrid. That looked really good.
So that one, the development team behind that is also a bunch of old XCOM heads too, which is nice. So like, I'm excited about that one. I kind of it was a weird one where I wish we saw a little bit more, but like at the same time, it's like you say insert X thing into XCOM, I'm gonna kind of know what it is, and the fact that it's out in 3 months, no, not even 3 months, 2 months is stupid.
I was like you can't mess that up. As long as it plays a little bit like XCOM 2, it's like with stormtroopers and clones and shit, like it's gonna be amazing. I'm really excited for that. I always thought they should make that. It's like they looked at mods and stuff, they're like, wow, like there might be some money there. I think everybody wanted a game like that for a long time.
It's really
That's
funny.
not all. Like there was like that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say at least with the XCOM one, I think it's kind of an interesting comparison. Is do you remember Midnight Suns? I feel like it's like the inverse of that, where like I think Marvel Midnight Suns is a great game, but I think Marvel meets XCOM is a concept that people probably saw and were like, I don't think this meshes that well together. Whereas like Star Wars XCOM, people are like, okay, I can see that instantly. It'd be like something like Warhammer XCOM or whatever, where like people like you get how that would work in this world.
Yeah, it's a natural fit. A lot of people when I was like I was real into XCOM, I guess like I mean I always have been, but like 2 years ago I was playing it a lot. And I remember seeing people saying like, well, there's not too many other games like similar to this. And everybody was saying like play Midnight Suns, play Midnight Suns. It's like not even remotely like the like thematically similar, but it's the closest thing, I guess. It's good they're making another game like this. It's kind of like close. Star Wars is a perfect fit. I'm not even a huge Star Wars guy. Like I like the series, but I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm a Star Wars fan. You know what I'm saying? But it's like that's too good of a concept.
Yeah, and the fact of I don't know. I think the trailer ending on Anakin was kind of funny because like honestly, I'm already in on it. I don't really need it tying into the movies at all. Like my thing with that one is I kind of liked it of like it's just this weird ragtag team of weirdos. Like you've got like an outcast Mandalorian, like a weird junker droid. Like I like and I think that was actually one of the funny things I thought was cool about that trailer was like it's showing the different squad combinations. I specifically loved the one that was like one normal like clone trooper and like three like R2D2 droid. Like I'm like dude, what like what's happening on that mid? Like that's the kind of guy who turns on permadeath and has one guy go into the mission. He's like we're just gonna see what happens.
And you can do that in like enemy unknown. You can do like the little, I don't know, you can make these like little drones and stuff. I'm hoping it's like almost like a reskin. I don't want to say like a lazy reskin, but like just change some stuff over, like add some new mechanics. It'll be a perfect game.
I'm
Those
just
games to me are already
I'm
like
more
almost
shocked
close
that
to
it's
perfect.
the only shocking thing about that game is that EA somehow had the balls to publish that. Because EA's been so weird about the stuff they choose to and not publish, where I'm like, that to me seems like a thing that they would have dropped immediately and be like, no, we're good.
Yeah, but also I was gonna say was like I was really surprised. This is like something like I never even talk about, like because I thought the first game was like fine, but like this the Stellar like Fist or whatever, Stellar Blade Fister, like whatever it's called, that looked really good. Like better than the original. I was like, wow, this looks really cool.
I think
So
the
many good
fact
stuff.
that that trailer was shown off was impressive for a lot of different things. Not only for the fact of like that game's only like the original Stellar Blade is like came out 2 years ago, and I'm like that's
Yeah, it's not
crazy.
even that
Like
old.
no, like and I think it just really goes to like show like Shift Up as a developer I've always really appreciated just for like man they fucking crank stuff out. Like obviously they make a bunch of their most of their money through like gotcha stuff with like Nikkei and things like that, but the funny thing is I didn't even expect that to be Stellar Blade 2. They've had another game in development since before Stellar Blade called like Project Witches, and I was like, "Oh, this is probably that." So the fact that like this isn't even like this is the game they've had in development the least amount of time, and it was still ready to show was like crazy to me.
It looked that good. There's so many things I thought were interesting. I can't even like remember all of them. I should have wrote them down. There was another game they showed that looked kind of like Mountain Blade, but I don't remember what it's called. Like a medieval, like big, huge fight with your army type of thing. I want to play that. I don't even know what it was called.
Oh yeah, that was that RTS game where like you could basically like almost Dynasty Warriors it like if you zoomed in enough. It was crazy.
You're walking down there with them all. Yeah, I think it's called Chronicles Medieval or something. It looks really cool.
Yeah, there was a bunch
It's
of
so great show, great show.
there was a bunch of really surprising things over there. Also, I know some people meme on it. I was one of the 12 people who was still excited to see Wolf Among Us 2. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
I never gave up hope on that game, but man, people do not realize people do not realize that that's at least to me probably still the best Telltale game they ever did.
yeah. I was saying like I'd never played it, and I remember hearing about like how the sequel never came out, but now it's like the perfect time because they got that like remastered, right?
Yes, which
So I can get back into it.
I'm excited to play it because I played probably the worst version of Wolf Among Us. I played it back in God, I guess it would have been like either 2013 or 2014. I played the like Vita version of it, which like visually wise is fine. It was just really, really buggy. Like all the Telltale games always got ported to Vita, but just ran terribly. Whereas like now looking at it, it's like, oh man, like it looks noticeably better. Plus like, and the thing what's funny about it is like, unlike an Invincible or even Walking Dead, I guess Walking Dead there's not that many crossover of comic readers. Like if you are interested in Wolf Among Us, like the Fable comics they are based on are like really, really good. They're very old comic series.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out. I didn't know they even had a Vita port for it.
That
That's
was
funny.
like one of the last things Sony published that was like that Freedom Wars and like Minecraft. They were just like, all right, we got a couple contractual
The
obligations.
Minecraft,
Let's get this
yeah.
out of here.
I think I mentioned that on here before. That's like one of the only like physical Vita games I have. Minecraft. In Japanese. It's
Well, yeah.
good.
Well, because remember,
Yeah.
they were in full shit it out mode at that point. Because in America, America was the only country that the physical Vita version is just a code in a box. Like they didn't even give you like the key card thing. They were like, nah, you get like a plastic box, but you'll just download it. We know you don't care.
Yeah, it comes with a card. It's like the perfect deal because you can just like, I mean, Minecraft has like every language anyway. You can just change it when you turn it on. I'm
Um,
surprised Walking Dead is on there. Does that like, not to like derail, but does it run at like 10 frames per second?
So Walking Dead 1 runs really well. Walking Dead 1 was a lot older tech-wise, so that one isn't as bad. Season 2 is a little hiccupy, but not as bad as Wolf Among Us. Wolf Among Us was like a really later one for it, but they were always playable. It was never like if you played it, you were like doing like some trash version of it. But like I remember
Yeah.
specifically Walking Dead 1 ran surprisingly well, but that was because unlike the other systems where they released it in chapters, like you just got it all in one big chunk.
Right, right, right. That system always surprises me with
Dude,
what's on it.
we were talking about before the recording of like when they announced that new Rayman game. I literally went. I was like, oh, dude,
Yeah.
I wanna go mess around with Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends, and I was like, oh, I'll just play the Vita version because like you can play Legends on almost anything now, but Origins is only on there, and I have this weird like European only combo cart that has both games on there, and it was and I was like going through and playing. And I'm like, all right, let's go play this game. Let's go play this like 2D platformer from
Hmm.
2012. And I'm like, even like 14 years later, I'm like, dude, this thing looks insane, and like still it's 60 FPS, super smooth. I'm like, it is so funny that like I own this like $500 like portable with the Switch 2, and I'm like, I think I gotta boot up
Yeah.
Rayman on my Vita.
Rayman Origins is good. I have it on the 360. I remember that game. I had a phase with that game.
Did you ever I've because we kind of talked about it a little bit before. Did you get to catch up? Because I know you didn't get to watch it live. Did you get to see everything from the Nintendo show today?
No, like this is funny. Like my mom never really talks to me about like games, but she sent me like Ocarina of Time remake. I was like, that's cool. I didn't
Dude,
even know that they were gonna do that, to be honest with you.
that that game is gonna bring out so many old heads. Like you people are not ready for it. Like
Yeah.
when that game comes out, people are gonna be like, "Did you know in Thanksgiving 1998, I had a gold cartridge. It was made of real gold. Nintendo mailed it to me." Like they're gonna fucking like lean into that, which is so funny because ironically, I think if you told me that the trailer for the remake of Ocarina of Time was probably not the worst thing at the show, but one of the most underwhelming trailers, I would have not believed you because it was really more of a we are going to announce this, but we're not going to show you like anything. It's like you get like a one shot at Link and then we're ending it.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the fact that I've now seen more Kingdom Hearts 4 today than Zelda like blows my mind. I'm like, what the fuck?
There must be, like you said though, it's like bringing everybody out of the woodwork. I mean, if my mother saw it, it must be like all of her Instagram mutuals or some shit are talking about it, like 50-year-old men.
I can't wait to be like imagine like whatever like the game store, the GameStop midnight launch for Ocarina of Time remake, it'll just be like Boomer Central. We'll all just fucking
It
be
probably
there.
will. Yeah. Man, I don't have the Switch 2, of course. I'd really like to play that, but we'll see.
That's why we what you got to do is just be like, "Oh mom, I'm so excited about that Ocarina remake. You're going to have to suck it up and get the family Switch too."
Hey, yeah, like I'm 26 now, but can you buy me this console, please? I have a job.
I
Can you
mean,
please buy me
listen, how else will you be able
this?
to experience Star Fox 64 remake and then also the most odd thing I've ever seen in my life of not the fact that they're making a new Wii Sports Resort. They're doing Switch Sports Resort. Did you see the mini game they're adding to this thing?
You're saying they're making a Switch sports resort? No, I haven't
Yes.
seen it.
It
What
is
would they
coming.
add to it?
It is coming out this year. It's got like the classics, like you still have badminton, you still have golf, you've got ping pong, all the normal ones. Like you can fly, you can like jet ski now. Looks really really cool. Someone at Nintendo tricked them into including thumb wrestling. And there's a video that I
What?
need to send to you after this that is just Koizumi, one of like the Nintendo executives, where he's like, "I'm going to show you how we do thumb wrestling in this game." And it's just 60 seconds of him losing. Like it's not even like he's showing off the game and be like, "This is so great." He's like, "Damn man, I can't win
What the
this."
hell?
It's the weirdest thing ever. But like as someone who likes Switch Sports 1, I'm like, man, I'm totally gonna like. I'm probably not gonna buy it at launch, but like that's just one of those games that like I know I can buy and just be like, if someone comes over, be like, hey man, you wanna thumb wrestle and
You wanna
Switch
thumb wrestle?
Sports?
Yeah. Why would they make this not use the Mii's though?
They
The
did
old
that.
one did.
They did that last time with the new avatars, but the thing with it is you can still use your Mii. It just has the new style
Oh, you
as
can.
default. Yeah.
Okay. It's like because Tomodachi Life, like that's their chance to like bring all the Mii games back.
By the way, I guess kind of XCOM adjacent. You were not a Fire Emblem guy, right?
Like a little bit. I mean, I played like some random. I played Three Houses on the Switch, and then I have Sacred Stones, like
Yeah.
random pools.
Yeah, the new one that just got announced as coming out because Nintendo saw all the games that got announced last week and they're like, we need another game coming out in September, so it's coming out there. And the thing I've been kind of shocked about with it is they announced it's coming out so soon, and they like had this like big like collector's edition that got announced for it, and it's just been making the waves of every store it's been getting put up all day. It's just been goes up, sells out in 20 minutes. Goes up at another store, sells out in 20 minutes. And I'm like, damn man, like I know I'm kind of like a newer person to Fire Emblem of like starting to play them. I didn't really get into the series until the Switch era, but I'm like, man, Fire Emblem fans they're hungry.
I'm surprised. Like when I was growing up, I always thought it was one of those things that nobody liked. Like who the fuck knows what Marth is? You know, like when I'm playing Smash Brothers.
That's true. I
And
was gonna be
then
like, yeah, pre Smash, nobody.
yeah. But now they sell millions and millions. I mean, I'm the same way where I didn't get into it really until like I wouldn't even say I'm super into it, but like I like the ones I played till a couple of years ago, a few years ago. They're good. I need to play like the older ones, see what they're like, the Super Famicom and whatnot, and get a feel
See,
for those.
the fact that I saw the trailer today, I'm actually more curious because one of the things that I thought was interesting and actually didn't sell it on to me at the time was like how obviously Three Houses was inspired by Persona, like
Oh
specifically like
yeah,
the calendar system, and they've not
heavy,
really like
yeah.
they still have a calendar system, but they haven't really shown it that much in the trailer today. So I'll be kind of curious to see what they've learned from it because I thought it was an interesting but obvious first attempt. Because when I started playing
Mm.
Three Houses, I'm like, oh, it's interesting that I'm actually controlling each and every day, but man, it kind of had that like Persona, like when you're playing Persona 3 and 4 for the first time thing of like, man, so many of these days are just nothing burgers.
Like talk to a couple people or something. Yeah,
Yes,
definitely.
exactly. So like, hopefully they kind of learn from that. Going into it, I will be very very surprised. Although the one I was most surprised about, not enough to like kind of delay the recording of stuff, was like after the Xbox show, I was like hell bent on the fact that I was like, okay, we know a Nintendo Direct is coming soon. They have to announce, if not both, at the very least, Persona 4 Revival is coming to the Switch too, in which Nintendo decided to spit in my face and call me a stupid, ugly idiot. And why would you ever assume we were releasing our games
Mm.
multi-platform? Which did not, which did not happen.
Yeah, why would
And
they not?
it's only infuriating because you and me and everyone with a brain cell knows it's not like it's not ever going to come to the system.
But at launch, it's like it would help.
But here's the problem. I almost think that they're stubborn enough. I don't know if it's an Atlas is stubborn or if Nintendo is being stubborn. I wouldn't be shocked if they're holding it coming to the system for like another direct or another showcase. Because like one of the things that we'll probably end up talking about later on is like we're only 6 months into the 30th anniversary of Persona, and clearly they're going to have a lot more stuff to show. Like they're like this, not like this was their one big thing they're going to show all year. Like we have the proper anniversary in
Yeah.
3 months, and I'm kind of like, dude, are they just going to like wait till TGS to announce this? Because it just seems weird. Because like they've done it before. Like you remember that like Xbox showcase 3 or 4 years ago. Where it was like Persona 3, 4, and 5 all coming to Xbox, PlayStation, PC. We're all
It was
free now.
huge, yeah.
But not Switch, and everyone for like weeks was like, why the fuck is this not coming on to Switch? And then randomly they're like, and it's coming to Switch, and everyone was like, why did you wait this long?
That was a little weird, yeah.
So yeah, like
Is there a reason?
for the
They just
last
didn't know what they
one,
were doing.
the one with like P3 and P4 and P5, that was a contractual thing. They had a contractual obligation to Xbox to reveal it there exclusively. And then weirdly, because they had already signed up to be in a direct, they couldn't announce it with all the other ones because otherwise, why are you in this direct if you already blew your load 2 weeks ago? So they kind of wanted to double dip
Yeah.
being in the show. Oh, like a good example would be how that new RuneScape game was literally at like
Right.
every show. It was at the Sony show, the Xbox show, the Keighley show, and even the Nintendo Direct. Like Jagex was like, we will give any like if you show our game, we will fucking put it on there. We do not care.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'm not a huge RuneScape guy. I was like, people don't most people just play like the old version?
Yes, but this is the first new RuneScape one that's actually kind of caught on. So like, because it's not trying to be an MMO, it's more of a like multiplayer uh like environment thing with it. I think that helps as opposed to it's not trying to replace classic RuneScape, but it's not trying to be like the new big MMO. I think that probably helped it a lot.
It kind of looks like that game Valheim is what I thought it looked like.
It does. No,
If you know
that's
about it.
exactly. It's
Yeah.
another my buddy likes to call those kind of games tree punchers.
Yeah, exactly. Build, craft, explore game.
Yeah,
That's what I
so
call them.
that one was a funny one because like I had known about that game forever, and it was on early access on PC last year, and I had to like ask my buddy, I'm
Mm.
like, why are you playing this weird RuneScape like spin-off? And everyone's like, no, it's really solid. It's like $20. It's really cheap. People like it, and I'm like, all right, because I mean, I just have to remind myself, it's like, man, RuneScape people like those are some hardcore fucking nerds. Like I think I'm a hardcore nerd. Nah, man, MMO nerds are on another level.
I don't even claim to be like that. Yeah, definitely. I could never get into him. It has pretty decent reviews, I guess. Yeah, like 70, 80%. I'd play it, I guess. If I had friends, they would play this. I don't have friends that play RuneScape.
My friends are all too busy just fucking posting Persona 4 screenshots in the year 2026, trying to be cool.
Yeah, my friends play like, well, they play Final Fantasy, which we already talked about, I
Man,
guess.
it's always
Off
14.
stream.
The fucking 14ers.
Yeah. Yeah. I put like 40 hours on it. You know what? I like gazed into the abyss and I was like, I could see this taking over my life, and I looked away and I didn't let it
There's a
happen.
different Marsh out there if that was you. Like
That
the
played
the,
it.
the Final
Yeah.
Fantasy 14 suckhole got its grips on you.
It did for like 3 days straight, and I was like, I can't. I gotta get rid of this. Put
So
like 40 hours on it in like a fucking week or something. Like jog.
so the spoilers, everybody. We're not here to talk about RuneScape. We might as well get into the main thing. Persona 4 was there. I do want to get into the show, but I think I do at least want to give. This is like half promotion slash half me just being genuinely curious. I thought hell had frozen over come Sunday. I was so shocked that you were doing live streaming not once but multiple times that I was like, was this
Oh, yeah.
planned? Was this just like
No.
spontaneous? Like what happened? I was like, oh, this clearly can't be real. I'm gonna turn on your Twitch stream and it's gonna be like when someone gets their YouTube channel hacked and it's all just a bunch of like crypto advice.
Yeah. Well, every year I do Summer Game Fest, but I rarely do anything besides that. But when they were saying P4 and 6 at the Xbox show, I was like, I can't miss that. That's what we want to see. So I did it again. It's like a rare circumstance. It was worth it. It was fun. I had
Yeah,
a big turnout for the Xbox show.
I did not get to stay for the whole thing. I'm one of those weirdos. I like to watch my thing is either I'm watching it with people in a thing, or like I'm kind of like taking my notes. I'm like absorbing it in properly, and then I usually go back and listen to like the archives of like people's live reactions after the fact, which ironically I feel like just leads to me just listening to the same like 2 hour showcase like 5 times.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. When I'm not streaming, well, like kind of my friends or something, I'll switch between them. Watch like 3 of them at one time. I do the same thing.
So
I
out of the
I was
Keeley show
excited.
and the Xbox one, the
Yeah.
Xbox one had you had a better turnout for that one.
Yeah, yeah. The Summer Games Fest maybe like 70 or something. But with the Xbox, it got up to like 100 once. I was like, shit.
Damn.
That's what everybody wanted to see, was that when they heard P6 was actually gonna happen. We watched the trailer like fucking like 5 times. The reveal of like the stamp, the logo, like 5 times.
I want you to know, there was a moment, especially because the trailers weren't back to back, where after the P4R trailer, there was a moment where I was like, this would be
I was like,
so
oh, that's
funny if
it.
after all the leaks there wasn't a trailer today.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, I was thinking like it was gonna be Shin Megami Tensei. I was like, this isn't Persona. Like showing like gravestones and like I was like, what is this? Like a spin-off or something? I couldn't believe it was P6. I didn't think it was gonna look like that.
I mentioned this last night, and I'm curious how you would feel about this. Of imagine the pop off, especially because of how much they spread that trailer out throughout the show. How much harder that P6 reveal would have been if they didn't have Atlas pop up before the trailer started.
Yeah, they should have done nothing. They should have done, I agree with that. Imagine how crazy that would be to see like the Atlas pops up after that, or just as P6. That would have been crazy. It's
It
so different than 4. It couldn't be any more different.
Yeah, and that's been the kind of funny thing about doing this with multiple conversations and stuff so far. I feel like the more I've either talked about people's reactions to this or kind of been stewing on it longer, it's been getting me more excited for it, and in both games properly. Like honestly, Persona 4 Revival, I was like, well, it's P4. I'm going to like it no matter what. Like, they could fucking do nothing. And I'm like, if it was literally just copy pasting Persona 3 Reload but turn it yellow, I'm like, I'm sure I'll still like it. Whereas, like, now after that trailer, I was like, oh, dude, no, they're doing, like, way, way, way more than I thought they would. On top of the fact of, like, how crazy the P6 trailer was, because I think everyone, whether you saw the leaks or not, had a certain idea of what P6 was going to look like, and a lot of us probably assumed it's probably just going to be P5 Part 2, which it thankfully does not give that
Yeah.
vibe at all.
I was fully expecting like, I don't know, just like your typical trailer. Like it shows like the fucking like cut in with like the cherry blossoms and shit, like walking down the street to school. Like the same kind of thing. But then it's like fucking like Black Ops, like the numbers mason, like this crazy trailer.
Oh my
I
god,
just
dude, we
couldn't
haven't
believe it.
we haven't talked about this. Have you seen the Black Ops rumors this week?
No, what are they?
I don't know why. Microsoft is weird. I guess Activision's weird. Allegedly, sometime in the next 7 days, on Switch 2 and at the very least PS4 and PS5, I assume PC as well, Black Ops 1 plus 2 Remastered is launching this week.
What? No
Literally.
way.
It is all the
I'd buy
maps,
that.
all the zombies, all the multiplayer,
All the
everything,
zombies.
all the zombies,
Oh.
everything there, because everything else you can still play on Black Ops
Oh.
3 and newer on current systems, but those are the only ones that were trapped on like PS3, Wii, and 360 and stuff. So the fact that like it's already loaded up on the store ends, like everyone knows it's there, it just hasn't been announced yet, and everyone's like, why the fuck wasn't this announced already? But I was like, oh, as soon as you mentioned the numbers, I was like, oh, dude, like you'd get a kick out of that, because
Yeah.
like from a literally only zombies only perspective, I'm like, that's worth its
It's
money
worth it.
alone. Yeah.
I love those 2 games. I'm so happy to hear. I was talking about somebody with it recently, like all like zombies and like all the maps, like Shino Numa and shit from Black Ops 1, like the map packs, the moon. I was like, I want to play that again. I didn't know about this. I'm gonna buy it as soon as it comes out.
I will let you know. You are one of my like three Black Ops friends. I will let you know instantly. I think
Yeah,
the rumor is June 12th, so it should be by the end of the
like
week or
soon.
so. Oh yeah, like it's
Yeah.
like I said, it's literally like the achievements are there. It's already ready, like on the store and everything. Like it's good to go. The only thing we just don't know is the official date and like how much it will cost. But I'm like, even if like I don't know, man. I feel like even
I'd
like
take 50.
I was gonna say $50 for those two of them, especially with all the DLC, like
All the maps.
Black Ops 2, especially all the DLC and Black
It had
Ops
so
2.
many maps.
Yes, would be
Yeah.
like I don't know how
That'd be good.
I don't know how I say no to that, man. I'm gonna get that'll be my Ocarina of Time remake. I'm gonna call my mom and I'll be like, Mom, they're bringing it back.
Bring back Call of Duty. Yeah. I'm actually really excited to hear that. I could sink some hours into that, like after work. It's a perfect thing. Like turn on some fucking Moon for like an hour. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good to have on Steam.
I'm so excited that you didn't know about this. I'm just,
I didn't know about it. Yeah. That's another reveal. It's like the
yeah,
show
dude.
keeps going.
Imagine if that followed up the P6 trailer. You're at the high
That'd
of
be,
like,
like,
holy
confirmed.
shit.
Yeah. It's actually Black Ops. Yeah. Maybe this can bring the friend group back together. We all like fucking like busy and shit. This could bring
Oh.
us back.
This is all we needed. This is what we needed to
Yeah.
save the group chat.
Save the get us online for something that we can play for like 30 minutes.
You know what we need? We need you and me. What would you say is a map you could confidently run the longest from either Black Ops 1 or 2?
Man, I think one of the longest ones was Doris. I think so.
I was thinking, yeah, either Doris or like what was the like Dawn of the Dead map with actual George Romero.
Oh man, what was that called? I'll look it up.
But you know which
I
one I'm
don't remember
talking
the
about,
name.
right? I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I feel like Doris or whatever like of the Dead map was. You and me, what we need to do is just do like a live stream using only Call of Duty voice chat as the microphones for the podcast, and we never once comment on the fact that we're playing Call of Duty. It's like we just do the show completely
Just talking.
straight through Call of Duty mics.
Yeah, with like I'd get up to like round like 200 or something, do like insane like moves and shit. Yeah, like it's nothing.
The show only ends when we both die. That's the only way it happens.
Man, I remember back then like playing Kino der Toten early, made it up to like round like 45 or some shit. I know like a lot of people can do that easy, but for us it was like insane. That was so high.
Oh yeah, like getting anything past like 40 for me was like insane.
Yeah, I remember the feeling. What a good announcement. Thanks. What a good
You're welcome. Stole
Yeah.
that one for you. But very last unrelated one because you'll get a kick out of this. I finally bought Black Ops 7. By the way, it was at a price so insultingly low I had to buy it. Yeah, like this should go to show. By the way, like Black Ops 7 must have really sold bad if I bought it brand new for this. I got Black Ops 7 in the shrink wrap on PS5 for $15.
Wow.
And
yeah, I think it did really bad.
And I was like, for the batshit insane campaign and the zombie mode alone, I'm like, this at least like the Blu-ray case alone has to be worth this much. Like, there's no way it's not going to be at least $15 worth of me laughing at it.
Yeah, the campaign looked really like stupid, but it has to be worth like a couple hours.
It's got big.
For
It's got a
that
big
price,
old,
yeah.
big old Michael Rooker in it. How
That
bad can it
giant
be?
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the zombies good in that? How can they mess that up?
The zombies is the one thing I've actually heard is the best part about it, which is a low bar, but I mean, still, it's like, hey, I'll take what I get.
I have not seen anybody talk about the zombie. Like, I don't even know the maps.
Yeah, dude, they're
I'm sure
already on like season 3, and I'm like, dude, I haven't heard
Holy
anyone
shit.
talk about season 1. What's happening?
Yeah. 15, I'd buy it for that.
I'm still waiting on you to buy your $10 copy of Soul Hackers 2, so I don't fucking believe you.
But Wario had it down to like something like 876 or something.
You're just still waiting, dude. You're like fucking
Yeah.
You're like Mel Gibson in Braveheart. You're like, hold, it'll go any
yeah.
day now.
Exactly. I'm waiting for it to be something like 80 cents or something.
You're gonna
There's
like
be a day where it's gonna
it'll be
happen.
like it'll be in like a GOG deal for like 99 cents. And you're gonna be like, I thought about it
It's
a little
time.
bit too long, but I'm gonna pull the trigger on it.
It's finally time. I've kind of just been hoping I come across it like at a GameStop or something, and then I can finally just pick it up. But I never see it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't come across it very often, and what's funny about it, when I do, it's at least always been open because the like pre-order bonus was a bunch of like physical art cards are always taken out.
Oh, they're always gone. That's
Yeah.
fucked up. They took the cards and kept them. Like, where are they in that person's house? What are they doing with them?
I imagine it's that thing where they're like, all right, I'm ready to trade this game in, but I need my Ringo card.
I need these. Yeah, like cardboard or something. That's so funny.
All right, so going back to the Xbox show proper, I guess we might as well. We're already talking about P6. We'll just do it in reverse. Talk about the one that was the shortest first, and then talk about P4. So yeah, the P6 trailer, man. Seriously, if I had $1 for every time I've seen someone watch that trailer, even if they knew P6 was coming, and everyone was like, "Why is this giving big ass SMT vibes?"
Yeah, well, that's everybody was thinking the same thing. It felt like in my stream, we're like, oh, like what SMT spinoff is this gonna be? There's just no
Rhino
world where I
3.
thought they would introduce it like that. Yeah, something like some weird like. I thought maybe it'd be some like thing using like Vengeance's assets. Like my brain was firing like all possibilities in like 10 seconds. Like some kind of Vengeance like tactics game or some shit. I don't know. I couldn't. I had no idea.
The big
But
brain
it was
theory,
a great trailer.
The big brain theory I saw that I thought would be so funny, but obviously they would never do this, was someone thought with all the green it was a remake or a remaster of SMT4, and I'm like, that would have been insane.
That would have been. I would have shit myself. They need to do that already. If that actually came up, I would be like, holy fuck. They need to make that.
I feel.
But
I bet they
man,
will one day, but man, like out of all the, I always tell people, out of every SMT game, SMT4 has to be the hardest remake because like it is so many different assets, so many different mixtures of 2D sprites, 3D models, different environments. Like that's got to be a crazy one to try and make like a full console experience out of.
yeah, I don't even know how they would do it. I really like the 2D stuff, and I would hate to see it go, but it's the type of thing where they might have to. I don't know how it works when you like remake a DS game,
You know,
like the dual screens
we're
and
all
shit.
over the place. I do have to give a shout out though. I need you to know I was horrendously excited when I saw that they're including demons from SMT5 and P4R. Like they had some of the new Doi demons confirmed in there. I was like losing my fucking mind.
They have one from Apocalypse. They had that Inanna in there. I was like, what? That doesn't belong there.
Yeah, dude, I'm like, is
I couldn't
Doi
believe
like,
that.
are we cashing Doi checks right now? Like, does he even know these are in there right now? Like, what's happening?
They snuck those in. I couldn't believe that either. Yeah, it's really cool that they're at least adding some new demons. Um, did you want to talk about 4 or 6 first?
We might as well finish 6 because 6 is still so
Okay, it's not too
early.
much. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the ones I was gonna ask you with it was, um, kind of what else has your takeaway been, especially now that the Band-Aid's been ripped off? Where are you at mentally, and how are you feeling about P6 now that we finally actually know it's real, but we don't really know much else besides it and the tone?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really optimistic about it because it was like we were saying, like I was fully expecting like a very like mass appeal, like P5 atmosphere back type of thing. Like we're doing it again. I think a lot of people probably were. But to see them go completely in the opposite direction, I think what they did was really smart. How you see 4 and it's like wow, like so vibrant, so colorful, nostalgic and shit. And then 6 is just that's really smart. So it gives you like they're trying to say like, oh, we're diversifying a little bit. We're gonna change up the formula. You don't know what we're gonna do. I have high hopes because of that. They're not getting too like stuck in their way.
Yeah, because you gotta imagine the safer choice would have just been to be, for lack of a better word, like more P5 slop. Like just do more of the
Yeah,
same.
that's what I was fully expecting. I don't know why. I guess just because they milk those series a lot, like 5 and 4.
I mean, but
Um,
we've had 10 years of it. Like we never had this much Persona 4. Like the most Persona 4 we had was 2008 to 2016.
yeah, yeah, it's been a decade. I hope I hope this game is like I don't know. I hope it surprise. I'm sure it will. It already has. I just hope it surprises me. I hope when it comes out, it's not like, we made it look like this, but it's actually like more similar than you think, type of thing. I hope it's like kind of mechanically different. Maybe they push the series forward in a different way. Change
For
up some systems, change up
for
some core systems,
you,
maybe.
if you could pick, what's the information you would like them to reveal next?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe I was talking about this on stream. Like, if they're supposed to be agents, like, what would their persona theming be? Because like you can't have like a secret agent from like mythology. So what are they gonna be? Or like what? Not maybe not agents at all. I'm curious on what that's gonna be. It looks like it. It looks like an FBI agent like type of thing, like secret special X Files or some shit.
I'm just thinking like X-Files babies. Like you got little high school
Yeah.
Scully and Mulder.
I was saying on stream like I'm under the impression you play as an American guy, so it'd be funny if your persona was like like Davy Crockett or something. I don't know. It looks like an American.
It's just gonna
It
turn
looks
into
like you're
it's
some
gonna
government agent.
you're just gonna turn into an FPS when you get to the dungeons.
Yeah, you use like an assault rifle or something. I'm really curious about the theming. I'm really curious how they make the theming work. Um, Obviously they did thieves with 5. Like agents seems close to that. We don't even know it's agents. I'm just assuming based on how the logo looks.
Yeah, it's tough because I don't know, like at least in my brain when I think of something like the occult, it's such a wide net. It can really kind of go in different ways for it, and obviously I think with the kind of tone that we saw there in the teaser trailer, it'll be interesting to really see not only what direction the characters go with, but I'm even more thinking of like, man, if there was ever a time for us to not just copy paste 80% of the demons from this game,
New
I'd
demons.
I would love for them just to and even if they don't want to just do all new demons, like I'm excited for like some of the more, especially like I think Western occult like demons would be really cool to see.
Yeah, oh definitely. I I'm really curious to see with this darker tone, will they do like this typical like mascot? Like I want to see what that's gonna be.
Yeah, I'd be curious of like I feel like there are certain things you can expect a Persona game to have, and for better or for worse, the mascot character
It's gonna
treatment
have one.
has to have one.
Yeah,
But it's like, but then it's weird
yeah.
because it's like, I guess then like on the lesser of two evils, you can always kind of think about like, well, if they consider someone like an Aegis a mascot character, that's not as bad versus like having a Teddy or a Morgana. So it'll be kind of more
Way
curious to
different.
see, yeah, like how are they gonna do it? Are we just gonna do the pet thing again? It'll just be like it'll be like your protagonist runs into a talking capybara and he's just talking the whole time. He's like, "What's happening right now?"
I got so many theories, like, but I'm going all in on the idea that you're like some like spy or like a government agent or something. Like maybe you'll have like some PDA or some shit that's like the mascot, like a Burrows type of thing, SMT4. I don't know. I'm just thinking about it from that perspective. That's what I'm stuck on.
If only we could ask. What was it? I was gonna be like, no. So answering the question I had was one. I'd be curious if you have any suggestions of, like, my next thing that I'm like, I doubt it's gonna be something we hear about anytime soon, but I really want to know more about the staff, like specifically the art team and the musical team.
Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like I don't want to. It's like you see the trailer and it looks like all crazy, but I don't want to like I guess like rig up my expectations to think it's gonna be exactly like that. Like when I looked at P5 and it says like you're a slave or whatever, like you wouldn't think that would be like the kind of it has like a pretty like light atmosphere sometimes. I don't know. I don't want to get like too in the weeds with it, but it makes me wonder if there's gonna be like the same kind of like lyrical tracks or is it gonna be different? I think people would be pissed if it was different. But if they went back to like a Hidehito Aoki type of soundtrack like in the first game, that'd be cool. I highly doubt it, but we'll see.
I don't know. My gut kind of tells me I would almost be into having a game that doesn't have a primary focus on a vocalist again. I think that would be a kind of a
Yeah, it'd
cool
be
step,
interesting.
especially
Yeah.
like if we maybe want to lean into more electronic, like proper electronic could be cool. Um, because when I'm like looking at everything, obviously we've got Meguro is working on his own game. He is not working on this, or at least not in any major form. Now that we know that Kazuka is working on P4R, that kind of takes up the SMT side of things for music. So it's like, okay, so we don't have the Persona guy, we don't have the SMT guys. It's like I feel like we've got to get some fresh blood in there. If it's not going to be someone new, I'd be curious about like what you kind of do instead.
I hope. I'm honestly hoping it's like new era for the series, like nothing we've seen before. 3, 4, and 5 have their like their way, their format. Now let's try something different. As Shino said, they're gonna do that JRPG 3.0. This is gonna be it. I bet you.
Do you have
Whatever
any
that means.
do you have any concerns, not necessarily from the trailer specifically with P6, but is there anything from it that either you're worried about might be kind of things that they may not have learned from the past or taking the wrong lessons?
Maybe, yeah, like I don't know. I kind of hope I think they could do better with the writing. Like this is like a whole topic in itself. Like the way in P5 they kind of talk in circles a lot. Restating the plot when nothing's going on and you finish a dungeon too fast. I'd like to see him improve on that. Like less wasted time, less filler. Maybe more of like an interactive world. I always thought the game has so much more like potential. The series has so much more potential to be more of a simulation. Like if you actually could play the sports or shit like that. And some people have told me that's like way too far. Like go play fucking like FIFA or something. But I think it'd be interesting if you could do a little bit more like in the student life. More stuff, I guess, to fill out the non-dungeon crawling.
Yeah, because I feel like we were kind of talking about this before with like Three Houses of like they've gotten better as each iteration of the calendar system goes, but especially now that we know you're still doing that and it's still in Japan, it's going to be one
Hmm.
of those things of just being like it's it's not something that like I shouldn't be feeling like I have to do the same one of three things in a game where I'm only experiencing a calendar year somewhere, you know?
Yeah. If you asked me, I would. If you asked me, like, I would be like, they should make it so you can like ride bikes around the mountains and shit, and it, like ranks up your strength. I would go like, I would lean into the simulation part of it. I think it would be fun. Some people don't want that at all.
Dude, I mean, this kind of goes into P4R a little bit more, but I was like, dude, we need to lean into the mini games more. Like, dude,
Exactly, mini games.
I missed having
Yeah.
stuff to do because especially if it didn't really hit me at the time when I was playing it, but I'm like, dude, Persona 3 has nothing. Like the closest thing you get to a
Mm-mm.
mini game is going for the like crane game, and even that there's no interacting at all. It's all just RNG.
Yeah, and like, I'm not like the biggest like. It's not that I don't like them. I just haven't played too many. But like Yakuza, they do it perfectly. There's so much stuff you can do. You get bored. Go play like baseball or go play bowling. They need shit like that in Persona, I think. It'd make it better. That's just my opinion. I got some pushback on that.
What are people like? Oh, I hate having optional things to do.
I think people I think people think like, I don't know, maybe it'll stretch them too thin or something. It'll just kind of be like a whole hodgepodge of shit you can do that's not really focused. I think you could tone it and like make it like you could craft an experience around it. Like some good mini games that fit into what you're doing in the dungeons. They could like boost your stats, like I was saying. Bikes, like there should be a way that you can bike around the town freely. I don't want to see like an open world maybe, but like some open zones in the city. Make it actually feel like you're learning your way around the city. I liked how at the start of P5, like go find the train or something, and you feel like, wow, like we're in Japan, holy shit. I want to see that. I want to see more stuff like that.
Do you have much credence to the leaks of us being in Yokohama? Like, do you like what are your thoughts about that being the possible setting?
Hmm. Now that you say that, I do remember hearing that. I I forgot about that. I would like to see, Yokohama. I mean, I guess it's nice. I've never been there, but it looks pretty. I guess it's something different than the usual.
I mean, it's not Tokyo. That's all I'm. Thank God.
Yeah,
As
it's
far
something different than the
as much as
usual.
we can do, that's not just stereotypical metropolitan area, please.
I'd like to see them. They should include like shit like I don't know. Kyoto would be interesting. You got like the old castles and stuff. Didn't they want to make it like that anyway in 5, right? Like backpacking across the country?
I was gonna
Go
say,
see all of them.
it is kind of like a joke that Japan is such ease of public transport around the entire
They should add a few
country,
cities.
and it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, why are we only ever going to a fucking beach and a hot spring? Like, why are we not taking a trip to
You
Mount
can go
Fuji?
anywhere.
Yeah, like, why are we not going out to a shrine? Like, why are you not doing X, Y, Z? Like, literally, the only ones I can think about are like when they do like the school trips, and like I feel like the last time a school trip was done well. And this is a weird one because this is like a specific one to like P3P. Like I loved doing the school trip in Portable where you went to Inaba. I thought that was like a really cool kind of like Easter egg.
Yeah. I've never played it myself, but I've seen like some clips of it.
LARPer.
That's a good
We got
one.
a certified
I'm a
LARPer
LARPer,
over here.
I've not played all the way through Portable. Yeah.
So
I'm.
oh yeah.
I want to see. What's it called? I guess it'd be too similar to Tokyo. I went to Osaka and loved it. I want to see Osaka, but you could just play Yakuza for that. I guess. They have built on Bora.
Just be like for the school summer vacation, you like get stuck in South Korea for a month. You just gotta be like like what are we doing in rural South Korea for a month?
One of the ideas I had was like the sports club. Like, imagine if that was like a mini thing where you set up your team and you actually had like a basic like soccer mini game with a team in like tournaments and shit. Does that sound like too much? I think that'd be so fun. People are like, go play FIFA. Like, you don't get it.
I don't
You
like
don't understand.
it's one of those things where especially it's like weird of well, I guess there wasn't a sports club in like P5, but like especially with like in P3 and P4, it was always so
They
weird.
had them.
Yeah, like they had these sports clubs and it was like very odd that there was never a mini game for them. And then in the one game where there was a sports mini game with the batting cages, there's no baseball club.
No club. Yeah. They could do something like goal kick minigame or something like that. I don't know. It doesn't have to be like a whole soccer thing. I still feel like they could figure it out though. Just something to make it feel like you're actually like there's some meat to not being in a dungeon, I guess.
Listen, man. I'm pro minigame. I saw that fishing
I'm pro
minigame.
minigame.
I saw the fishing minigame come back in P4R, and I said I'm in. I'm getting the Lord of the Lake.
Yeah. They need stuff like that. I love the interactivity.
What was yeah? So let's kind of move into, or I guess pivot, I guess then into Persona 4 Revival with it. Obviously, that trailer had way more meat on the bone and showed off way better than the original announcement last year. Where's your interest in the game at now after the showing and all the info that's kind of come out over the last 2 days?
My impression of it was really like good, but of course like you go online and you see like half the people seem to hate it. Like I was like, wow, this looks so vibrant. I really liked how the dungeons looked. Like the atmosphere looks amazing. I noticed like some of the locations in the school looked a little bit like plain, like underdeveloped. I assume that's like early like development. I don't know. Like they could change it still. The dungeons look great. I really liked how those looked. I love the color. I love how bright it is. I even like the TV dial. There are people saying like, why'd they do that? I'm like, why not? I don't know. I think it looks cool. I love the aesthetic. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I like haven't finished the original 4, but I like it. It's like really close to playing 3. I don't see how they can mess it up. Like, it's like a slam dunk. Like, you know, it's gonna be at least like an 8 out of 10 type of game. You
Oh,
might have thoughts on the VAs and stuff, but like, or the art and stuff, but it's gonna be a solid game.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. For you, do you have any thoughts on the new takes on the VA? I feel like, and this is so boring to say, I 100% had the exact same reaction to when I heard P3's cast for the first time. I was like, this is not who I would have expected. Some people sound
Yeah.
exactly like how I expect them to, but then at the same time, not complaining. I'm like, oh, but this, like this, I'm like totally into.
Yeah, the first time I watched it, I was like, I thought like, I know Yuri Lowenthal already said he wasn't going to be back for it, but I was like, that's him, isn't it? But then I watched it again, it's like, not him, but it sounds kind of close. Like, whoever it is, they sound kind of close. I
Dude,
didn't hate any of
the
them.
whole, I mean, not the whole cast. I think the most drastic, ironically, is Yusuke. But like Yuri Lowenthal has such a distinct voice that like I don't wish that
Yeah.
harm on anyone. That's like telling someone, it's like telling someone, be like, hey man, give me your best Nolan North, and I'm like, fuck no. Like what do you think I'm gonna do? Become Nathan Drake?
I was saying I swear you hear Yu's voice and he sounds still like Johnny Young Bosch. Like it's not him, I guess, but it sounds like him.
The rumor
Really
right
close.
now, I don't feel confident about this because he's coming off of already doing a silent protagonist role. The rumor is that Yu is being voiced by Stephen Fu, who did Rido, and I'm like, that kind of works. Like, I
Oh,
feel like he does that. I think he
that kind
does
of
that
voice.
sound really well. The only one that I
Yeah.
clocked instantly was the obvious one, which was Teddy. As soon as I heard Teddy, I was like, oh,
Who is that?
you're gonna fucking laugh if you don't know it already. It's Casey who
I
did the
don't.
voice of Nahabino.
Oh no shit. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
the
Yeah.
1,000,000%
Wow.
is Casey.
I had no idea. Yeah, they all sounded fine. Like Chie sounded like even like squeakier than Golden, but it's not too bad. Kanji was very different, but not bad, just different.
Yeah, now
I'm
Naoto
curious what
Naoto was
Adachi
an
will be like.
interesting one because I felt like Naoto's a tricky one because Naoto's changed a bunch too over the last couple games. I think Naoto was the closest to the version from Golden specifically because that one's voice changed a lot.
Yeah, who else did they show? Yukiko, I guess she sounded like kind of the same.
Honestly, the funny thing is they actually showed everybody in the main party, Dojima, Nanako, and Marie. Oh, I guess also Igor. But
Marie,
then,
yeah,
but
yeah.
then surprisingly, no Margaret. So I would imagine because the guess earlier was, well, if we kept Elizabeth, they'll probably keep Margaret's voice actor. But Margaret's also changed a couple times, so that one's a little bit of a trickier one. But I'll be really curious about the social link choices because man, there are well, not only that, I'm curious about who will voice in the social links, but then I'm also really, really hopeful. I feel like this is a slam dunk of an easy thing to add in, but it would be new. Of if they added in the girl from Aya Ramen, the one who was in the anime, I think people would fucking love that. Like that
Oh,
chick was so
yeah.
popular.
That's funny. I wonder if they will add any like new kind of content like that. Do you think they're gonna add like extra shit?
I mean, it wouldn't be that much. Like the idea of adding in like an extra element to a character who is already has a personality. All of her social links could literally just be when you're eating, so it's not like she would have to do anything crazy. It would just be kind of a funny thing to throw in there.
Yeah,
Similar with like all the other like kids from your school and stuff like that.
yeah. So I mean, my impressions overall were positive. I do notice like the school hallway looked a little bit like bare, but I'm sure they could fix that.
I need you to go
It
back and
looked a little kind of.
boot up P3R. Boot up P3R because I saw some of the like in shitification. I mean, I'd say jokes, but these people are being serious. Like the people who looked at the trailer for P4R and were like, "Oh, dude, this is just Atlas slop now. This looks terrible."
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I need you to just boot up P3R and put it next to this game and look me in the
It's a
eye.
big improvement.
Exactly. It's like it's not like
Yeah.
this is far, far, far from just doing copy paste.
Yeah, it's definitely better than Reload for sure. I think it looked like the fog and stuff like on the TV worlds. Um, I like. I gotta find it. There's like a part where they're fighting like the Hulk Hogan and like the disco floor. Like that's so like bright
Yo,
and
oh
crazy
my
looking.
God,
I
dude!
loved it.
I mean, because now we glazed this a lot with P3R because I think the gameplay additions were some of my favorite part to
Mm,
the remake of Persona 3 in general. All the new stuff they're doing for P4's battle system, that's another one I didn't expect them to do more. So the fact that they're like
yeah.
actually doing even more than that, like now with like all the new mechanics, like with prime time, like all the things that are like attacking 2 enemies at once, 3 enemies at once, the new all-out attack mechanic and stuff. I'm like, man, they are like really fucking going at it.
Was I was talking about like on stream like this game like they can't do the same thing they did with Reload where they like nickel and dime you and like don't have the answer included because like you can't do that with 4. Like you can't take the golden out. And they already showed Marie.
I
So
don't
it's gonna
know,
be like a
dude.
better
I
deal,
don't know
right?
why people were dooming about Marie. Like, I don't know what world people
Yeah.
thought we were in, where they're like, "No, dude, they're gonna do
Sell it
the
separately.
Marie
Yeah.
DLC." They're like, "Yeah, you can't enjoy P4 without Marie."
So it's gonna be like a better deal. Like you get like you buy it one time. They can't do like a second release.
Yeah, I'll be curious
I
to
don't know.
see. I'll be curious to see some more of the DLC because we have a lot of the day one DLC already all detailed and stuff with it.
The Joker costume.
The
Yeah.
the
They
Joker
have to
costume,
have that.
dude, man. If there was ever an asset I wish we could nuke from servers, it would be Joker as a
That.
DLC costume. Like, can we please? But
No more.
at the very least, though, I really don't care about the DLC costumes because the DLC costumes for me are like the most boring stuff. Because like think about all the fun costumes that are already baked into P3 and P4 for free.
Yeah, I don't even use the DLCs. I just think it's funny they still do that with Joker. Like they'll probably do it in 6 too.
What'd you think of the collector's edition, by the way?
It looks all right. I'm not like a big guy for those. Like my space is taken up by a lot already, and like I just probably don't have space for it. But it looks nice. I mean, let me look it up again. There was something in there that I thought was pretty cool.
The statue is the big one I'm a sucker for. I think
The statue's nice.
Izanagi
Yeah.
statue is sick. Now this is a weird one. I don't know if you noticed this yet. When they were showing off their like final attacks or what looks to be their final attacks, did you notice where their attack animations came from?
No, I mean I watched it a few times, but I didn't think about that.
If you look, so the camera angles make it a little bit harder to tell. The attack where you and Izanagi are like kind of like flinging the enemy across, it is 1-for-1 his finishing attack cross slash from P4 Arena.
Oh yeah? You think they could have a DLC for that? That'd be cool. Like the
I mean,
story
that'd
of
be.
Arena or something.
Oh man, well, see, like I think like it'd be cool if they did like costumes or something for it or whatever. But like, man,
Or just
if
something
you
little, yeah.
if like, oh, all right, if they want to make money for this wouldn't be that hard, but it would be like the amount of people who would lose their shit if they added in. And I would hope that this would just be in the base game, but even if they did this as DLC, I would still be a sucker and I would buy it. If they did super bosses for the cast of P3, but with their Ultimax
Yeah.
costumes, and then like have
Yeah.
like Labrys and Show in there for it, like that would go fucking hard.
That's too good of an idea. Like that's so good they won't do it. Labrys. I'd be amazing. I would love that if that was the super boss. I would love to see them try a DLC like that. I know some people get pissed like online. They'll be like, "You're plotting out like ways for them to sell you DLC," but I mean like, it's something they could do with it to make it a little bit different.
And I
It
mean,
could be included in the base game too, I guess.
it's also it's one of those ones where it's like at the end of the day, it's all about just what would make for something more fun. It's like
They're like
the games
more
are
fun,
yeah, the game's gonna be good no less, but it's like one of those things where I look at super bosses, like I guarantee you that no one will ever remember the super boss DLC boss fight of Joker and P3R. Like no one's gonna look at that Joker boss fight and be
No.
like that
Yeah.
it just doesn't hit the same way like fighting Rito was the first time or like fighting Demi-Fiend was the first time.
They should have picked something way weirder for that. I don't know what though. It should have been something like boy with earring or some shit comes out.
Honestly, they should have done. They should have teed up the
Yeah.
remake for P4. They should have had Yu Narukami as the super boss in P3. Like, if anything,
Well, that would
be
make
like,
sense.
yeah, like Joker makes no sense. Joker is just okay.
He's just there.
We're just doing an asset flip.
Yeah. I remember when they announced it, I was like, what? That's what you're gonna try to do to get people to play through the whole answer?
Yeah. Yeah, it is unironically like the worst part of the Answers DLC is like it is and it's one of those things too. It's like it's not even like a fun super fight. I mean, it's not even a fun super boss. It's like one of those super bosses that's like, okay, there's one way to beat him and that's about it. Like there's no strategy to it.
I didn't even get that far. I played the original, the Answer. Like I'm not a big fan. I like the cutscenes, but like it's like too long. I don't know.
What was another one I
Too
was
much
gonna
dungeon crawling.
kind of going back to
I
our
can't believe I just said that.
I mean, hey, you know
Too
what
much
we
dungeon
were
crawling
talking
from
about as
me.
well, dude. I'm pumped to see how the dungeons look. especially because now that we're out of Tartarus, like these dungeons, I'm sure they will still 100% be procedurally generated like before, but
Oh yeah,
just in the
they look
same
nice.
way that Tartarus looked like it had so much more personality in Reload, I'm excited to see like what the bathhouse looks like, what the Junes like nightmare area looks like, what Naoto's lab looks like.
I'm watching it again right now. Like every dungeon they show looks awesome, and then it jumps to the school and it's like Gary's mod background. I'm joking, but dungeons look really good in particular.
You're not. I mean, listen, you're not wrong. I will say, I think the shopping districts look good. I think the outdoor shots look much better than the indoor
Yeah,
shots.
really good. It's just the school. The school looks weird. That's all they messed up. I wouldn't even say they messed it up. It just looks weird.
Game coming out in over like 9 months. Oh, it's ruined. They
That won't
can't
that
fix.
won't ruin it for
They
me,
can't
but
fix the hallways. I mean, yeah, I've got bad news for you. Also, everyone out there listening, the schools in SMT5 also still look like shit.
oh yeah, they look bad.
Which, like, when you think about how complex a Japanese school hallway is, it really actually shouldn't be that bad. It's like, we're really geometrically simple. This shouldn't be that hard, guys.
No, it shouldn't be. Maybe it looks better in 5. 5 is like, I don't know, better than Vengeance is what I'm saying.
Damn, bro. I can't believe we got Marsh on record saying SMT5 is worse than Persona 5.
Oh, I actually believe that. I'll say it. I think P5 is better.
Damn. I'm gonna have to put that on
The
your
dungeons,
tombstone.
it has dungeons.
That's
I'll
true.
put it on my tombstone, sure.
Multiple dungeons.
Yeah, more than one. P5 does not have anything as bad as Shakan.
Now, how are you feeling, though? Because we talked about composers earlier. How do you feel about the composer from Vengeance coming back for P4? I think that's like a match made in heaven.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good sign. Um, I like the P4 soundtrack a lot, even though, of course, I haven't finished it, but I got the CDs and shit, like the Reincarnation CD and all that. I used to love listening to that. So I'm interested to see the remixes, and I'm interested to see the new tracks.
Yeah, the new tracks were legitimately my favorite stuff from Reload. Like I still listen to those soundtracks, and I like the redone tracks a lot. But I think the new tracks stand out way, way, way more than I ever thought they would.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like maybe they'll like change out some like dungeon music and shit. There's some dungeon themes in that one that I like the bathhouse. It's like a creepy kind of song. Maybe they'll change those up a bit
I don't
too.
know if I can ever say any song from P4 is underrated. The video game dungeon song is like one of my favorites.
You know what? I never even played it. I got to get to that point.
Damn. Again,
I
certified
always leave off
LARPer,
at
man.
resaves.
LARPer
I'm a
over here.
LARPer. I've admitted that I've not finished it.
He's like,
This might
guys.
be my
He's like,
chance.
guys. I'm really convinced the guy with the creepy eyes might actually be the killer. I think it's him. He did it.
I think it's the guy who says he killed everybody in Arena.
Mhm.
I think it's him.
Oh man. Any last minute takeaways? Oh, I guess actually no. I got a question for you, but then if you have any takeaways, I want to hear for it. Now with P3R, you and I are obviously kind of a big mark for it, and we've talked about before how we feel about P4. Is this a day one for you? Like, is this a wait and see? Like, assuming you do not get a code, like, or after this trailer, are you hype enough to be like, all right, I'll plop down the $70 for it?
If I didn't get a code, probably not. I'd probably wait like a couple months.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the Atlas time honored classic of wait 2 weeks for the game to release and it'll be half off.
Yeah. I'm super excited for it, but I could wait because I'm familiar with like the plot and stuff. But obviously with 6, I wouldn't wait.
So then for you, anything that would either make you more excited or things you'd like to learn about P4 before it comes out?
I guess like I'd like to know. I don't think there's anything that's like super important, but I know how 3 had like the cameos from the old voice actors. I'd like to see how they fit that into this. That's just like some random thing I'd be interested in seeing.
See,
Did they bring anybody back?
my gut tells me that's why you saw all those tweets last year of all the voice actors saying that we're not in it, is that they
Yeah.
found out they're not bringing anyone back, and they wanted to make not a fuss about it, but they wanted to make a note so people knew. And I mean, hey, it's been a year, so like they could bring him in terms of an Easter egg. But one of the things that kind of
Mm.
came up when I was talking about that idea is like that idea makes sense. But the tricky thing is, unlike P3, the cast is so large in P4 and has been with so many different actors that it's like, who do you pick and then who do you not pick?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. How they changed Chie like a bunch of yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe they wouldn't bring back anybody. People would be like, "Where's the
they're
original
gonna be
voice Chie?"
like they're gonna be like, oh, we brought Matt Mercer back. Where the fuck's Troy Baker? Why didn't you bring Troy Baker?
What else would I want to know? Maybe I guess like we were speculating, like any new content, if they could like tease a little bit, something we haven't seen before, something new added on. But overall, like I know it'll be fine. It'll be good. I'm excited for it to eventually play it. Hopefully, I get a code. We'll see.
I mean, I couldn't help but notice you didn't make a tweet last week about the TVs being yellow at midnight, so it's not looking good.
No, maybe not.
What would you give on a grade scale of F to A the P4R trailer?
I'd say like I don't know. I'd say like A. Like it shows everything that you want to see. It shows the combat. It shows the characters. It shows the voices. I'd give it an A. Take a point off for that school hallway.
Man, the fucking hate on the hallway.
That damn
Can't
school.
blame you though.
Yeah, that's what keeps it from being perfect. But it was pretty good.
And then how about the P6 trailer?
It's like the kind of thing where it's like it was so short. I'll just say S because it surprised me. It was not what I was expecting, and that's
surprise.
good.
Would you be shocked if I said
Yeah.
you're not the first person who gave that an S?
Kinda, yeah, because it didn't show too much. Who else?
You're not alone though. You're not alone at least.
Who else did it?
Crystal, I was surprised.
Oh yeah,
Crystal was she was double S tier on it. I'm like, damn, bro, and the check didn't clear.
double S tier.
Double S tier, and the
Damn.
check didn't clear. I was very shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I already said, but I was expecting formulaic, and I got something way, way different. So I think they did a good job with that. Only other thing they could have done is like actually showed the game, but I guess they're not ready to yet. Like a release date or something, or a guess, like a year.
Oh,
2028?
for 6.
Yeah.
I'm still in the camp that I think they're trying to pull a Metaphor year again, where they do a remake and a new game back to back. Where if the goal isn't to do it a year after the like anniversary ending, like in September, I wouldn't be shocked. But again, if it gets delayed, I'm not gonna be like, oh damn, I'm only left with one Persona game this year. I'm not gonna be mad about it.
Do you actually think it'll come out next year?
It's been in development for literally 7 years. I'm like,
I guess so. Yeah.
it's not that shocking. Especially like think about the fact of how little we saw last year for Persona 4 versus how much is now ready 1 year later. It's not like they just cranked all that out in 1 year.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just thought like if it was soon, like they would show like 2027. Maybe it's too soon to say like when exactly. I thought maybe since they didn't show anything, it's like far off.
You gotta imagine they've
How
learned
long
from,
was it from
you gotta imagine
P5,
they've
like, when
learned
they
their
said that?
sins, because the problem with P5, and a lot of people forget about this just because of how long ago it was P5's reveal trailer was 2014 because they had just got bought by Sega and they needed to show that they were worth being bought when they were going bankrupt.
Okay, so it was like 3 years after that. But this is different. This is a way different story.
My bad. The
I
first
mean, they have so
P5
much more money
trailer
now.
was 2013 with a release date of 2014. But still, the same thing goes.
Wait, did they say they wouldn't do this again? P5 came out in Japan first, like way sooner. They wouldn't do that again.
No, this one would be worldwide.
Worldwide.
They've given up on that ever since. I guess Strikers was the last one that had a really long delay. Everything else has been worldwide since then because Man, yeah, that's fucked up. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, dude, this is how behind Atlas is and things. We only got worldwide releases with SMT5. That was the first worldwide game. Isn't that wild?
That is wild. Yeah. Because that would be painful, knowing that 6 is out and you can't even play it. I mean, back in 2016, I guess I wasn't so online. I didn't even like. I wasn't even thinking about it. Like I was like, oh, like they have it. It came out April 2017 in America, September 2016 in Japan. I wasn't like pissed back then. I wasn't so aware about it.
That's a
But
painfully
now
long
I'd be
time though.
I'd be angry. It's a long time. I'd be so angry. I'd have to buy the Japanese copy and try and. Those games are above me. I'd have to try and understand it. They're a little above my level.
Too much kanji. I need this in English.
Yeah, I would have to really. When I was in Japan, somebody was doing that with a game. They bought it in Japan before it came out in America. I forget what it was.
I hope it was. I hope it was like some basic baby game like Dragon Quest or something. They were like, no,
It was
I got.
something like. It was like not Infinite Wealth. It was 7 maybe. Yakuza 7.
Oh, that
Did
makes
that come
sense.
out first in Japan?
Yes, like almost
Yeah,
by
that's
a
what it
year.
was. Yeah. I was like, that looks hard to understand.
Which I guess makes sense because like you could probably dumb your way through a Yakuza game, the non-RPG ones, but the RPG one proper would be very hard to do with no understanding.
Yeah, it looked tough. So I'm glad that's not something we have to worry about. Hey, if you think it's next year, I hope so. I really do.
I mean, listen, if I'm right about Call of Duty Black Ops Remastered, I gotta be right about this.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so
I would hate to wait to 2028.
we're gonna wrap up just because let me see here. I cannot believe it is almost 8 o'clock. I don't know where the fucking time went. But the final question
That's
for
okay.
you: we now know that Metaphor is coming out on Nintendo Switch 2 this year. Terrible release date, terrible game keycard situation. I'm still excited that more people get to play Metaphor because that game is really fucking good. Atlas, we've been having everyone predict what is an Atlas release this year that you think could happen, because Atlas is a company that is infamous for releasing multiple games a year. Right now, this is the only thing we have on the docket. We've got November for Metaphor on Switch 2. If you had to guess anything else that's not Metaphor and you can't say nothing, what do you think Atlas could sneak out in the next 6 months?
Boring answers for you. I was thinking about how like there were rumors for a while like of Digital Devil Saga port. I was like, maybe they could sneak that out, like a shadow, not a shadow drop, but like real kind of low key release on that or something. Or Raito 2 maybe. I don't know. Could be too soon.
I mean, I feel like either of the PS2 games people would absolutely flip for. My hope is they still get the HD treatment and we don't just get like a shitty PS2 emulated like version.
Yeah, yeah. I was like thinking about when was that people were saying, oh, they're gonna port Digital Devil Saga. I thought it was like a certainty for a while, but then it never happened.
It was the assumption before Raito. The assumption was it is around 2022 to 2023 that DDS was getting worked on, but now that we know that Raito Remastered was what they'd been working on ever since, it kind of threw everything for a loop.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I guess that's what I would want to see. And I think they should port that for sure. Hopefully it's not just like a Nocturne remaster type of thing, yeah. Maybe like a little bit more work than that.
What else was there? Was one other one I was gonna bring up with it. I think it's weird because my heart would love. It's just tough because I'm like, I keep thinking that like they've got to do something Persona related in the 30th anniversary, but it's like if we don't, like that's just gonna be so weird. Like obviously P4R coming out like 2 months after it ends might as well basically count for it, but it's like in my gut where I'm like I feel like they gotta at least do something, even if it's just like a small like literally just OG P1.
Wait, wasn't that like confirmed?
No,
Leaked?
no,
No?
still not.
Did I dream that?
It's
Huh.
been rumored forever, but it's still nothing has ever come from it.
Where did I see that recently where somebody was like, I don't know. Okay, I could see that happening this year. That's what I should have said. Like a P1 and 2 like some kind of enhanced PSP port or something.
I mean, listen, you were just like, I mean, to be fair, we haven't gotten anything new SMT wise. Well, no, I guess that's not fair.
Yeah.
Raito is SMT, so like we got literally something a year ago. So like not SMT mainline, although I feel like SMT mainline is still multiple years away. Like I feel like anything SMT 6 or around there is going to be like 2030s.
Did you hear me talking about this on stream? Maybe you've even noticed it. I did not end up applying for their new program, creator program for Sega, but it
Oh no,
doesn't even list
I missed
SMT.
this.
It doesn't even on the creator program. It's like select your interest. It doesn't even have SMT.
Yep.
It has Persona and Metaphor.
Yeah, dude, they're like I mean, again, it just goes to show that it's like, yeah, dude, there was nothing coming down the pipeline anytime soon post Revengeance.
That's devastating. Yeah, that's horrible. Why? Like, it sold like 2 million copies. Like, get on that.
I mean, there will be another SMT, without a doubt. But at the same time, it's like, with all the shit that's been brewing for so long with Persona, I can't really blame them for being like, okay, you can wait now.
Yeah, I guess 2030 sounds like it's a long time away, but it's not. So,
because it's like, think about,
it'll
like,
fly by.
we were in the dark times from 2017 to 2020 when we were waiting for SMT5 info. Whereas, like, in that time,
Yeah.
we've gotten 5, we've gotten Vengeance, we've gotten like a lot of really good stuff, to the point where I'm like, yeah, man, like we've had our big thing, we've had our other one, and we've had Metaphor at the same time, where I'm not feeling like, oh, I need my SMT fix. Whereas, like, yeah, like it hasn't been as long, but like by Persona standards, it's getting up there.
I wanted him like not to like keep it crazy going like for super long, but when I said, like when I saw this P6 trailer, I was like, this is some kind of like this weird spin-off. I'd like it if they did some kind of cheap spin-off game just to see what it was like. Like Vengeance, like you know how they do Dragon Quest Monsters and shit like that? Like make some shit up like that.
Someone fucking
Like
give
some
the
kind of cheap game.
give the Etrian Odyssey team a fucking bone. Give those guys something to work
Give them
on.
a bone. Yeah. Give them an SMT game to work on. Give them the license. Make a first-person SMT game.
They'd crush it, man.
But yeah, I guess I'd have to say Digital Devil Saga as
Okay.
my one answer instead of
I
like
hope
5
so.
answers.
I'm ready. I'm
Yeah.
ready for it, dude. I need my only thing with DDS, especially because they don't have as much they have to do with it, like they don't have to add like voice acting or anything crazy, is
Yeah.
do both. If you're gonna do DDS,
both,
just say fuck it
yeah.
and do both. Don't tease us along and make us wait for 2 different
It
releases.
would suck, yeah. They're like, oh, here's Avatar Tuner. Like, where's the other part?
All right, everybody. Thank you for enjoying this segment. We'll move on to our next mystery guest, who you will be hearing from now. Okay, everybody, we are back with not one but 2 lovely special guests on the road to How Many People Can Spencer Get Into episode 400 of the podcast. And this time I've got my possibly Mandrake, possibly man-eating duo pair here. We've got Arx and Lavi once again.
Hello. It's been a hot minute.
Hey, what's up?
How are we feeling today?
Happy congrats 400.
Oh, thank you.
I'm feeling sinus irritation to weather. Thanks, weather. Make up your mind.
Arx, are you?
I'm feeling perfectly fine.
There you go. Yeah, you're what was it? Your life force. You're just sucking the life force from Lavi. You'll be like, I'll feel better. I'm gonna take all the energy that you should be having today.
That's not how that works.
Yeah.
No.
That's how it shouldn't work.
You've got like reverse.
He's not using the life force very well. All he's been doing is playing Final Fantasy 14, working on crafters. I don't think you need to take that much life force to be able to do that.
You know what?
I don't. I'm not trying to.
If that was true, my first question for Arx would be, where are you at in the calendar for Metaphor?
Oh, so I've got 10 days left until the very end of the game. I've already gotten into the final dungeon at least once.
You're so close. Just
So-
don't do
Mhm.
don't
Yeah,
do what
I'm-
I did and marathon through in one late session because I was stupid, and instead of exploring the final dungeon fully, I said, F it, I'm going to take down the last boss because I'm already powerful and I want to go to bed. And then I didn't realize that that dungeon has things that tie into the final boss's power level, and I made that final boss fight like 20 times harder than it had to be.
Yeah,
that's right.
that's what I've been
I
hearing.
almost forgot about that. Yeah,
I have
they
not
really
looked at
want you to
any
explore.
spoilers. I've not looked at any spoilers. I'm going in completely blind. I'm like, I don't know, at least one lock away from the entrance, essentially. But I've got to say, I'm pretty metaphored out. This game has been pretty taxing on my mental.
Well, I mean, do you know, like, hour-wise where you're at?
I'm at 75 hours.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point,
Seems about
especially
right.
jumping from other RPGs back to back, I'm not that surprised. I feel like normally once I finish like one almost 100-hour long game, I'm kind of like, all right, I need to do anything that's not a turn-based RPG for a while.
Yeah.
I agree with that
Yeah.
sentiment. I say, even though I'm juggling the Yakuza series and Kingdom Hearts series at once.
I mean, at least
Yeah,
those are
you're
more
just all
punchy
about the
punchies
actual
than
RPG.
thinky thinkies.
They're still long. It's a marathon. Like, sure, one game by itself, sure, you could probably clear it. Well, since I'm going for 100% completion, at least for Kingdom Hearts Remix, Final Mix, and 100% for all of Yakuza entries, you're mostly going to maybe clear each entry between like 30 to 70 hours. But then you got to remember there's over 9 games in like each.
Yeah, it's an undertaking for sure.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Man, thank
Okay.
God they didn't just announce a new port on PS5 for those games. That would be embarrassing.
Wow,
Oh,
wouldn't
God.
it? Wow.
How are we? How
What was
we?
that
How
again?
we feeling? How we feeling, by the way, about all the Kingdom Hearts news? I may have done at least 2 tiny backflips at my work today when I saw.
Oh yeah. I was like, yay, finally, because I know a lot of people have been wanting it, but I've been so out of the Kingdom Hearts series games since Kingdom Hearts 2 that I'm like, well, I don't know what the hell's going on. So I definitely need to catch up to even really understand any of the stuff that was shown for the most part. And like people, they're already just dissecting and deciphering what they did show.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I forget, you have or have not played KH3?
So I dropped off before KH3. My last game was Dream Drop Distance.
Damn, like seeing KH4 with no context of KH3 has got to just be like looking
Oh,
at a
God.
fever dream.
I'll
Yeah,
be
it
honest.
is.
It really is. And I think I did see some people on socials like making the jab at, oh, did they just take Versus 13 and inject it into Kingdom Hearts 4? And I'm kind of like, if you look back at those Versus 13 trailers before it became Final Fantasy 15, I can see where they're coming from because it really does look like gloomy, edgy, like generic modern day, like cityscape, just put in Sora.
Really? Well, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I could say more, but then it'd be actual spoilers, so I will hold my tongue.
Spoilers? Okay. So someone that has played Kingdom Hearts 3, it makes a lot of sense then, seeing that trailer.
100%. It's the equivalent of like seeing the Riku Roxas fight from the
Okay.
secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 1
The
going into
secret
2.
ending. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay
okay.
then. Well, that's good.
I know.
I mean, I'm just
I know
old
some
and
things
not
that
caught up.
happen,
Yeah, I've
but
avoided
I'm
spoilers,
not
so
fully caught up.
I'm literally OG. I only played the console games. I didn't play a lot of the handheld, which is unfortunate because that's where they kind of really went all the way up until Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm like, well, I keep saying or keep being told like every entry is important, so that's why I stopped. And I'm making up that time. At least I'm trying to.
I did just re-download the Union Cross delisted mobile game because they did one final update for it before they took it off the App Store, where they basically just made it one giant cutscene viewer so you could actually still read the story. Or not read the story, but like experience the story, even though it's delisted. So I re-downloaded that again today because I was like, I experienced all of Union Cross, but they did like a 1.5 sequel in it where it was like from the perspective of like young Xehanort, and I never finished that, and I'm like, man, I gotta go because it is all connected, and even like, I mean, obviously like there was young Xehanort like in the trailer and stuff for it. I was like, man, I gotta just sit down and marathon like read the rest of this. Like it's been so long.
I might need that
Hmm.
information because all I have right now that I'm going through on my channel is the all-in-one package. So clearly, it doesn't have that, even though it says all-in-one package.
I'm
Hashtag except the mobile
I'm
game.
just
Asterisk.
well, also don't forget you've got the very canon rhythm game because the rhythm game is also a sequel to Kingdom Hearts
Oh,
3.
what? I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. I love me some rhythm games, but I did
Yeah,
not account that for it being.
You're gonna
Is it
be
really,
like,
really,
wah.
really important?
it's canon.
You're gonna be
Well,
you're gonna be like, wah. I have to listen to some of the best video game music of all time. Wah.
it's okay. Here's the thing. I love music again, but being a content creator, y'all, that is like a death sentence if I streamed it, basically. So
Yeah,
Yoko Shimomura is gonna
that's
show
true.
up to your house and break your knees.
great.
Yeah, for real.
All right,
We
so
were just talking about how.
oh yeah,
Oh,
no, you're
it's
good.
fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking about how some of the music in Kingdom Hearts kind of resonates with some of the older stuff Shimomura did as well back when specifically the pirate ship reminds me of Super Mario RPG really bad.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that on stream the other day.
I was like worried I was gonna summon Shimomura's ghost behind me at some point.
Man, dude, that reminds me. I gotta finally. Speaking of way too many RPGs, I still need to beat RPG on Switch and Thousand Year Door, and I just also picked up
I do too.
Brothership. So I'm like, man, all RPGs is not gonna be an easy
Mhm.
year.
Yeah, I tore through Super Mario RPG, I gotta say.
It is on the shorter end of RPG like hours at the very least. It's not no Atlas RPG where I'm clocking in like almost 100 sometimes. That's what I do.
Yeah. Yeah, you could easily take care of it in like a week.
Since we were talking about it, how did you guys feel about that direct? Because obviously I know I'm a total mark for a direct like this, so it's always so funny. Like when I walk away from a direct like this, I didn't think it was perfect. I thought there was about 20 minutes of thumb wrestling that we probably didn't need that much on. But like all jokes aside, I was like, I think about it, I'm like, they showed a shit ton of Xenoblade, a brand new Xenoblade, Splatoon, Fire Emblem, new Zelda, new Kingdom Hearts, all these things dropping, Star Fox demo, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, man, I was feasting already from the last week with State of Play, SGF, and Microsoft. So like the fact that there was even
Mhm.
more stuff all this year, I was just like, oh good lord, like I'm about to burst.
Yeah, I just want to say like as a whole from like June 1st to the 9th, like there was stuff going on. I don't know if you guys were aware, but like the Summer Game Fest website has a calendar that tracks all the stuff that's going on outside of SGF itself. So like there was a lot, way too much going on. I personally only watched the State of Play, Xbox, Summer Game Fest, Nintendo Direct, and Wholesome Games Direct. And even that, they all came out really strong and solid. I feel like Summer Game Fest was front loaded quite a bit at the start, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think there was almost something for everybody to be excited about, aside from, unfortunately, all of the Destiny people. But
Oh.
I don't know. I write down stuff so I can remember so I don't forget, and my page is entirely full of just stuff that I was like, "Oh, this is really neat. I want to look into it more." The main thing is that a lot of those are coming out next year. I didn't see a lot of many games that were scheduled for the rest of this year.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's an interesting mixture of the two, but obviously it kind of depends on like what catches your thing. Like, because for me right now, it's like September and October are just going to be an absolute bloodbath pre GTA.
I did see a lot of stuff announced for
Mhm.
October. I think that's
Yeah.
par for the course though. Um, I pay attention to October since that's my birth month, but I feel like in terms of game announcements, that seems to be very typical for a lot more games to come out around that time too. I think for me, I mean, Fire Emblem is coming out this year, right? They announced it. There's the collector's edition. I think that and the Fields of Mystery a full release, which is in August, are the big ones that I'm looking forward to this year.
Yeah, I forgot that was getting 1.0, and that's still just PC for Fields, right?
I think so, yeah. Just Steam
Yeah,
still.
I think so.
Yeah, although I don't know, because obviously it'll kind of depend on stuff with you. You guys are not Remedy sickos, right? So I assume Control is not for you.
I have it. I just haven't gotten the chance to play it because I got Remedy, or not Remedy, sorry. I got Control 1 from a Steam package, I think with Disco Elysium, and then I also own Alan Wake 1 and 2, and they're there,
Mm.
but I have not had a chance to, run them.
Yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat.
What was the other ones I was gonna think about? I assume same thing for Silent Hill Townfall.
Okay, I have not touched Silent Hill. I've started to play horror games now that I've been streaming, but I still have not touched a Silent Hill game yet. That's more of like Arx's.
Yeah, Arx, where are you at with
Thoughts?
Townfall?
I don't know where I'm at with Townfall, honestly. Because F was fine. F was good. I liked F. The Silent Hill 2 remake, I didn't touch at all because I am one of those purists that just prefers the original game as it is and as it was. So, Townfall, I'm not really sure how to feel about it.
Trying to think if there was another one. Oh, do you guys have any? What's your morbid curiosity now that we know a little bit more about Final Fantasy Resonant kind of being a weird remake offline version of Brave Exvius?
I thought it looked like a mobile game when I looked at it, but I don't really know about its roots.
Yeah, I'm a little apprehensive. I think it looks good for the most part from what we've seen so far. I'm just interested in where it's gonna go.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, I think they made it clear they weren't gonna do any extra transactions, right?
No, yeah,
Like
there's
everything's
no
all
no
bundled.
DLC with it. It's $50 like Octopath Traveler 0. But what's interesting about it is obviously Brave Exvius was around a lot longer. The gameplay and presentation is way better here, because Brave Exvius was not an HD 2D game. So presentation-wise and battle system-wise, it's completely different. What's interesting though is it only adapts the first part of Brave Exvius' story. Like it has a whole story arc, but Brave Exvius went on for so many years it would be insanely long. So they're probably gonna make like a trilogy out of it if this one does well.
Okay.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, I was like, if they
can
can't
see
pack it
that.
all in one, then if that one does well, that makes sense to keep going. I mean, I hope they do, because, I mean, as someone that's not particularly interested right off the bat right now for it, I would still want those that want to indulge in it to be able to get the full package.
I just extra find it funny that like the way Square Enix wants to advertise it is the first turn-based HD 2D Final Fantasy game. Everyone else freak out, yay! But everyone who knows be like, it's like the I know what you are meme. Like I'm the side-eye dog where I'm like, I know where you're from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think our main interest is the third entry for the Final Fantasy VII's trilogy.
Yeah, Revelation.
I know. We're still keeping an eye out for any collector's edition announcements as of right now. I don't think there hasn't really been any. I think I saw like a fake mock-up though.
Nothing yet, but we do need to we need to like make it so there's like a punishment game in the house where one person gets to play Revelation on PS5, the other person has to play it on like Switch 2. We need to be like who gets peak gaming.
Clearly it's going to be you, right? Cuz you got more Nintendo stuff than us. We'll just have to check in weekly on each other's progress.
That's true. Sorry. Now I'm out of the two of you, but now that I've been thrown into this, I will not back down from a challenge. So that is a good point.
Yeah, I was gonna
You're
say like
comparing contrast.
I still have to play Rebirth, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it's
I've
only
only done the
Rebirth. Yeah,
100%
Rebirth's
of
only like a
remake. I gotta play
200-hour
Rebirth.
long game. You'll be fine.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? Death sentence for a variety streamer.
So
Yeah.
for you
Yeah,
guys, before we
definitely
kind of move into the main
sounds cool.
topic, I figured it'd be fun. Out of all the shows you saw, so if it's a show you didn't see, you don't have to worry about it with it. What would you say, now that they're all kind of done, was your favorite show? Not specific game or anything with it, but all said and done, like which show do you think kind of stands out on top for you personally?
Okay. Is there? Okay, are we just doing it by personal opinion or by how many games we actually wrote
Oh
down
no. Yeah,
the most?
absolute emotions only. All
Yep.
rationale thrown out the window.
SGF.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Summer Games Fest as well.
I mean, we got another Resident Evil. Well, I'm not going to disagree with you there. And Final Fantasy. I mean, you could have literally just made that a 20-minute show that was just Resident Evil Veronica, the new Fumito Ueda game, and the Final Fantasy Ender, and I'd be like, that was a great show, Jeff. Wrap it up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
for
was
real.
like, they opened with Resident Evil and closed with Final Fantasy. Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, that's a perfect show in my book, honestly.
So it is a pretty
Yeah.
good show, but you know what was funny? I know I should have only expected to see it at the Xbox show. I had this weird morbid sense in the week of like, does Jeff have what it takes to steal one of the Persona trailers? Like, I didn't think Jeff would ever get P6, but there was a tiny part of me that was like, maybe because they already revealed it last year, maybe someone else can get the new P4R trailer, and did not end up being the case with it. But even the Xbox show was very interesting, just because of like the stuff that was there. I was very surprised by a lot. Even games that we'd already seen, like Fable, I was like, oh, I'm more into this now after having looked at them and stuff a little bit more. But obviously, the more kind of bigger discussion was P6 getting officially revealed there, but then also the absolute onslaught or like avalanche of information we got for Persona 4 Revival, because it was just so funny of like, after we finally got that trailer, even though we have so many questions still, it's just like bam 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 bam, all this stuff there. But since I've got the two of you here, I'll let you guys pick whoever wants to answer first. uh, for anyone who did not watch live with you guys or anything like that, what was your take on the P4R trailer specifically, and where's your current kind of hype or anticipation level for it?
Arx, you can go first.
Oh, I can go first. Let's see. I think, if I want to be honest, I'm tired of Persona right now. As I mentioned earlier, Metaphor is really taking it out of me. And also, P3R was also a really tiring experience for me as well. Despite being a really good pair of games, I'm just tired of the Atlas formula right now.
He's old, Yusuke.
Yeah.
I'm tired, boss.
Going through Persona 4 does not sound like a super big jump up and cheer for me moment right now.
That means he won't be able to get around to playing it anytime soon when it does come out.
I don't know, man. The discourse behind Naoto and Kanji is going to be so. It's going to be so.
Oh my God,
it's going to be so
I'm going
positive.
To go into hibernation.
It's
going
gonna.
into hibernation.
I just like literally. I've already got it. I've already got it booked into my my recommendation on YouTube. I've got a search ready. Asmongold talks Persona 4 14-hour compilation.
Dude, I couldn't.
You know how to scare me away.
I would kiss a shotgun.
So, now with that level of disinterest that Ark said, I was curious, was there at least anything in the trailer that you were surprised by, or was there anything in there that turned you off or made you more confident to be like, hey, not the right time for me?
So, everything looks good in the trailer, honestly. Like, I like what I saw. It's just wrong time for me, bro. I can't do it right now. We're gonna have to have some other God's strongest soldier take care of this one for me.
I get it. It's got to be me. I'm the only one that lives with you.
It's true. You're like, are you sure you don't
Yeah.
want to make a remake of Persona 4 Arena instead? That would be really great.
Okay, now listen here. If we
Oh,
could
that
get
was
a
one of
Persona
your
Arena
crazy
2,
wishes. Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
If we
I'm
could
just
get a
saying
Persona Arena 2,
if
I
we
would be so
collectively
in.
bully Arc System Works into ditching Marvel Tokon, we might be able to make it happen.
Are
Well,
you
they supposedly have
sure
another
that money
game.
be kind of hard right now? That Marvel money moving a lot. I noticed across all the
Yeah.
showcases.
Yeah, Marvel money is hot right now. But supposedly they are working on another game that they are looking to announce soon. So maybe.
I feel like the cynic in me just wants to be like, it's just going to be Blaze Blue.
There's no way in hell it's Blaze Blue. I'll tell you that.
I
Right
hope
now.
not. I mean, listen, I love Blaze Blue. Blaze Blue, we can leave it in the past. I don't need more Blaze Blue.
We need more Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
If I had to choose, I'm more of a Guilty
Dude,
Gear
more
person.
Guilty
I don't
Gear.
even...
It hasn't gone. It hasn't left us
mean,
yet. What do you
Guilty
mean
Gear.
more?
I know it has. I just want more butt rock. That's what I want. I want to hear more butt
Oh,
rock.
well, then that means you definitely have not been listening to the soundtrack for Marvel, because that's the one thing, ironically, through all the trailers that
Yeah.
Marvel,
Oh, they did?
yeah, Marvel Tokon's soundtrack is 1000% Guilty Gear butt rock.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
I'll pay
is.
more attention. Sorry. For those into fighting games, it's not my cup of tea, but I am aware of it because of Arcs and Spencer. So, the closest thing I did touch was Persona 4 Arena. Like, that was like the last fighting game I touched. So, I'm not really up to speed.
We need to do like a April Fool's stream, or like something like really unhinged for because I don't think you ever played Cross Tag Battle, did you? I feel like that would like ruin your brain.
No.
So I touched it a little bit, but I never actually owned it myself.
I was gonna say, I think that was the quickest thing I ever saw him drop.
Yeah. That was true.
Because I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, Cross Tag Battle has, like, you can do a 1v1v1v1 with the 2v2, where, like, you pick a character to tag in between, and, like, just imagine, like, have you two basically try to work a 2v2 Cross Tag Arena match.
Did that game have full duo play?
I think it did, but like there have been so many cross tag battle like crossover tag battle games, they all kind of bleed together at this point, honestly.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I don't recall it having like true duos like 2XKO does. But I know it was a 2v2 fighter, so there's the possibility you could. It's been forever. Jeez.
Let's see here. Does it have duos? Well, the game features that there's no official built-in, so yeah, only like through PC mod, sadly. Womp womp.
Okay.
They are unfortunately not as cool as Street Fighter Cross Tekken. RIP. Hate to see it.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, so Lavi, I'm gonna take a hunch, and I'm gonna say you are probably maybe 5% more excited for P4R versus Arcs.
Well, I don't mind going back and playing them because I absolutely love the engine that they're using for Persona now. Like I gobbled P3 Reload up. Granted, it took me a while to finish through it, but I really enjoyed like what they did with it. I think it is the definitive addition to play Persona 3. If you don't mind not
Uh-oh.
being able to play as Kotone. I still miss my girl, but so I mean I'm looking forward to Revival because I think they already confirmed that they're not like doing DLC for Marie, which I don't really think they should have done that for episode Aegis in the first place. I feel like they've given P4R even more polish than Reload, just looking at the trailer. But I mean I'll play it. I like it. P3 got me into the series, but like I still find a lot of value out of playing like the other entries. Sorry, 1 and 2, I really wish they would give them more attention. I think that's the one thing that in the whole Persona like series that really irks me is still just the negligence of 1 and 2, because I would like to go and experience that in a more modern and convenient like structure.
I mean,
Maybe
we got
maybe we
6
should
months.
bug them about
Yeah,
that.
we got 6 months. We can both.
6 months for them to announce
Yeah,
their Persona.
yeah. If they wanna give us
Yeah.
a pity release, I'm here for it.
You know, they should, considering this is the 30th anniversary for them, and like they're still being stingy and not like selling all of the merch internationally. JP is still getting
Mhm.
very JP restricted only 30th anniversary merch in 2026. They did it for the 25th Annie, and now they're still doing it for the 30th. So there's still a couple things that irks me obviously about like Atlus's choices, whether it's Atlus or Sega's choices. I still think it's more of an Atlus choice, but yeah, no, I'll play P4R when it day one when it comes out. Well, granted, it'll probably be delayed because we ordered on Amazon. Amazon never gives me my stuff that I ordered the day it's supposed to actually be release day. But
I mean, listen, if
I'm
we come
actually
together
interested in
and
the
bully them
cast.
enough, we might get it the day after launch.
Possibly, maybe. You know,
Yeah.
for the integrity of it not being like thrown onto my doorstep and busted, I can try and be patient and wait. But um I was paying attention to the trailer. It seems like they've replaced the entire cast just like they did for P3, and I'm on the I love the recast they did for P3. Like it was no skin off my nostalgic back that they had an entirely replaced cast for P3, so I probably won't have any issues with the P4, the new P4 cast either. Um, I don't know. I like the vibes. I'm not tired yet. If I was, I wouldn't be a content creator or a VTuber or a streamer and stuff like that. So,
I'm a little surprised of some of the discourse has been very interesting. Like I think like hearing something like Ark's talking about it, like I kind of get if your mood is like that from the trailer. The one that constantly has been sort of surprising me and thankfully really died down a lot after Sunday were the people who were already like the P3R like sucks, like is like a bad game of like people trying to do that with
Oh.
P4 and is like, man, it's not gonna work.
I would like to talk to you. I want to
Yeah,
talk to you.
those people are the ones that are actually soulless. Like, let's be real here.
It's just odd because I'll even just do things whether it be like because obviously we have barely heard any of the music and like but like we've seen a good amount of like how the gameplay looks now, and especially with stuff like the um portraits. I'm like I really like all the art we've seen for it so far. I think the art for it's been really
Mhm.
really like good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know some people were complaining about some of the shading on certain portraits, but dog, compared to OG P4, it's gotten such a glow up. Everything's gotten such a glow up. I didn't think they could make it glow up as good as they have, but they did. So that was exciting to see. Um, Even the collector's edition, I think, is really solid. I'm actually a little jealous. I do think it's better than the P3 Reload collector's edition we got. But that's only because, like, as much as I love Toaster Waifu's not like the main character, so I was hoping for Makoto. But I guess edition is still precious. But in terms of preference, I think the P4 revival is winning a little bit better compared to the Reload collector's edition.
I mean I think ironically, I'm in a weird mix where I agree with people who thought $200 was too much for the P3 one. I was like, I think it was worth it as something that I wanted to pick up and as an option available. But after I got it, I was like, yeah, this is like far from like my favorite collector's edition they've ever done. Which
I
was
agree.
extra funny because then like the year like the Metaphor one came out, I was like, oh, I really liked this, and this one was considerably cheaper. I thought it was funny versus this one being more expensive but having more items. I was a lot more of a fan of just because I was like, I think the build of the statue looks much better. It's a lot more detailed. Yes, it's
Mhm.
$50 more expensive, but also as we've all found out, having our horribly, horribly nerdy and expensive hobbies, everything's gotten way fucking more expensive. So, like,
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
realistically, a $200 collector's edition being $250 now is not really that surprising. And I think, ironically, looking back at like the $250 collector's editions limited run was doing, I look at these ones that
I was wondering if
yeah,
you were gonna bring
I
that
was
up.
like, dude, I mean, you look at this, like, look at the
Ooh.
P4, like, look at the
We are
P4R one versus the
survivors.
Rhino one.
Arx and I are survivors of the Arx and I are still the survivors of the Sonic Shadow Generations one, which we actually managed to, I'd say, eke out a win despite all of the headache and like
Turmoil.
hoopla that happened with and turmoil that happened with it. Like LRG actually did fully refund it to us. We got to keep it too. So, but like even when I saw the P4R collector's edition and I was looking at the figure, I was like, well, at least I know it'll probably more than likely look exactly the way they're showing it to us right now and compared to limited run games and stuff recently.
Yeah, the other one I thought was funny was, and now obviously this one's a lot more subjective, and the collector's edition was literally half the price. I feel like the people who are like, oh, the Japanese one is way better, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I hear that, because I'm like, A, it doesn't come with the figure by default, and like the biggest thing you're getting is the T-shirt and the bag, and I'm like, I'm good, dog. I've got a lot of graphic tees. I'm good on bags. I don't need anything like that with it. But it is just kind of funny because the one that kind of stuck out with me the most, and I did ironically on a previous conversation of this episode, we kind of sussed it out of like, at first my biggest complaint with the American Collector's Edition was like, explain the keycap thing, like the little fidget keycap thing. And
Oh,
when I was talking to Crystal about,
oh wait, it's just a fidget. It's not an actual like keyboard
no, it's
keycap.
both. So it's a keychain fidget
Oh,
keycap
okay.
that you can use as a little fidget thing, but you can interplay. So
Mhm.
there's two different keycaps. So you can actually
Okay.
use them as keycaps, but then like it's a keychain in case you don't want to use them on a keyboard.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like when I saw that at first, I was like, I don't know what about a 2008 rule Japanese RPG has anything to do with keycaps. But then it was just really just kind of got down and think of be like, hey, yeah, but when you go to conventions, what do you see a lot of? Oh yeah, keycaps, like keycap, fidget things like that. Those are just really popular. So we all just need to collectively
Yeah.
be happy that this game did not come out in the time of the fidget spinner. Otherwise, we'd have a Persona 4 fidget spinner coming
Oh
in.
my God.
Oh no,
Well,
that
I
would
was
be a
also
collector's
thinking,
edition.
like if anybody's seen the original Persona 4 vanilla opening, they really want to emphasize electronics and technology. So that's where I was thinking, or when they were leading with the keycap, because it is a piece of technology that a lot of us use. Um, but I mean,
Oh, they should have gave us a TV dial. You're right.
yeah, okay, sure. Let's really go back to Inaba and do the dial cap. I did see though that they did put a TV dial for the battle HUD, which is
Oh,
really cool. So I
I
like how
love
they're
all
leaning
the
more
UI
into
I've seen
those
so far. The
aesthetics.
UI is all 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, the UI, it's undeniable. Atlas knows what they're doing when it comes to UI.
That's what I was saying. I was like, I think they did say that they do pay their UI designers like pretty top notch and like good because they deserve it because like I mean, I like looking at gorgeous stuff when I'm playing things, like whether it's a HUD or a lady or a man. So,
So, what was another one I was going to ask with the P4 thing while I had both of you guys here? Oh, with the voice acting stuff with it, how have you guys enjoyed, or what are your thoughts on the change? Because I know both of us were really big fans at the end of the day of the P3 cast that we kind of ended up getting.
mhm.
From the stuff we heard, is there anyone you're hoping to hear more of, or especially out of the characters like the social links or like the villains who we haven't heard yet? Is there anyone you are looking forward to hearing more of?
I'll be honest, I was kind of freaking out, so I couldn't quite fully hear the cast spread. Um, uh, I mean, I'll still want to hear from my favorites, which is going to be Naoto and Kanji, and how their new casted voice actors are going to take them.
Yeah.
in what direction and stuff. I would assume that they would probably also put in more um scenarios like how, when you played as Makoto in P3, you couldn't really connect with the male parties of C's, and they corrected that in Reload. I would assume that they would do more similar things like that in Golden. I'm sorry, not Golden. Revival. I still have Golden Brain.
Yeah, don't worry, we all do.
But with that, I'm hoping they incorporate a little bit more for Marie. I'll admit, out of new inserted characters in later editions of the Persona like numbered games, she didn't really stand out that much to me. I mean, I like her dress aesthetic, like her fashion, but I I wouldn't say she's like the top in being woven in as an additional character to the uh extra editions or versions that we've gotten of the Persona games.
I think there's like a lot of stuff that they could take positively and go learn or adapt things specifically not from the game, but could have a lot to learn from like the anime. Because I think looking at like how Marie was
Mm.
handled from the Golden anime, I think would be really, really fun of like giving her more things of
Mm-hmm.
interacting with them, whether it just be like, because it doesn't just have to be with you, like even having stuff like her meeting the rest of the team, her hanging out with them, going to school, doing the concert together. I think there's a lot of fun stuff that they hopefully will incorporate into each other and kind of have that as a bit of a resource, the way, into a much lesser extent, the Persona 3 remake was able to kind of pull from the arena games and the movies, but obviously there were way less adaptations and follow-ups to P3 versus P4.
Yeah, and like there's also the credit of, hey, they've done P5 Royal, and that extra term in Royal is written really well. I mean, I've not fully experienced it, but from what I've seen, I felt like they put in a lot into that extra term in Royal that they can definitely use that as experience to inject into Revival to assist with that as well.
Kind of going into gameplay, especially since you've been diving into Metaphor a lot more recently, I was listening to someone kind of talk about it's interesting how even though a large amount of the time these development teams are all separate from each other, with whether they do it on purpose or not, these mechanics and everything kind of build upon each other from release to release. And like Ark said, you've been seeing any of the, or like, do you have any kind of like thoughts about the new mechanics that they're adding? Because I was really surprised that they didn't just kind of do a copy paste with all the stuff they added in Reload, of like changing out all out attacks, adding in stuff like the prime time attack, the like showtime stuff, like doing more than just being like, okay, we're doing baton passes and final limit breaks. Like, I'm kind of surprised that they're doing way more with the battle system this time.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to change it up a bit because it's not press turn system like in Metaphor and SMT. So I'm pretty excited to see what they plan to do with Revival. I saw that you can now get like 4 more attacks essentially, instead of just a 1 more now.
Also,
Other than that,
Also, another weird one with the and I don't know how much of this is me kind of projecting or taking away from it. I feel like, at least with like the animation screens in battle as well as like the finished battle like kind of result screen, they give like that arena kind of like wrestling feeling to it. Like, have you picked up that vibe?
yeah, I definitely have. They've really put in a lot of personality into the animations this time
Mm-hmm.
around for the battle system, I think. Like everyone's showing off now instead of just like fighting for their life, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of funny of like how depending on who like gets the last attack, they have like an interaction with the game camera like it's a TV camera, and I'm just like thinking about how all the different, like, my hope is there are multiple ones of those, even if it's just like 2 or 3 with like all the different cast members, just because
Yeah.
it would be very funny of like seeing how they all interact with each other, whether it be something like Teddy, whether it be something like Kanji, or um some like anyone else in the cast with it. Oh, this is a really minor one. But I was like thinking about it of like it came up when I was thinking about Teddy recently. It was like I I feel like some people would either love this or hate this. So you can tell me what you think. How do you think people would
Okay.
feel about a dedicated option when playing P4 of always having human Teddy once you have human Teddy? Love, like, you could just be like, all right, we're never doing the bear suit.
I wish we could do that, honestly. I prefer human Teddy over the bear suit.
I think it's always good to allow options. I don't think there's no harm in letting people decide whether they want it on or off.
I mean, I'm at least
I'm
glad.
sorry, between bear or human.
Yeah, I'm at least glad though, thankfully, that at least now that like the way they handled in-game costumes for P3 makes me a lot more not worried, because I was really worried before the game came out that I was like, oh man, we have all these DLC costumes that look terrible. I was like, I hope that they don't nickel and dime us on the ones that were already included in the game, and how they really kept every single one of those. And it'll be nice of not only just keeping the like winter costumes, the spring costumes, but also like the weird ones. Like, I fully have like no doubts in my mind that we're gonna have what is it? That like we're gonna have like the cross-dressing costumes and like all the other ones with it. Just because it's like that's like whether you love it or hate it or not, like similar with the Hot Springs ones, it's like that's just like one of those like staple things from P4 that like it's not worth trying to take that out with the amount of people who would be mad it's not in there.
Right.
Yeah, I desperately need to see Marilyn Monroe Kanji as like
I agree.
outfit I can put him in.
It's the best one.
Still extremely weird to me that they made cross-dressing costumes for P5 but never put them in the game.
Yeah.
Cowards.
Yeah.
They're all cowards.
It's just Atlas, yeah. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
Atlas
just
being Atlas.
Atlas being cowards.
Speaking of being cowards, or possibly being brave, before we go on to talk about P6, we're going to give a letter grade to P4R's trailer and all the stuff we learned so far. So, Lavi, if you had to guess, if you had to grade it on a scale of F to A, where would you be at and why?
Ooh, gosh. I'm thinking they're a B plus or an A minus. They did give us a lot all at once. So there's a lot to digest, which is it's great. That's great. It's definitely a big jump between, the last time they gave us anything in regards to P4R. I I honestly think I would have to review it if I wanted to be extremely nitpicky. Um, because they flashed things and rotated things through a lot. And I think if I remember correctly, I feel like it was in a similar trailer cut style as they did for P3R.
Very similar to the 2024 trailer for P4R. I mean P3R.
Yeah.
So I mean, I like how they've been really snappy. Um, and they do give us stuff to look at. I'm really not a fan of it's gonna be weird to say because I know we're gonna talk about Persona 6 is I'm really not a fan of like trailers that are like less than a minute and 30 seconds and like there's no transitions to anything else. It's just one thing. They hold on to one thing and that's it.
Arcs, what about you?
But we also gotta let them cook for P6.
Oh, no, 100%.
For me, I'd probably be in about the same range, like a B to B plus, I would say. I'm really happy with everything I saw in the trailer. I'm really excited to see what comes next with the game. Just now's not the right time for me.
I feel like you're breaking up with this game before it even gets here. Like, listen, it's me,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
you. You're great. I love it.
It is
Listen,
me.
you did your makeup. You look really great. But I'm gonna go hang out with this chick I met like 2 years ago. I gotta really finish beating this thing off.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
really
exactly.
gotta become king. He's really gotta beat Luis into the ground.
I've got to finish this. I haven't even finished Persona 3 Reload even, so
I
you know
know, which is
that's
an
also on the
atrocity
back
in my
burner.
house.
I've been through that game so many times already. You can't make me go through it again.
So many LARPers, so little time.
But yeah, I'm excited for everything that's in the trailer. I am excited to see what comes next. Just man, I'm tired.
Well, speaking of being
You
dead,
gotta take a big nap.
speaking of being dead tired, how did you feel about that P6 trailer?
You saying that because all the gravestones?
Yeah, you understand.
Yes.
I do.
Once again, Atlas just not showing anything to like get us hype about something that we've been waiting for like 5 years.
That's an interesting thought for like I wouldn't disagree. I mean, I do disagree with it, but I don't disagree with the general thought process on it. But I would want to dig into that more because I think you are definitely in the majority with that opinion. I don't think that's a rare
Yeah.
take with it. But Lavi, what about you?
Like I said earlier, I don't like announcements, like first announcements, just being like, "Hey, yeah, you're right, it's confirmed. Here you go, shut up." Which kind of felt like that a little bit. Or like anything that's like, less than a minute, 30 seconds, and like it literally doesn't show. We saw gravestones and a pan upwards, and then the logo, like we have no idea what it's about. People are so desperate for the food, they've been scouring sites to find summaries and listings for it. Like, I feel like it just kind of agitated the rash of us wanting P6 a little bit worse. It didn't really relieve it.
How
But
Oh yes.
the aesthetic they showed, I love green. Green's my favorite color. Spooky cemetery vibes. I like that. That's up my alley. So maybe this might be my next favorite from P3. Because like I said when I first saw it, I didn't even think it was Persona 6. I was not getting vibes of Persona. I was getting more vibes of like SMT because SMT usually tends to stay dark, right? We know Persona's kind of jumped around in terms of um like
Tone.
how, yeah, their tone, like how dark or how positive, happy, Scooby-Doo gang, if you will, it wants to be. But I mean, every Persona has its own set style, which is also like kind of a way to throw people off, as well. So P6 kind of threw me off a little bit because I thought from P5 we might be a little bit more similar to like P4 is, but it seems more like no, we're going back more to like at the very least P3 in terms of tone, because death. Um, who knows if we'll go any darker before P3? It's up to them.
How are you guys feeling in terms of the alleged and kind of confirmed through the trailer focus on the occult?
Swiggity swiggity, I'm coming from that ghost booty. Yeah.
There will
answer.
there will be a seance
coming after the
level.
ghost
There will be a
booty.
Ouija board moment, the confirmed
Yeah.
Ouija boarding.
I just don't want
Yeah, I
it to
was about
turn
to
into
bring up the
corpse
Ouija
party.
board.
Do not corpse party Persona. Okay, then
Ooh,
we'll
like in
we'll be
terms of
alright.
horror
Don't
or
you?
in terms of
Oh,
tone?
I'm like anything. I'm not really into corpse party. I mean, I've watched corpse party stuff, but some of it is a little bit too much for me. Um, so if I had to say in terms of like spooky tone, that's kind of hard. I mean, cause like I have this weird conflict between I have I kind of have some hard lines against how far I'll go in terms of spooky horror things because like in terms of me being willing to play it, because while I do in general love spooky horror, I draw the line at psychological horror, playing psychological horror. But I'm trying to get more adjusted as I continue playing through my backlog and stuff.
No, that makes sense. Kind of going back to the trailer, Arcs. I was curious, especially with your kind of wanting more aesthetic with it. One of the things I thought they were or could possibly be in trouble with this trailer is specifically how do we show a fulfilling trailer for a game coming out early next year and announce the next thing without them both stepping on each other's toes. Like, could you like if we had a trailer just as long showing off just as much gameplay and they were both 50-50 for Persona 4 versus Persona 6, do you think that's the right way to go?
I don't think doing a trailer the same length and size and like scope of P4 would have done it any favors. I think seeing at least like some characters, some like locations would be like what I'd want to see out of like an initial announcement trailer, a teaser trailer, if you will. Basically, all we got from my perspective is we've got gravestones, we've got green, and we've got Persona.
It's tough because I'm also in the same camp where I am fully in on the idea that I think there is a 50-50 chance that both of these games come out next year. And I think they're in a weird spot in terms of properly marketing both without making someone just say, oh, well, I just want P6. Or I'll just get that. And I don't think they're going to wait till P4's done before they show more. But I think in terms of how they kind of roll this out, it is the best option to just kind of do them both now because of how long they waited. It is kind of a shame, and again, I'm sure it goes into marketing stuff, especially with them having to have things at the Xbox show versus other places. But like, it's one of those tricky ones where it's like, if they've had a year like they did, because my whole thought process with this is I feel like they are trying to go and do the same thing they did with Metaphor one more time with this, where they're going to have a remake in the February, followed up by in the fall/September or later, a big brand new thing. So have P6 be the next Metaphor, and have that kind of be that where they give that like over 6-month waiting period, time for people to buy it, time for people to want it. The playing the old one makes them want the new one, or learning about the old one makes them excited for what's coming up next. I feel like has to kind of be the move there, because actually I guess I want to look this up right now too as well. I'd be curious where the trailers are at for views, especially just because I think that we are supposed to not be as excited for P6 as we are for P4. And if it was the other way around, it might hurt that game.
I think checking briefly on YouTube, there were more views on Atlas for P4R than there was P6. And that makes sense to me because P6 doesn't have a lot to glean from. Compared to compared to P4R.
Yeah. People are wanting to dissect the P4R trailer.
As of right now, I come bearing shocking news. P4R is at 1.6 million views in 2 days, and P6 is at 1.3. And to make it even more crazy, this already has more views than the Metaphor announcement trailer, the Persona 4 dancing opening. What are some other ones? Because the only ones that are higher than P4 right now is the opening movie to Persona 1, a advertisement trailer for ReFantazio, the launch trailer for P5R, which both that and the Metaphor one and this SMT5 trailer were all ad rolls, so there's a lot of views that were from that. And the only other one
Yeah.
that's higher than that is ironically, the opening movie for Persona 1. The opening movie for Persona 4 Vanilla and the opening movie for Persona 4 Golden.
Okay.
Well, okay. Even though I got in on P3, I realized the big boom. Let's say, okay, if Persona 4 was the explosion at the top to start the avalanche, the snowball that continued afterwards is P5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people had their first experience with Persona with 4 specifically, so
Yeah, I
it checks
agree.
out.
I'll be kind of curious to see, in a way that we sort of saw more P3 stuff come around, and especially after the release of the game 2 years ago. I'll be really excited to kind of see what other
Oh
either
yeah, there's
collab or
gonna be
merch.
so much more merch.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
I feel
The fact that they
Yeah.
even gave P3 a chance, I was like, oh well, when P4 comes around, because I knew it was going to come around, it's kind of easy to predict a little bit what Atlas wants to do in regards to Persona. Because even when P4 came out initially, well, not OG vanilla, but like Golden and stuff like that, they were already getting so much like uptick in production for things involved with Persona 4.
that's a good point. Something I actually kind of forgot to ask, especially because we were talking about the Nintendo Direct earlier. Were you guys surprised by the lack of a Switch 2 announcement on either of these games?
Not really.
How come?
I would say maybe a little bit, because I'm a little bit surprised, especially because we already got handheld support with Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden. Granted, those were for PSP and Vita, but also because a lot of the stuff that was shown for the Nintendo Direct was games that have already been released that are finally able to be put on the Switch 2 due to the hardware improvement.
It's tough right now, especially for me, just because I'm like, I feel like, and man, I was feeling this way pre-direct, but especially now in a post-direct world, where like I'm seeing all this third-party support for stuff day and date, and if it's not something that's day and date, it's something that's coming sooner, and
Mm.
it's just so weird because like in my brain I was like, even now that we know at least we're getting Metaphor on it finally after 2 years. The fact that I'm like, and this is gonna hit you maybe more after beating the game arcs, but it's just like, well, no, I guess where you're at, you could even understand the big focal one with it is like, it is amazing that
Mhm.
they are releasing this game 2 years later with nothing added. Because the big thing with when Metaphor came
Oh,
out
Yeah.
was everyone was sure at the very least, if they weren't going to do a big re-release, they were at least going to do a DLC drop, and there's no DLC coming for this. So
Yeah.
it's like, why did you wait 2 years? I know it didn't take you 2 years to make this come, so why the wait?
that's a
Yeah,
good
I was
question.
actually thinking about that. Seeing the metaphor reveal in the direct today, that there's just nothing extra being added. I was sure that they were gonna add something to it, but no, nothing.
Mhm.
I'm just saying,
Especially because what they did with Yakuza 0 Director's Cut and like
Mm-hmm.
the Kiwami reports.
listen, Lavi, you can at
I'm just saying they
give a
had
good comparison, like Peak, aka Dragon's Dogma 2, getting Dark Arisen. Like that's cool.
Yeah,
Like
Dark
that's a
Arisen.
cool
hey,
one.
hey, hey, hey. Hey, well, I mean it's Sega. Atlas and RGG are still under Sega, so that's why I yoinked out the Forbidden Director's Cut
Okay.
as an example,
Okay.
and we all know they did it as incentive to get people to get it over for that platform, which I'm not doing. Despite loving Yakuza, I'm not subjecting myself to that.
Not yet. Not yet. Never.
No. Period. Okay. I will say, like, personally, in my own personal opinion, I really did not care for any of the third-party announcements into the Nintendo Direct because I already have a different console that I regard playing third parties on already, which is the PS5. And my brain, being not being a kid that grew up with a lot of Nintendo stuff in my house, I only regard Nintendo still as mostly only wanting to get those consoles for their first parties and their exclusive.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
I
it's a
can see
bad
that.
thing that they finally have a hardware that can keep up with current gen console specs. It's good for those that were raised opposite from me and really do prefer to have Nintendo as their main platform. It's good all around for the devs too. More sales for the devs means more sequels or all that stuff, but
Or DLC.
or more DLC.
See, I feel like there was a great tweet I saw today for DMC5 coming to Switch 2 finally, and everyone was.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
yeah.
My favorite tweet I saw with it today is great news, everybody! After multiple years, DMC5 is finally on Nintendo Switch 2 with nothing added at all. Please thank Capcom for their hard work and effort.
Yep.
Well, what burned me is it was digital only.
Yeah, I don't know
mean,
why
Special
Capcom.
Edition was digital only.
I don't know why they did that because like I think like for some IP it makes sense, but then it's like think about it like they did a physical for Onimusha Warlords, they did a physical for Ace Attorney, Mega Man, Resident Evil even, but like they've done native ports of DMC 1, 2, 3, and 5, which, by the way, now at this point, if you're DMC 4, that's got to be really awkward. But it's just like, what?
Yeah.
Why aren't like? It's not like it's only physical in Japan or something. There is no physical version of DMC anything on Nintendo. It's very weird.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the
Yep.
whole Bayonetta thing. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I think Bayonetta would cut her left tit off to sell half of what DMC sells.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but since they have the deal, they did the deal with Nintendo for Bayonetta to survive.
The
That's
monkey
why
paw
Bayonetta has the
curls.
physical. DMC doesn't have any physical for Nintendo. Hard reach, just noticeable.
Oh,
Kind of strange.
I was thinking about it recently, though. Speaking of Nintendo, I feel like a very bad A Platinum fan and B Bayonetta fan, where I was picking up some like weird Nintendo stuff on eBay recently, and something came across that was like, "Oh, Bayonetta Origins Steelbook," and I was like, "Oh my god." I forgot Bayonetta Origins came out. I'm like, I don't even own that game. I'm like, bro, if I don't own that game, who owns this game?
Good
That's
question.
so
I don't
true.
own it. I can tell you
I
that.
don't. Yeah. Yeah, it is not over here at all. Man.
I think we only have 1 and 2 right now.
I mean, now that you got a
Yeah,
Switch
that sounds
3, you
about
can
right.
finally enjoy 3 the way it was meant to be played.
From what I've kind of heard of 3, I don't know if I want to play up to 3, but we'll see.
I don't know. I feel like the hate for 3, I don't know. I feel like hate's even too strong of a word. I would say 3 is worth being played, but also there's a reason you don't hear about it as much versus 1 and especially versus 2.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But damn, now that you brought up DMC, I was really hoping something about DMC 6.
I don't know. Here's my thing, and I mean, Arx, you can maybe lean into this with me more. Fuck, I'm forgetting the name of the producer who's worked on like all of them since like 1 and 2, but he left after Dragon's Dogma, and he went to I forget who he joined. He left Capcom after Dragon's Dogma 2 because basically the DMC5 team is what worked on Dragon's Dogma 2, and then Dragon's Dogma did what Dragon's Dogma 2 does, and he left after that.
Ikami?
What was it?
Itsuno.
Was it Ikami?
It's Itsuno,
Itsuno,
yeah.
okay.
When Itsuno left,
Okay, sorry.
I've kind of been like, and especially now after playing the Onimusha demo and stuff, I'm like, okay, this Capcom still knows ball. I'm sure they could still make a new DMC. There's just not that head there. It's like right now with Bandai Namco. I'm like, can you think of a worse time to announce Tekken 9? I'm like, bro, who's making the game? What do you mean you can announce it all you want? But I'm like, if Capcom announced DMC 6, I would just ask by who, my guy? Who is making this?
Yeah.
That's fair, I
Yeah,
guess.
who
I
has
just,
who has
man.
the balls to like pilot that ship? Honestly, right now, that's a great question,
Mm,
and that might be why we haven't seen anything yet. You know, like who
yeah,
knows?
yeah. Speaking of things that we probably should have seen, though, was more Okami 2 stuff.
No, dude, that game
I was
just got
surprised
announced
that
2
wasn't
years
there.
ago. And that
Was that sarcasm?
no, this is 100% sarcasm. In fact, I shouldn't even say the game was announced 2 years ago. The game, not even the game, the team was formed 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They're like, they're still probably looking for someone to answer phone calls on the front desk.
At this rate, yeah, probably.
Like we need to
Oh, man.
tell everyone at Clover to fucking get off Twitter and get back to work. But no, I'm sure Okami's cooking.
true.
I mean, I know it's I think Okami's 20 this year, so it's one of those things where like I think at the most Okami probably deserves like a Switch 2 or PS5 port would be cool, if not just for the fact of that PS4 and Switch port at this point are almost 9 years old. So it's like okay, like
Oh yeah.
it would be nice just to give that another bump up again, even though, haha, yes, we are just reselling Okami HD again. But it's like, when they sell them for like $20, it's kind of hard to get mad at something like that. So I don't ever really mind that stuff. But the Okami stuff I don't really mind. It's like, I mean, listen, at like Lavi, if you want to come here like really trying to hurt someone, you should be like, listen, guys, where the fuck is Ace Attorney? These are the real questions that need to be asked.
True.
Why you gotta hurt us?
Or it's like at least when you're
Please.
making a Mega Man,
Like-
you're like, listen, things need to move in a Mega
Oh,
Man.
no.
I understand there's technical prowess needed. Whereas like we could get someone on RPG Maker to just start working on a new Ace Attorney at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Facts, there have been
Yeah.
indie games inspired by Ace Attorney that have already released, so.
Yeah, that
Yep.
too. Man. Let's see. What was the last release for Ace Attorney? Was it the Miles Edgeworth collection?
Oh yeah, that was last.
Yeah.
Was that last January or 2 Januaries ago?
I think that was 2 Januaries ago. if
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
been a
mistaken.
while. Well, speaking of things that are going to be a while, would you guys like to, instead of grading the P6 trailer, how about this? We'll play the fun predictions game of I've already put my chipset on the table. I'm saying P6 2027. Who would like to guess what release year you think you're going to actually be playing this game?
Well, here's the question. Has Atlas Team learned its lesson from revealing Persona 5 like years before the OG release came out? Because they teased us how long? 4 years
Oh, it was way longer.
on P5?
Reveal trailer in
I think it
20
was at least-
reveal trailer was 2013 and game released in
Yep.
2016.
Yeah. So.
So 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas this game
Yep.
was not announced. This game was in development in at bare minimum 2020, and we're going to be at least 7 years of dev time by next year.
Oh, really? I didn't realize they had been working on that in
It's
secret for that long.
it's the P5R team. It's the only thing they've been working on. Every other project has been a different team.
Yeah,
Well,
could see.
I had assumed that because Reload and Revival and all that other stuff that's come out. I would assume after like how well P5's done, they've gotten another team. They're not outsourcing stuff, right?
So actually, P4R is being outsourced. The primary work of the development for Revival is by Tosei, but they are still being supervised by Atlas. Whereas P3R was entirely in-house. Obviously, they had like support studios and stuff, but Tosei is doing the majority of the work for P4R, which is why they're getting it out so fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, I figured they'd split stuff up between Royal and Metaphor and stuff like that, but
No, because remember, after OG P5 launched in 2016, they all split up and made Studio Zero. So Studio Zero went
Yeah.
from 2016 to 2019, where they made Catherine Full Body, and then from 2019 to 2024 is when they did full-time development into Metaphor.
Okay, actually wasn't even aware that they first worked Full Body. I thought Metaphor was their first.
No, that Full Body was their show. Daddy Atlas, we can still make money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say 2028, not 2027.
I'm willing to bet, and I'd love for Nomura to prove me wrong. I bet you we will play the final version of P6 before Kingdom Hearts 4 releases.
Oh.
And we've seen more of Kingdom
I could
Hearts.
see that.
That's my other thing is like, do I really want to get P6 when it comes out first? Because it's just, we know by now there's always a more definitive edition in the Persona entry now. It's never, the first release is never going to be the only release now.
I don't know. I think they may be done with that. They've talked about it before. The last time it really worked for them successfully was Vengeance, but that was going multi-platform, and Royal, which
Yeah.
was kind of hard to equip because most of Royal sales actually weren't when the game launched in 2020. Most of Royal sales happen now that the game's on everything. Like Royal is like a money printing machine for them, but that's because it's constantly on sale and everyone knows about Persona 5 and it's on every system known to man. Xbox One, Series X, PS4, PS3, PS5, Switch One. I mean, fuck it, at this point.
Atlas's Skyrim.
Yeah, like at this point, like
That's
I'm almost like
fun.
half prepared for them to release a Switch 2 version of P5 with nothing added.
Yeah. Plus, with like we were talking about with Metaphor, they didn't add anything to that with the new release for the Switch 2, so they might take that route too. And just make this first version of P6 the definitive version 100%.
I would love for them to do that, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
Not that I
same.
didn't enjoy the extra content that was released in later editions, but like, dog, just let it cook longer. I would rather it cook longer than have to, buy another copy. But I also wonder if between those releases they had taken feedback from the fandom
I feel like it's almost more of
and
a
critics.
sales thing than a fan feedback one, because I feel like if they were as willing
Yeah.
to listen to fans, we would live in a world where there was a
We would have
FibC.
gay.
Oh yeah, that too.
Or that.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, P4's out
Both
again, so
valid
the
answers.
gay
I
is
know.
hella out, which is appropriate considering it's June.
I don't know.
but
I don't
yeah.
know, man. I'm thinking about it. Like we got that June 18th live stream. It would be funny. They're like, as part of Pride Month, we are happy to announce that Yosuke, the Yosuke and the protagonist are indeed optional gay protagonist lovers, and everyone will
I
cheer.
feel like if they did that, I mean, everyone would definitely cheer, me included, but I feel like if they did that, they'd really have to rewrite some of the dialogue a bit.
They're gonna be like,
No,
we've
no,
seen
it all
we've
fits.
seen all of your Tomodachi Life Islands. We now know what side of history to be on.
Yeah, that's it. No, the dialogue fits in the original. Trust me. Yosuke calls you partner constantly.
I'm not talking about Aibo, man. He can Aibo all I want till the break of dawn. Anyway, because the midnight channel's over after that. But, no, I think there's just some select scenes that I feel like even back in the day seemed a little misconstrued, and that's the whole reason why every time P4 was brought up again, we have the whole discourse, especially with Naoto and Kanji. So I'm wondering if they will make some additions to help define those a bit better. Kind of like, how we got those extra scenes in Reload to strengthen the bonds for C's as a whole.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see how much wiggle room they have to kind of play around with the world of P4 without obviously changing anything.
Mm.
Yeah, that's gonna be
Who
really
knows?
interesting to see what they add in, especially for that time period.
Mhm.
Oh,
I'm glad we get to keep the veggie garden with
oh,
Encore.
that's
We
all
can
I.
have SP spinach
That's
on
all I
there.
ever
Yes.
wanted.
Vegetables at a nice cheap price.
This is a minor. This is a minor thing. I don't think they'll do it. If I can at least walk around one section of Junes that's not the fucking lobby, I will be happy.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. How do you put the biggest mall in bumfuck nowhere and not let us check it out? That's not accurate, especially to us Midwesterners.
No, for sure. I'm like, give me the Walmart food
Yeah.
court experience, please and thank you.
Yep.
Auntie Anne pretzels. Give me the cinnamon pretzel.
Oh my god. On that fantastic note, I mean, we already are kind of talking about the future. We'll do our last prediction. At the beginning of the show, I warned you guys. I said, all right, we know Metaphor is coming. We know Atlas loves money. You are the executive. What game do you think Atlas will try to sneak out before the end of 2026?
Here's my question. I have a question about that really quick. Is this like our own personal one or strategically what we think Atlas would do?
I think in the spirit of the bet, it is what you think they will do versus what you want.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to
damn.
rethink that shit.
You can, I mean, you can always say both, but like for the spirit
Yeah.
of the bet, I feel like it's that.
Ugh. They already did Nocturne, so they can't go back and be like, here's
They're gonna be like
another
Nocturne,
version
but
of
good.
Nocturne.
Thank you.
Eh,
Yeah. Nocturne, but we
um,
buy it an English copy.
I'll be honest, I was already surprised out of all the spin-offs they chose to remaster Rido. Um,
Yeah.
I don't even know how well it did, but they could always do its sequel because it did get a sequel.
Yeah, Rando 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Mm-hmm. Like if I had to choose something not involving Persona that they would probably do
I mean,
next,
it can still be
specifically than going
Persona.
back and redoing Persona 1 and Persona 2, it'd probably be Rido sequel.
I'm surprised how many people I've asked about this so far, and people are like, "Oh yeah, it could be another Persona game," because everyone's been like, "I mean, hey, you're allowed to, you're allowed to release more than one Persona game in a year."
Yeah.
True. Plus, finally having the P2 duology on a single console would be like an actual godsend.
The fact that that has not happened is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, it is man, yeah, it's not only weird, it's extra strange for the fact that there's not even a good excuse why it hasn't happened.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Yeah, no.
I guess I think I would lock in on a Rido sequel, but again, I was surprised that they even chose Rido as their like choice for spin-off remake. Mine would have been Digital Devil Saga, and that's what I personally want.
Arx, what about you?
So strategically, I want to say SMT4
Oh, Apocalypse
releasing,
or Vanilla.
like Vanilla or Apocalypse. Either
I was
one,
gonna
I'd
say, I
take.
feel like why not both?
Yeah, why not both? Exactly. We can just put that shit in a collection, call it good. But with my heart and soul, I want to say a Devil Survivor collection.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want anything, anything, You know what? I want anything, but you know what I don't want, because I mentioned it earlier, and it would be really sad if we just get a bunch of like really lazy up gen ports. Don't do lazy Switch 2 editions and don't do lazy PS5
Mhm.
ports. Like I don't want like one of the announcements at the end of the
Yeah.
year to be like, guys, we are bringing a native port for Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4
Oh
Golden
God.
to PS5 before reload. And I'm like, no, that's not what we want.
That's no.
It's not what we
Yeah,
want.
that's no. That's a big
They already
no.
knew what we wanted, and they didn't give me my girl.
They're like, how would you like
Girl.
720p upscaled to 4K?
No. I want
No.
to cry again with the
Hmm.
full 3D models, Akihiko giving me a charm bracelet and promising he'd give me one every year for as long as they dated, and then have my heart pulled out my chest.
Oh, I haven't had a chance to tell you guys this, but I'll have this kind of be my little outro for you guys. Minor P3P spoilers for anyone who's not played Femcy's Route. I have a coworker who is playing for the first time Femcy Route. She's loving the game. She just got to October, and she's playing,
Oh, no.
but she's playing Femcy, and
Yeah.
she was
Yep.
on rank 9 for Shinji. Rank 9.
Oh,
And the best part is,
no.
so she knew something was going to happen, so she wasn't that shocked, but she was still really sad about what happened in October. I'm not telling her yet until she beats the game, because I feel like if I tell her now, she's going to like go back and try and
Might
like save
forfeit.
it.
Yeah.
So I'm
yeah.
gonna wait till she gets to the end of the game and be like, "Oh yeah, you could have saved him. Yeah, no, you fucked up. You actually could have saved him."
Yeah.
Ugh. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's the best. Yeah.
Wait, what about the
Yeah.
Chidori decision?
I haven't asked her about the Chidori decision yet. I forgot. When does that happen in P3P again?
That happens. That happens later. So it's
Yeah,
I
there's
want to
still
say, is that
time.
January
It's like the
probably?
next month.
no. It's like
Uh,
November, I think.
Yeah, you have to like encourage Junpei to go see Chidori, I think,
Okay.
and give the flowers. So it's when she's still in
Oh,
the
yes.
hospital.
No, yeah, I'll have to bug about that. I think they're still in October though, but I am so excited for them to roll
Okay.
credits because they have only ever played P4 and P5, and they're like loving it. They're like, man, this game's so great. And by the way, they never played it before. They're playing Portable for their first time ever, and it is so good to the point where
Yeah.
now that they have a Switch 2, they're like, damn, bro, I think I just gotta play Reload next.
Yes. Oh, speaking of though,
Yes.
speaking of Detsus, that's another thing I'm kind of hoping with P6 having that cemetery ghost tonage is that like they give us more of the option to possibly hex stuff up and people die.
Like how
That's kind of
how
what I'm
so?
hoping for. Well, if we're dealing with the occult, I'm wondering if we might mess up a ritual or something.
Oh, if we could have it to where like
we
we
don't
could
stop
kill
people
party
from
members
doing a
accidentally,
ritual.
that would be sick.
I feel like that's actually kind of a safe bet. I could believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming we're still gonna have the whole high school era. I mean, that's just kind of how Persona is. It's
We
always high
know
school. So
you're still in school. I'm holding out hope. I'm like, please, just give me grad school, anything but high school, please.
mm,
Yeah, for real, for real.
but I'm sure there might be they might draw not inspiration or references from like some anime episodes of where they're like, oh, remember this school has this rumor if you do this or that, blah 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 blah. um I know like Toilet Bound Hanako Kun might have some possible
Yeah.
influences that maybe P6 might also have in tandem.
No, that's a good
P6
one.
will have its own moaning myrtle.
Oh no, we don't need high school moaning. No moaning,
Oh,
please.
no.
Oh my god. All right. Well, on that absolutely ghoulish note, thank you two for coming. Arcs, Lavi, where can people find you? Where can people enjoy horrifically long live streams that may or may not involve kitty cat shenanigans?
Man, I try not to keep them that long, okay? It's just when I'm on the grind after I do main story stuff, they do kind of tend to go on a little bit long. But anyway, yeah, hi. My name is Lavi. He said that already. Your man-eating plant monster girl VTuber. I reside mostly on Twitch and YouTube. I multi-stream there. I'm also on TikTok, Twitter/X, Blue Sky, Instagram, basically most places under Lavi Alrane, so LaviAlraune. If you do Persona, you should know what that is. So kudos to you if you know.
Arcs, how about anything you want to plug?
Yeah, you can find me over at Arcs Gaming 67 on Twitter, Twitch, and Blue Sky.
And everybody, thank you for checking out this segment, which I will now, as tradition, look at how long I've been recording and be shocked that it is well over half an hour. Yeah, of course. Of course it's an hour and 45 minutes. Why wouldn't this be a short one? Why wouldn't it be? On to the next guest. God damn it. Hello, everybody, and welcome to what I can only imagine is the last segment of the podcast. Just because we're at the end doesn't mean it's ending shortly, because you get me and Larrue into a room, it's going to be either a 10-minute conversation or a 3-hour TED Talk. So we'll try and meet somewhere in the middle, so that way we can end this before the sun goes down. But Larrue, how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm as good as an Atlas fan could be. We're eating good.
I mean, Atlas fan, video game enjoyer, just like in general, like you kind of have to try hard right now to not be looking forward to something. Like I'm really in trouble as a just general video game enjoyer. Like I was like thinking about like just September, and I mean even not even just September, but like the rest of the year, I have a horrific amount of games that I will not be able to resist picking up. And like not even kidding, this week alone, I have, and this is very rare for me because I've cut back on my collector's edition pre-ordering. I have pre-ordered 5 different collector's editions this week. It is bad.
Oh wow. See, I thought I was bad for doing 2, but
What was your second one?
5 is it's 2 of the
Oh, that's true. You're the. I was so honestly, when I made that tweet about Persona 4 Revival, I was shocked at how few people said both. Because the thing that's funny about the JP one is that one's actually pretty cheap. Like it's literally like less than half the price of ours.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I wanted the super duper collector's edition, the
Oh,
the
that one
Famitsu
sold out
whatever,
really
whatever,
fast.
but it looked. Yeah, it sold out. It sold out faster than I could. I think a whole day went by, and I was like, "Oh yeah, the Japanese," and it was already gone. So I just forgot all about it. I've never really, I never really thought that would happen, but I guess Japanese fans really love Persona 4. So
So we've got both in there. I mean, we might as well talk about it because there's no like easy entry point into it for it. And I've been so curious about how you feel as a fellow collector sicko. How did you react to both the Japanese and the Western Persona 4 Revival collector's editions?
in the nicest way, I've been kind of just unimpressed. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just old. I don't really care for the figure. I already have the flashbacks, the horror flashbacks of the PC Reload Aegis, which I didn't think was pretty. I didn't think it was good. Maybe I am just really picky, but I just when I saw it, I was kind of just like, this is fine. The only thing that brought me any kind of happiness is, I guess, if you pre-order it in Japan through Amazon, you get a little keychain that has
The
Nanako's face on
the
it,
Nanako
which I'm like,
keychain
oh, I
is
don't.
like so funny because like when I was going through all the Japanese pre-orders, like there were 2 things that stood out to me. It was that and the umbrella. I was like, these are the weirdest pre-order bonuses.
Yeah, the umbrella is an insane choice. Everything else, I was like, wow, a lot of badges, a lot of like acrylic stuff, which you already know how I feel about acrylic. Um, there was nothing that was like, I was like, wow, I need to get it. The only thing that kind of made me feel like that is the Nanako keychain. I'm like, oh, I love Nanako's voice. I don't know if the Japanese voice actor has
No,
changed. They didn't,
all the
right? They're the
Japanese ones
same,
are still the same.
which makes the whole like the decision to recast the English ones kind of interesting. But yeah.
So
I forgot to mention I do like the box, the like TV box. I don't know if it's like a wallet or something in the Japanese version. It's kind of
yes, I
nice.
think that one's interesting.
But
I'll be
everything
curious
else,
to kind of see if that one gets kind of like any use with it. The fact that it's kind of like an interesting little like carrying case or like kind of small wallet size one. I'm I'm always kind of surprised. I mean, I guess they used to do it way more back in the day, but like this was like back like 2012 to 2016 Atlas, where like the extra stuff that's in the Japanese one that's not in ours, I'm almost kind of surprised they don't just like sell them on like the Atlas store site, like a la carte. Because like I feel like that's kind of one of those things of like the T-shirt
yeah,
and the bag. I know for sure people would like, but probably not enough to want to double dip.
yeah. And I mean, when it comes down to it, didn't they vaguely kind of do that? But well, I mean, I guess they repackaged the collector's edition stuff when they re-released or when they did like Persona 4 Golden. But
Yes, with the Hori accessory kit.
yeah, you would think that they would kind of maybe there's a Atlas Japan thing. Maybe it's an Atlas Japan reason why we're not getting it. Which I do feel like they genuinely want us to have horrible stuff in the West. Like they want our stuff to
Dude,
be worse.
I
Is the
bet I
vibe I
bet
get.
whatever executive at Atlas got like brought up, like whatever executive learned about Amazon print on demand t-shirts got like the world's biggest heart on. They were like, and it only costs us this much? Oh, yes, 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 please, please, please.
Yeah, and they like never look back. They just
Are you ready for I don't think I've told this anywhere, but are you ready for a world exclusive Spencer hot take about this collector's edition?
Yeah.
I
Let me hear it.
think this might be the most boring Persona Steelbook.
Oh, I did see the steelbook and I was like, wow. I mean, well, also I was kind of expecting a Spencer take, but wow. I mean, it does it. Sorry, go ahead and say why.
My take
why
on
is
it
it
is,
boring?
and this is a little bit like you kind of have to take a couple steps with me to get there. I think it is 50% good. I think the side with you, that drawing of him sitting in front of the TVs, I really like that. I think that looks clean. This gives me big pre-order bonus vibes, specifically from GEO. This reminds me of those GEO steelbooks, where GEO's favorite way to do steelbooks is take one piece of clean art and then you have something slapdashed on the back, and then randomly some like spread out art on the inside. That like it's a interesting steelbook, but it almost feels like you just slapped two random pieces of art on there. Whereas instead of the second piece of art, we just have a couple of the tarot cards on there in the back. And like when you think of Persona 4, like yes, obviously the cards in terms of summoning the personas are important, but like you have this beautiful cover art for the game, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh yes, Persona, the game about friendship and going on adventures and everything. What should we have on here as art? One drawing of Yu Narukami and a bunch of tarot cards. I'm like, man, the inside of the steelbook has a lot of like saving to do, because like obviously I would get it no matter what it is, but like I'll probably have to like look at him and think long and hard with it, but like before I probably had like my most whatever Atlas steelbooks before, at least for Persona, were like the pre-order bonus ones back when they did P5R on like Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation. Just because that's just like take the cover art, throw something on the back, nothing crazy. Whereas like this one was just like, okay, they clearly have a ton of amazing art for this, and they just thought, okay, what can we give to this one retailer? And I don't know if GEO has published their stuff yet, so like maybe this is this is going to be the thing, but hard to say.
I hope not. I mean, I was kind of expecting when you said that the reason why I know is because I immediately was like, what did GEO did? But it says like coming soon, so I guess they haven't even announced whatever they're gonna do.
I think it'll be very telling if it ends up being the GEO steelbook, because I feel like that that has to be like, or not has to be, like, it just could be, because it's very weird, because I feel like Atlas is really hit or miss with some of their steelbooks. Of they either really knock it out of the park, or just kind of feels like they do whatever. Like, I think of like some of their more obscure ones I really really like. Like, I think of like how minimal and like how nice the purple pops on like that Soul Hackers 2 one. Like, it's all black gloss, and you kind of have like the purple and green really standing out there. Like the metaphor one that we got in the collector's edition is really really nice. But then like the problem is, like, I'm like, well, I'm gonna buy this either way, because I have more faith in this statue versus the Igus edition statue. So I'm like, okay, I really want to get that. I'm sure the art book will be cool. But like, the weird thing with the steelbook was, like, that was my biggest thing I was vocal against. I was like, I think I could have been a little more understanding of the price for the Igus edition back with P3R if there was a steelbook. But the craziest thing was, not only was there no steelbook for that, is that there was never a steelbook for that game, which is very weird, because it's not like Atlas stopped doing steelbooks. They just only didn't do one for that game.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, has still I guess my question is, has steelbooks as a concept become less like popular? Is that a reason or a contributing
It's
factor at
definitely
all?
waned in popularity. I was actually joking about this with Mary, because like two of our biggest collectibles that we've been doing since as long as we've known each other. Like, I mean, she still is, like, she's really, really big into Squishmallows, and I've always been really big into steelbooks. And the funny thing about it is, like, I remember back in the day, it felt like you had to try to not get a steelbook, whether it was with, like, a pre-order bonus or a collector's edition. And steelbooks have always been really expensive to make, but for pre-order bonuses, usually make a little bit more sense, or collector's editions. Whereas they've really kind of become a lot more niche or hard to get. Like, Best Buy doesn't even do them as pre-order bonuses anymore. You'll maybe get one at GameStop, you'll maybe get one at Best Buy, but it's really hard. It's really few and far between where they're included. So, like, it's not like they've stopped doing them at all, but I would say if there was a year where I might get 10 to 20 steelbooks in a year, I think nowadays we're probably lucky if I get 5 to 10. So, like, I would say that, not that the interest has gone down, I think the amount of publishers willing to pay up the money for it has probably been cut by at least 50%, especially Atlas.
Oh, I mean, that sucks. I'm glad I'm not super steelbook heavy. Like, I think I probably have like 80% of the Atlas steelbooks that I didn't even try. I just grabbed them when I could, and I was like, well, if I don't
I'm
need it,
still I'm
whatever.
still only missing one, and it's one that, like, I feel like I should care more about not having, but it's just never really like hit me, or like come at me at the right time. The only one I am missing, not
Hmm.
counting Rito Remastered, is, oh, why am I forgetting? 13 Sentinels. That was the only one. And even that's not even an Atlas developed game, so I kind of give myself the out there. But like, besides that, that's like the only one I've
Yeah.
never had, and it was just because it's like, it's beautiful art. Like, obviously it's vanillaware, but it was one of those things where it's like, I'm not like the biggest 13 Sentinels fan, and it was never like, I've never seen it at like a good enough price that I'm like, oh, I'll go pick it up for this.
Yeah. I mean, that's understandable.
But what was another one? I was getting? Oh, with the American. So, like you said, you're a little kind of let down overall with it. If you had to pick, obviously out of the English one or the Japanese one, do you have a preference? Because at least for me, you'd mentioned the TV style box with it. I kind of actually like, one of the things that give the edge to the North American collector's edition is I like that the whole box is kind of in that big square TV display, whereas the Japanese one's going to be a lot more of those traditional, like, flat collector's edition boxes, like the ones they did for P5 and P5R.
Yeah. I mean, I like to look at it based on like things I will. I mean, not just like the not just like the overall thing, but whether or not I would actually use anything that's like contained, and how much space it'll take in my like like my area. So I do like Revival because it like the the Western version because I think the keycaps are such a weird thing, and you know how much I love like dumb novelty things that doesn't make sense for them to even include. So them doing keycaps is such a weird thing that I'm like, okay, I definitely associate Persona 4 with keyboards. It's one of the defining factors of Persona 4.
I will interject because one of the things we talked about in this episode, I was talking to Crystal earlier about this, and she gave me a good explanation of why. In world reason, it makes absolutely no sense, but I think in terms of you're an Atlas marketing person and you're suggesting things to put in here, think about how popular custom
Mm-hmm.
keycaps have been, specifically at stuff like anime conventions and in artist alleys. And I'm like, that makes way more sense. It's like, is it thematically appropriate to the game? No. Is it a thing that people who play this kind of game are into collecting? 100%.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's fair. When you put it that way, it makes sense. I just have the that like, oh, I love the quirky stuff, and to me it's just like unusual. But I still will give it to the Japanese version. I think I do like it better overall, just because the actual packaging of that, like whatever. If I don't know if it's all gonna be put into that weird purse thing, or I don't even know how big the purse thing is. I'm like, maybe it's not even a purse. Um, I think the shirt that they include is actually not
Really?
horrible.
I'm
It
not
is
against the
weird.
shirt. I'm not going to feel FOMO from the shirt, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's just that when I compare, like, I'm like, what's the equivalent for the shirt in the English version? I'm like, I guess the cards. But I guess what I really need to do is I really need to see the statue a little more, because I know the sizzle reel thing that they made like gave us a sneak peek, but I want to see one that's not actually dolled up for the purposes of selling it, so I can know for reals, is it good or is it not.
Now for you, what do you think is something that you look for when it comes to judging if it's good or not? Like once you have it in front of you in person, especially someone like you have way more in your collection than I do.
For me, it's like, I think the biggest thing is the attention to detail. So like I'll look at the paint, if it's like off or if it's like really flat, like they didn't actually bother to try to give it dimension. Um, I like to look at if the sculpt work is actually good, especially with the face. Like I hate when something is supposedly like, I hate when the thing's face doesn't really look like the original art. It looks like a character, but it doesn't look like the character, which is kind of my gripe with the new metaphor figure by first what's it called, first figures. Like it's not an ugly statue by any means, but I feel like the face does not look like um dang, I forgot her name.
I
One of my
guess.
no, for metaphor.
Oh, Yufa or Juna?
No, no,
Hulkenberg?
no. The redhead elf.
Hulkenberg.
I can't. Hulkenberg. I can't believe I forgot that. Cut that out.
Larper. Confirmed Larper Larrue.
I'll just send you a screenshot of my hours played, and then during that part, just just show that I
Yeah,
have played the game.
was that
No, but I
C
think
Catherine or
that
K
like,
Catherine?
that was Q Catherine. I don't know. Uh, but overall, like I feel like if the face is off, it bothers me the most about a figure, like more than all the other stuff I mentioned. So yeah.
I think at least through the like little 360 video Japan did, and actually surprisingly, Atlas West also did earlier today with the figure. I have a little bit more faith in it. I like that it's at the very least bigger. It's taller than the Aegis statue for sure, and the base is way more interesting. Like the Aegis figure, I think is fine in terms of
That's
detail.
true.
Like Aegis is already so simple; she's not even a very complex paint job. Whereas like she's literally just standing on some white blocks. Whereas like the TVs with having Izanagi there next to him is already like it's like it's one of those weird ones where like in your brain you can kind of be like, well, it's like I'm getting two figures for one, you know, because like it's not like it's just you on top of some TVs.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
Well, I guess while we're already talking about P4R, we might as well get into the trailer. So I saw your clips. So you were streaming. So you were streaming the Xbox show. Did
Yeah.
you stream any of the other showcases last week?
No, I just did the Xbox because it was the only one happening at a reasonable time, like on a weekend.
Yeah, something the
So
employed can enjoy
you know,
instead of like at 2 p.m. on a Thursday.
yeah. I'm like, oh, like I'm like, I had people texting me, oh look, Kingdom Hearts. I'm like, cool, I'm on the clock.
Yo, that's especially brutal for West Coast, by the way, because
Nintendo.
yeah, that was like at 7 a.m. for you.
Yeah, I was literally just clocking in, and I'm like, okay, well, I have a really busy day, so I can't really watch anything. And people were like, oh my god, like, must be nice to have joy and whimsy, you unemployed people.
So, for anyone who did not get to see your live stream, what was your thoughts in the moment, and then how are you feeling about it now? Because I have one of your takes. I don't even know if I would say it's a hot take, but one of the reasons I was really excited to get you on here is because I vehemently disagree with you on one of the things.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know which thing. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't have a whole lot of reaction to the trailer. I watched it like 4 times after I like my that initial thing, and my main takeaways were like, oh, I mean, it actually doesn't look awful like that initial teaser they did a long time ago. I feel like maybe they should have never shown that off. They should have just showed like TVs and left it at that. Um, in context, everything looks pretty decent. I like the new animation, the dynamics, like it's very dynamic, but it also reminds me of Persona 5 a lot because of that. Like Persona 5 Royal, it's really like a Persona 5 ified Persona 4, and I don't like the portraits. Like some of the portraits I thought were pretty awful. Like the Teddy one especially was one that stood out to me. Um, and I feel like with the texture on the shadows that we saw, it's almost like out of place because some the textures of the characters look, they're more anime, they're unrealistic, whereas the textures on the shadows they were kind of like too textured.
You liked how
I don't know.
4K that tongue looked on the shadow before it was licking him?
Yeah, I was like, what is with this? Someone really likes that shadow. That was someone's favorite shadow for sure.
That was like I always think of that image of the writer's barely disguised fetish.
Yeah, that's what I got out of it. I mean, I don't even know what else I said. I'm trying to remember, but overall, I thought it was good. You know, it got me like excited, but not like over the top excited. I think I was more excited at the prospect of us showing something than when I actually saw it. If that makes sense.
No, that totally makes sense. Because like for me, I think no one was shocked to see it at this show specifically, and especially by the time it had come in the week, it was like, okay, obviously it wasn't at PlayStation, it wasn't at Keeley's thing. No one's expecting to see it at the Nintendo thing first. So seeing it at Xbox isn't really a surprise. It's more of, all right, what are we going to see? What do you have to show us? Especially for something we already kind of know what we're looking like. Because I think a lot of people collectively were like, all right, worst case scenario, I still remember your god awful trailer from last year. Best case scenario, it's
Mhm.
just going to be Persona 3 Reload, but yellow. And I was really shocked at not only
Yeah.
how much better it looked compared to that trailer from last year, but to the point where, especially as someone who's played P3R a lot more recently, it's like, oh yeah, like it's such a visual step up in terms of how different it looks, how much like more identifiable it looks versus P3. And obviously, that's one of the things of even when you go back and play original P3 versus P4, they have such different color grading, such different shading, such different tones and vibes and
That's
everything,
true,
even
yeah.
though they're all on the same engine. One of the things we haven't heard about this yet, I would be so curious. I wonder if they changed the engine again to UE5, because obviously at the time we had UE4 for P3R, UE5
Yep.
was just kind of barely coming out, and at this point, like the lighting looks so much better, specifically like some of the shading and everything with it, that like I wouldn't be shocked if it's UE5, because really UE5 is just like a up-resed version of UE4. It's not a crazy drastic change, but I feel like that'd be one of the things they'll
Yeah.
probably talk about on that live stream next week on the 18th. Like that's the kind of stuff like I'm excited to talk about. I'm also curious of like I feel like this will probably come out in like a Famitsu interview. I doubt they're going to be very forward facing about it. I really hope that they start talking about like the team working on it with them, because like as someone who's been following it for a long time, I was really excited when I learned that Tosei was working on this game, because I'm like, Tosei is a fantastic developer, and I feel like unless you're like a big nerd like me, most people probably wouldn't know who Tosei is, but I think it would be very important in a positive way for them to show the game first looking this good, and then come out and let people know that they are not the primary developer on it. And that would kind of give people more hope and credence, because as we'll talk about later with P6, it's so funny to me how so many people, their takeaway from that trailer was like the Chairs trailer for P5, where they're like, oh god, they just started, we're never going to get this game anytime soon. And it's like, no, man, like this game's been in
Yeah.
development for like 6 years. Like there's a reason they showed it the way that they did, and if they kind of let people know, because this was even the case with P3R, where it was like, hey, this is not the main team working on this. Like they didn't have everybody from Persona Studio working on P3R. So if they kind of come out and have Atlas say,
Yeah.
hey, we're happy to announce we're working on this with our partners at Tosei or with another development team, it would kind of give people hopefully enough ammunition to put to get like 2 and 2 together and be like, oh, okay, so maybe P6 is not as far away as we think it is.
Yeah.
Going back to what I disagree with you though, and you're not the only one who has said this, so don't feel like it's just you with it. Obviously it's very subjective. I love the portraits. I do not get the hate on the portraits. I think they look great. I would never say one looks better than the others, but like I feel like I don't know what people are looking at when like because this came up with P3 a lot, but the fact that it came back up again for like P4, I'm like I need like a 10-minute like quick cut essay of someone like holding up both images next to me and being like, I need you to learn these 5 reasons why, because like one of the ones specifically besides Teddy that I thought was funny was Dojima. And I'm like, what is it? Because like specifically the Dojima is a way less drastically different. Like for me, I'm like, am I just looking at these wrong? Like, am I taking idiot pills? Like, why am I not seeing what everyone's upset about these portraits?
Well, for me, the main thing is that it has that really flat look. Like the shading is really flat compared to the like the Persona 4 Golden ones are the ones that come to mind. Like I just want like there to be shadow on the hair or on the face from the hair. Like there is a little bit, but it's like so understated compared. And like I already hate Yosuke, so I didn't expect to like his portrait regardless. But he like they really were like, yeah, Sojima's not on this, but let's give this guy the Sojima neck for all time's sake, because it's like insane looking. And I feel like they went the other way with Teddy, where Teddy in the original is more flat, and in this one he's more rendered. He's got a little bit more gradients going on, and I'm like I don't like it. Like the juxtaposition, it's off to me.
One of one of my
I don't remember.
have you, no, you're
Sorry,
good.
go ahead.
Have you seen the meme? One of my favorite memes with the Teddy picture compared to specifically the golden one is like that the guy in the yearbook where the guy the people was like, all he did was lean back. What are we doing?
I mean, that's kind of basically all he did. He leaned back and unlocked more shading. But I just feel like that is kind of like the lack of shading. There's no like I don't know. It just looks really distracting, and I think that a lot of the art that we've seen for Revival has kind of felt distracting in a similar way, where it's like the way things are rendered looks awkward to me. Like even the box art itself, I was looking at it, and I'm like, I just don't like, I don't understand it. It looks weird. It doesn't like the light. Like I don't know, because I know to meet up match up with Sojima's energy, it's kind of difficult. But this felt like Like I'm like, who drew these? Because they're not quite
I
doing
I
it.
am
Like
I
they're
am
not doing
curious
it.
about who's going to get all the art credits for this, because especially even I would say even more so than 3, this one feels artistically the most kind of different versus P3R and even some of the other art changes we've seen, whether it be P5 to P5R.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the other main thing for me, like the other main sticking point, is that I know like Persona 3, like the original version had like a lot of this like watercolor look to it. Like, and I think with Persona 4 they also still had that. And because it doesn't look like that, it looks super digital art. I think that's why it's distracting. It has a strong digital art look, whereas the other ones, they look more like they look more painty. Painty is probably not a good word. Painterly. They look more painterly.
I'm like just thinking right now because I've mostly seen people comparing them for like the drawings in uh Persona 4 Golden versus Revival. I'm pulling them up now where I'm like, oh man,
Mm-hmm.
you know what would be really jarring? Revival's character portraits versus base PS2 character portraits. Like that's really like what genre is this in now? What happened?
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. I'll say this too. Like I don't know if it's just for the digital editions, but like on the digital editions, they have like this nice portrait of you, but with like when you look at him, what's weird about it is his like jaw and his like face is all rendered, and then his hair is like not. It's like they didn't finish the drawing, and it's supposed to be artistic, but it's like, so distracting to me. And I'm like, they should have just went with the render, like the level of like painty detail on the they did on the face all the way through, and I think it would have been a way better image. But I don't know. I don't work at Atlas. Whoever does, I don't like your decisions though.
What you know what that image specifically to me, especially for like the store edition on like the digital premium and the premium deluxe edition or whatever, that to me I feel
Mhm.
like, and this could just be like an assumption with how it was drawn. I feel like it was made to have like the hair be the same color as the background so that just the top half could kind of be like transparent to like put on top of something, and then like
Yeah.
while trying to do that it just flattened out the shading, because it is weird. Like you look at like it's like two different people. I'm like, hey dude, I'm gonna do the hair, you do the face, and then we came together and we're like, oh no, these look like two different drawings.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of my complaint with the portraits. Actually, even looking at this image, the collar is rendered like the white collar, but then the black part that's supposed to be his like jacket or whatever is not. So it's really distracting. It feels unfinished, which I'm like, that doesn't bode well to me.
How do you feel about, because we kind of talked about it a little bit, how are you feeling on the cover art? I will say when it leaked, and it was like, not leaked, but when it got uploaded a little bit early before the trailer, and then we didn't really have it in like full
Mhm.
color, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this, because I was just taking it as art at the time, and then as I sort of looked at it, I was like, you
Yeah.
know, it's doing something, and I don't even know if I've heard other people say this, but like you can tell me if I'm like crazy or not. To me, I've really grown to love the cover art for Revival because it takes the spirit of what the PS2's layout was for the cover art, but with the posing and the funness of Golden's cover art, where they're kind of like floating there.
No, I mean that's a pretty good take. I don't like it. I'm
That's
glad other
that's a good
people do.
take, but you know what? This looks like shit. Let me tell you why.
Like for me it's just like whatever. Like my literal thought of it is, oh, that's whatever. There are Persona art pieces for Persona 4 that I'm like, I love this piece. I would put this on my wall. But when I look at that one, I'm kind of just like, it's a piece. Like there are pieces that I think are iconic, and I just feel like this one doesn't stand out. It's kind of like there's like that one where it's like you with his arm, like his hand reaching towards you or whatever. It's also like one that they used a lot, and I just don't like it either. It just gives like this, like it's like everyone's doing the thing so you know who their personality essentially, and I'm like, okay. and I feel like the cover art for this one, it does capture like the fun. It does give off the good vibe that I feel like is intrinsic to the Persona 4. But like I said, it's like I don't know. I don't know.
So
And Kanji is supposed to have his arm on his bicep, not like his like hand up for no reason. Not to be super
no,
nitpicky,
I
but
mean, and I get that. I will say it's especially jarring when you compare it to the cover art for Reload, because Reload is obviously going to look a lot more minimalist, but that one way more
I
on
think
the point was trying to mimic that one for one of the Japanese box art.
yeah, and I think that's probably part. You bringing up Reload, I really enjoyed that, and it does something similar. I think you're onto something because I feel like Reloads is like a mimic of the original box art, but like it doesn't feel like it's just a one to one. It's like a loving nod to it, and I really like it for that, and it stands out on its own, even with it, like even without it. And it's one of those art pieces that I'm like, I would put that on my wall. But with Revival, I see exactly what you're saying. I can see it just looking at it, but it's just I don't know. It's just not for me.
Where would you rank it then if we had to go through modern Persona covers? We've got like P5R, P3R, and P4R.
It's definitely P3R, P5R, P4R for me.
I don't know why. I've always had like such a nothing reaction to the cover of Royal. Royal's cover for me is like
Yeah.
it really is just like being like, okay, we are doing the cover of Persona 5 again, but with less meaning. Like, I feel like the cover of Persona 5
Yeah.
can kind of be blamed as, like, not blamed, but can be, you can throw the, oh, it's just all of the characters thrown onto a page. But, like, one of the things I like about Persona 5's original cover that doesn't get as much love is, like, oh, well, if you kind of look at it, they kind of make a shape. Like, when they're all formed together, like, they kind of form into Arsene's body at the top, and I like how that looks. Whereas, like, for Royal, we still have Arsene at the top, but it's just everybody's here now. It's like everybody's striking a pose. Like, I don't know, like, why anyone would be more drawn to Kasumi versus like Akechi or On or anyone else. So it's like that one really feels like everybody's here. Whereas I think and I don't know if like this would be kind of a positive or a negative. Like I look at something like the cover of Golden, and I really like Golden's box art for what it is, but I think that was one of those things of, okay, we have a really busy logo, because you got to remember how much space the Persona 4 The Golden logo takes up on that original Vita box art, which is already really small. So like it's a different kind of design mindset when you know you're going to be printing something on like a 4-inch box versus like even something that's like 7 to 8 inches. Where like I think about the one for Revival and I'm like, you know what? It's funny to me that like I've looked at this thing and not once have I thought, oh, why isn't Marie on here? Like obviously Marie's in the game, but it's like I don't feel like she needs to be on there.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I learned while I was taking art classes is like when you're trying to see how a composition looks, you like squint a little bit so it gets obscured, and you can kind of see like where the darkest part of the picture is and where the lightest part. When you do that with like the Persona 5 logo or box art, it's really nice because it makes a triangle or not triangle, it makes like a cross shape. So then it makes sense why you constantly look at Arsene and Joker, and then you see then kind of the rest of them kind of blossom out from the middle. It's a really smart design. It's very logical. But when you do that with like P3R, you still kind of see you see a diagonal black shape going across, and it's lighter on the sides. So there's this movement. But when you do that with Revival and when you do that with Royal, it's flat because there's no direction with it except a little bit of dark where Joker's outfit is, and then the little dark in Revival is like towards the middle. It's really like directionless is like the way I would put it. And I think it's funny that you bring up P5 because I never really looked at the P5 box art that much, but now I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is an amazing box art.
Yeah, like honestly, and this goes back to the P5 and even P5R one with it of like, I think of that one scene, this is such a weird callback, but it'll make sense when I say it. There's a great scene in that Steven Spielberg biopic where like at the end of the movie, he has a talk, like Steven Spielberg as a kid goes into John Ford, who's like a really famous Western director, and he's like, he gets like 5 minutes to talk with him, and John Ford is played by David Lynch, which makes it like even perfect, and it's just 5 minutes of David Lynch yelling at a little kid as Steven Spielberg, but the whole point is he's teaching him, when you're looking at a painting, where's the horizon? When a horizon's on the top, when a horizon's in the middle, it's boring. When a horizon's at the top or at the bottom, it's interesting because it makes you think about different things. And you look at those images, and like obviously your eye is going to be either brought to Joker on the bottom or Arsene on the top with the original one, whereas the middle, like whereas Joker's right there in the middle, and everybody's faces all surrounding him around the middle, where it's like the horizon's just right there. You're not thinking about it. You're barely even probably noticing Arsene or the twins or anyone else in there. It's just like, okay, we're just slapping this together.
Yeah, it's very much like a unthought out piece of art. Like it's for art's sake versus this other one is it's carefully curated. It's definitely planned, and I think that's kind of why the revival one's like whatever to me, because it doesn't feel like that. And then also the revival one has like the blue flame stuff that Reloads has, and I'm like, why? Like why? Like it's super weird. Like his pants are on fire just like the P3 protagonist. I'm like, why are they both lying? They're just very dishonest people. Like, what's the goal here?
What was another thing with it? Yeah. Well, now I was gonna say, man, you and me were just talking about Anime Expo, and we're like, damn, why has Atlas not announced a panel already? It'd because fucking nerds like you and me would be there. It'd be like, let me tell you all the wrong decisions you guys have made with these games.
Hey, yeah. I mean, they should. My thing about it is, I feel like if they do announce a panel, it will be last minute and it'll be impossible to get tickets to. And I'm like, I think we're already getting a sample of that with the late announcement of like the I guess the Persona team more or less being there. I don't even know if you call it the Persona team. I'm like, who are some of these people?
The choices is really random. It's like we've got like some old heads, some new heads, but it's like it's not like they just brought the team who's working on one game. It's like we just brought like a handful of people.
Yeah, it's just we brought the people who said yes first. Because like no, because I was looking at the roster. I'm like, who are like and. It means something if I don't know one of the people, and it's like of the four, there was one guy that I had to like look up. I'm like, who is this guy? Like, who is he? But I hope they kind of do a panel. It would make a lot of sense. It's the anniversary year. You'd think that they would do something big for Anime Expo, but it seems like if they are doing something big, it's definitely not coordinated yet, or it's not planned.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm still curious to see what they do, but I'm like, we're like less than 3 weeks away now with AX, so it's like I don't know why stuff is getting thrown together so last minute, but also I know traveling to the US, especially international travel, is such a huge pain. I forget if I've ever given a shout out to it or if I've asked you about it specifically. If you have watched it, great. If you or anyone listening has not, I highly, highly, highly recommend, because we don't get them very often. Anyone out there who has not seen the Metaphor panel, they did it like last year's GDC. That is like probably one of the best all-time like Atlas panels they've done. I think they did one for like P5 forever ago, but it was mostly just kind of talking about the art design for it. But the cool thing about the Metaphor one is that's probably like one of the last really big times we've had a good deep dive talk into how a game changed a lot with them showing it as opposed to us having to kind of find it. Because that was like one of the funny things about that Metaphor documentary that came out around the time of launch. And I was like, oh man, I'm so excited for this. Like, Metaphor had a crazy development. I can't wait to watch this. And like, I waited till I beat the game and everything. And then when I beat it, I was like, bro, there's like barely anything in here. Like, this is such a fluff piece interview.
Yeah, yeah. But I feel like if they do something like that with Persona 6, they should really try to capture, like they should really do well to make it so it does have meat on the bone, because you're right, I did something similar and I was like, they literally say nothing. Like there's nothing of value here. There's not even nuggets, like not even little nuggets of trivia or anything really.
It kind of reminds me of the from you. If I remember talking about it with, oh God, was it last year? No, it was, because that was the year they announced the concert. It kind of reminds me of that panel they did last year with, like, I think it was Lin, and was Soejima there as well last year?
Yeah, so Jima was there, and I think I want to say Wada was there too. I feel like I don't remember.
Like,
And then it was P5X
yes,
people,
that
so
was one of the things where, like,
I don't know who
that
they were.
panel was way, that panel especially. I mean, obviously all panels are mostly just like promotional pieces. That one really felt more just like a, hey, we're gonna promote P5X having just came out, versus, like, they, at no point during that panel did anyone go, hey guys, let's talk about that teaser trailer we released 6 years ago with the character who no one ever saw again. So, like, there's like different stuff like that with it, and a lot of it is obviously knowing your audience, and, like, no disrespect to people who, the majority of people who go to stuff like Anime Expo. That's, I feel like panels at Anime Expo are definitely more of, like, that's why you see the stuff like with voice actors and stuff like that. I will never forget or forgive, by the way, the 2023, where they did the catfish thing, where they announced the panel really far in advance, but they changed it last minute. So they had announced it in, like, May, and they said, join us
Mhm.
for, there will be 2 panels, and they will have Atlas West staff there talking about working at Atlas West. And I was, like, so excited. I'm like, wow, that's such a great idea. Like, have actual employees talking about the process, because companies like Xseed, Marvelous, NIS America, and, like, a lot of anime, like, production companies, like, they do a lot of stuff like that, because there's a lot of very specific English production stuff you'll see at conventions like Anime Expo there. And I was like, oh, this would be perfect for that. And it was like, no,
Mhm.
there was a panel to announce the voice actors for Tactica and a panel to announce the voice actors for Reload. And I was like, I was happy to have gone to those, but it was just one of those things where, like, ironically, I was like, I mean, listen, I'll listen to Matthew Mercer talk for an hour, but I honestly, I would have enjoyed hearing the dude who works on localizing talk for an hour probably a lot more.
Yeah, there would have again been more meat on the bone.
So it's a weird one with it. I guess before we kind of move on and wrap up the P4 thing, while we are on topic of AX, did you try and sign up for tickets, by the way, for getting any of the autographs?
Yeah, I signed. It's because they did it in a weird way where it's like a 4-pack. Like you're signing up for tickets for like the all the Atlas people, and I think it was like, yeah, I think it was just all the Atlas people, but it's all bundled together. So I don't know if when you win the lottery or whatever, if that means you get to choose or if you get all of them. But I did sign up. Um, it specifically says it's for Wada, Soejima, Nomura, and
Asai.
then Asai, yeah.
So,
And I was like, oh,
without spoiling
okay.
anything too much, is there one or multiple things you are hoping to have them sign?
I wanted to bring something like Devil Children related because for Wada, he worked at Atlas, I think starting in like 1998, so he's been there for a while. But one of the weird obscure things is that he designed some demons for Devil Children, and I wanted to have him sign the guidebook and like be like, oh, like circle the one you drew, because I don't know. I want to know which one you drew.
I always
And then for
I
Sojima,
always
I
forget the
actually
name of him. You
like
probably either follow him or they follow you with it. They're the person who wrote a lot of those, like, Atlas guidebooks in the 90s and early 2000s like follows me on Twitter, and I follow him back. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
so
yeah,
funny
yeah.
because like the amount of times where I'll just post stuff without even tagging them, and then they'll just be like, "Oh, I did that one. I did. I did that one. I haven't done that one." And I'm like, dude, the fact that like one dude has just wrote like all these crazy like guidebooks like 20 plus years ago is just like so funny to me that like he's just
Mhm.
he's just like checking things out on Twitter, just be like, all right, let's like see. It's kind of like it's like the fact that like the Digital Devil story like creator, you could just tweet at him, he'll just reply to you. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
He'll just hit you up. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's crazy, but I kind of love it. Like, I think the early version of like the, I guess, Japanese Atlas ecosystem had this guy, because that's how I found him too. I was posting about one of his books and he was like, I designed that, and I'm like, oh.
Dude, we gotta
Um,
get Cosmo Kaneko to reply to you. You just gotta put something into Japanese. You can't be you
no,
can't be tweeting at him in English. He's not gonna respond to that.
no, I have there's a couple of people who are, I guess, who have a closer connection to Cosmo Kaneko, who literally warned him about me, saying that I'm I'm a malicious
Dude,
hater,
I would
because
love
I
to
was
like find
critical of
out
the.
like you're the Marsh to Kaneko's Lotus Juice.
I might be, because genuinely there's this guy who like he made a couple of tweets that were like in Japanese, talking about how like toxic I am, and how and he like screenshotted a bunch of things. Like, it was a bunch of my tweets, and the tweets were like things that I didn't really think were whatever. But when you compile them all together, it makes me seem like
Number one
I really
hater.
hate
Number
Cosmo
one
Kaneko.
hater. Don't mind my
Yeah,
giant collection of
and
all of your
it was
works.
yeah, and it was really dumb, because it was some of the tweets were like me. I posted that picture of him shaking hands with Kojima, and I was like, look at them shaking hands, agreeing to hurt their fans by making AI video games, and like, which to me is just a funny dumb tweet. But he was trying to paint this picture as I really hate Kaneko, especially because Kaneko made the dumb AI game, which I don't like his AI game, but that's like beside the point. So ever since I saw him make that thing, and there was a bunch of people who were in the comments in Japanese being like, "Yeah, that guy's so annoying," and I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing to annoy the random old Japanese men on Twitter, to the point where they have to congregate to like be like, "Oh, this guy's so annoying."
Dude, that
But
is so
ever since that,
legitimately
I've no,
funny to
like,
me that like I would there's like you gotta admit though that's almost like kind of commendable to be like, dang man, you're at least, because of people thinking you hate him, he's at least way more aware of you than he will ever be of me.
he is aware of me to some degree, probably. But it's just annoying. And the reason why I know it's me specifically is because I used my burner account to ask him a question. He didn't respond, but he liked the question. Like, he liked it, and it was because it was some dumb question where I was like, "Oh, will you ever do fashion or something?" And he just liked it. But then it turns out that he did already answer a similar question like a couple of days ago, so he probably was like, "I'm not gonna say the same thing twice." But he like I've asked him like 4 questions, and I've even like posted my fan art when he was like getting fan art. I posted mine too, and he commented on all the people who posted except me, and I'm like, all right. It gets to a point, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm okay with Cosmo Kaneko hating me, or at least being wary of me. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would, but that's the reality that
I
I
just
live
want you
in.
to know
I got
better
Japanese
to
ops.
have post I get no better to have after left Atlas post AI Cosmo Kaneko hate you versus like peak Cosmo Kaneko hating you. Like imagine peak Nocturne Kaneko being like, I don't want to talk to you. It'd be like, no.
Well, at the same time, I don't know if you're watching his tweets, but his tweets have been kind of revealing in a way. Like, I think blown away some of that mystique of him being a
Oh,
really cool
100.
like
Dude,
archer.
you look at him now, like you
Yeah.
not even. I mean, specifically, you're right. Especially now that he's been just using the internet like a normal person and stuff with it. The mystique that guy had even 5 years ago is completely gone. Like, do you remember? I mean, people.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've been in the
Yes.
fandom long enough, there were legitimate multi-page memes of where in the world is this man. Like, we were looking for this guy like the fucking secret to the Da Vinci Code.
Yes. We're trying to find the last hidden gospel of the Bible or something. And now that it's here and he's like reposting like BTS and being like, I really like K-pop. I'm like, oh. Oh, okay. But I mean, it's been interesting, and I kind of want to get more of those like old heads to hop on Twitter so we can get the entire gauntlet of Infinity Stones of old Atlas washed up people. Be kind of nice.
I mean, while we're talking about old heads, we might as well use this as a segue back for P4. I gotta know, because I, like me and everyone else on the internet, rightfully freaked the fuck out. How excited were you when they confirmed Kazuka was coming back for the main composer of Revival?
Very excited because he did the Junes theme, and that's like one of the best
I
things
mean,
about
okay,
Persona 4. It's quite
the
literally
Junes thing is important, but I think it's also more important. That's literally like his first Atlas credit was Persona 4.
yeah, and it was that song, which is so funny. Like he came out like guns a blazing, and he just never stopped. So I'm really excited. The snippets of that new song we've been hearing sounds pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it's I'm really curious as well to kind of see how different some of the new tracks get in the same way. And I feel like I've been very vocal about the fact that legitimately my favorite tracks in Reload are almost all the new stuff. I think the older songs are very interesting, but like when I think of the songs that really stand out to me, I think of Don't, I think of like Full Moon Night. Like I really like the whole soundtrack for that, but at the same time, I mean, not that I am gonna be more or less biased with it. So the funny thing is, obviously, he was one of the main composers in terms of like SMT5 Vengeance, which has so many amazing new songs. But remember, he actually didn't do most, if not any, of the tracks in Bass Reload. He worked on episode I guess where he did Disconnected and Don't. And I was like, all right, well,
Yeah.
if this is even like close to like what we're gonna get, but like him getting the whole thing is gonna be great. And the other funny one will kind of be curious of like how, not how, of like with some of his remixes he's done, specifically like with the dancing games. I'd be really kind of curious to see like how electronic heavy we can get with some of those battle themes. Like I would like, because obviously P4 is very poppy at its base core, but I feel like especially with stuff like in the dungeons, you could get a little bit more. You could get a little bit more experimental with, especially like thinking about some of the dungeons. Like I think like the video game dungeon specifically, I'm so ready to hear like what that's gonna sound like now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited because I feel like he did a really good job of seamless introduction of music for Reload. For specifically episode I guess. I think the entire edition like new music added for Reload in episode I guess. They do a really good job of sounding still within the same like theming and vibe. So I think that he's gonna be able to match the vibe well. I think the most interesting part is kind of what you're talking about, this idea of him like experimenting and kind of being able to show off different components and expand in ways. Because when I think of Persona 5, or Persona 4, I mostly think of trumpets because that's like I feel like 90% of what I think of is trumpets and harmonica, and I'm like, I better hear some trumpets and harmonica, but I want to hear them in interesting ways.
I'm trying to think about with it as well as It's really tough because obviously this one's a lot harder to get a hold of for the trailer because the trailer actually did a really good job of not focusing on the new music as much as the new voice actors, which I think is important, especially because I was surprised
Yeah.
at how much they showed of each of the main cast members without us even like we heard nothing from Adachi, we saw none of the social links, like we didn't even hear Margaret talk or anything. Like they really kind of kept it to like that core 10 or 11 people to hear from the game, but it also kind of got me to the point of now, and I think a lot of people were also really surprised, like me, is that we have a new vocalist again. Because I don't know, were you shocked that we had a different? Because
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty, I thought that everyone was pretty confidently agreeing, like, oh, we saw those pictures a couple years ago of her recording something in a similar studio. I bet she's coming back for this. Like, I was very shocked about why they chose to recast her, and but from the sound alone, the new vocalist I'm way less familiar with, but she has a very different sound, which I'm not against. I think it's really an interesting choice.
I mean, it's similar to how I felt about Reload at first, where I was put off just because I really like the sound of the original singer for Persona 3. So her voice being more like clean and clear, it kind of like I wouldn't say rubbed me the wrong way per se, but it was just more like oh, I mean, it's definitely a different vibe. But then when you actually kind of like acclimate, it really does sound good. And I think for Persona 4 revival, it was basically the same. I'm like jumping into the water before getting acclimated. I'm just like, oh wow, this is so different. But it's starting to grow on me. Like like her voice sounds good. Um, that song that we saw that is new though, I don't know if those are like fan lyrics or
No, no.
what. But like I was trying to figure out what they were saying, and it
the
just did
lyrics
not
are
make
wild.
sense.
I forget. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have posted it by now. Like one of my favorite things I saw were, all right, guys, uncomprehendable lyrics are back. Persona's back, baby.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, they really were like, let's. One of the things that people don't remember about Persona is that the lyrics used to make no sense at all. So I guess they wanted to go back to that. I did see that. I don't. Did all the voice actors release comments, or was it just Aaron
No,
Fitzgerald?
Aaron's been the only one who's been vocal about it, which I've talked about it a little bit because I've had some people reach out to me. I think specifically. Well, I know she's talked about it, and I know also Amanda has talked about it. Who was the voice of Yukiko? I'm not sure who else has been too public about it because after the whole thing last year, they were pretty mum about it. But I think Aaron posting it
Hmm.
specifically, it's like one of those things where you're it's like I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, she shouldn't say anything. Like it puts a bad foot forward to anyone who's either not going to like it or for the new actor out there. But it's one of those things where I think, especially now that we've heard it, and the voice character, the voice actor for Chie is very clearly trying to sound like they clearly got a voice match for Aaron. That's probably got to hurt a little bit more.
Yeah,
Where it's like this is a character she can still do. This is a character she wants to do. This is like one of, if not her favorite character. Like I have known Aaron for at least like
yeah,
8 or so years or whatever with it. It's never like a thing she just does when she's in convention mode. She legitimately loves this character. So like it is weird. Like it's like a one-way divorce where it's like she had no say in it. She's not really
yeah.
allowed to, but at the same time, she's allowed to be like, "Hey, I'm disappointed I'm not in this." Like it's a part. There's a part of me that is being taken away that I have no say in.
Yeah, and I get it too because I did meet her one time, and yeah, like Chie is like intrinsic to like her identity as a voice actor. I think it's like Chie, um, like the Kanker sisters. I think is
Yes,
another big
yeah,
one for
May.
her.
It's like, where are we going? Where's the pool?
Yeah, and but I'm like you like there's like and I get it because there's a point where if you embody a character like and the character resonates with you, I could see that ownership kind of like it like I could see being upset by it is what I'm trying to say. And I feel like she's probably one of the ones that has the most right to say anything because wasn't she also cast in Catherine? She literally plays like one of the best characters
Yeah,
in
she's
Catherine.
the bartender.
So it's like yeah, and it's
She's the waitress.
like you like Yeah, I know what you meant. It's Erica, but like it's like I guess because she's worked on like I know it's just literally two, but multiple games with Atlas, it must feel like a blind side. So it is kind of sad. And I saw her Blue Sky post about it, and I'm like, man, like I do feel for her. It was just it does kind of just like it does kind of have like this ripple effect though, like you were mentioning.
And and again, I think it's at least nice that there's going to be a separation between it. This is when the wound is going to be the most fresh while stuff is out. And at the very least, honestly, if she was ever going to say anything post reveal, but also pre us knowing who the person is probably the only really good time to do
Hmm.
it. Where like it's not like she's not saying that like she's mad at the other actor. Like, and I think it's important to like the big word that people really hopped on with her comment is that she's like grieving from this, which again just kind of goes back to the whole thing of it
Yeah,
being
you're
like
seeing.
she's not like, I mean, I'm sure there's a part of her that might be like disappointed, mad, but like it goes back to that thing like I said of like it's just like a loss. There's nothing you can do about it, but you're losing it either way.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the other guy, but I can't remember his name. But he was like, I was not invited to come back to Persona 4 or something like that.
Well,
Do you
Yuri, I
remember
know
that?
Yuri
You know what I'm talking
did.
about?
I know.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
his
think
name, Yuri.
Matt. I don't think Matt or Troy ever did, which was funny. I think it was Yuri. I know it was at the very least Yuri, Amanda, Aaron, and I want to say someone. You know what? I think it was even Johnny Young Bosch. Although Johnny Young Bosch was kind of one of the more funny
Yeah.
ones with it. But yeah, it was that was that whole thing last year, which actually led to me reaching out to a bunch of the P4 cast who I hadn't talked to in years. And it was again, I've mentioned it a couple times with it, but without going into anything specifically from what I was told off the record, was like those messages were never meant to be like a red herring of what's to come or like leak anything. Whereas they had all basically found out around the same time the game was being recorded and or was wrapping up production,
Yeah.
and then noticed that no one from the game was invited back. Whereas they expect, especially because
Yeah.
Yuri specifically was invited to come back to P3, I think a lot of them felt that that was weird to not do that with 4. And I've talked about it a little bit on this episode, at least like one or two times with it, but like my theory behind it has always been, unlike the world of Persona 3, the cast, the amount of the cast size, due to not only the number of projects but the years and also the number of recasts that have happened, it makes that so messy
Mhm.
that it's one of those situations where they probably just chose to not bring anyone back because it's better to do that than to have people be like, well, you brought Matthew Mercer back, why didn't you bring Troy Baker back? You brought this person back, why didn't you bring this person back? You brought Aaron back, why didn't you bring the original voice of Chie back? And it just snowballs from there, you know?
Yeah, I feel like the alternate solution would have been to cast them as secondary characters. Like, no one really cares about these, like the random side characters. They could have just given some of them any work. I think people would have been like, oh, at least they're still involved. But I do recognize that basically all of them are super high profile now. So, well, except Amanda. I don't think Amanda is.
I mean,
I
hey,
would
she
classify
did
her as
that. She did
particularly
that
high
last Ava
profile.
movie. That counts.
I mean, sorry, I'm not laughing at Amanda. I'm just saying, compared to the other ones, I don't think she has as much star power. I actually don't associate her with voice acting at all. I associate her with weed, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know if it was just because she kept posting about weed, but I used to follow her on Twitter and she would talk about weed a lot, and I'm like, is this your main passion? Is weed? Like Amanda Weed Lee? I don't know.
I gotta.
Anyway.
You know what? I should. If no one has ever tweeted that before, that's a possible banger tweet they're waiting to be like. As someone who still follows her, I can confirm weed is still brought up.
Which is not a bad thing. Weed's cool, but it's like, is that your biggest Is that your biggest defining character trait?
It
Do
is,
you?
well, Amanda Winley is especially funny because I think, unlike a lot of people like Yuri and Aaron specifically, her range in terms of types of characters she has played over the years is not as large. But what's funny is like the characters that she has played have all been so big. Yukiko is so big and so memeable. Rei from Evangelion, so big and so memorable. After all these years, she just got like kind of like the perfect hand of like I'm gonna play a couple of these characters who are just never going to die ever in the fandom.
Which is kind of crazy because she's not particularly active at all, right? Or is she retired?
I know she like still does some stuff, but like she definitely like is she's not like doing as many like new projects.
Gotcha.
Any last things you want to give? Either any pros, cons, worries, anything about P4 Revival before we move on to Green Persona?
Pro, I'm excited it's coming out. Con, I don't think I'm gonna get a review code or the PR box.
The ultimate con. What'll I do? No box.
Yeah. And I hope it's not like the PCR one because it looks so cool, and I was like I get envy whenever people get stuff that I don't get, but I get more envy when I'm like, dang, that thing was expensive. So I think they got like they got like $300 Sony headphones with P3 branding. If they do something crazy like that for P4, I'm gonna be very angry. Like if they got like flat screen TVs or something. That just were like Persona 4.
Dude, I mean, they could literally
I don't know.
be sent like Junes branded aprons, and I'd be jealous.
That's true. I like they can send like Teddy's toenail clippings, and I was like, man, I wish that were me.
The Teddy toenail clippings is next level unhinged. Oh my god. Man, all right. Let's see. So I know you had mentioned with the review code with it. This was a question that came up, I think on the last one I was asking. For you, because I know you're obviously a little bit more specific about stuff you pick up like day one in general, and I know that you're buying the game. Is this one that for you, like once it comes in, like are you going to be planning on playing it like right away, or like when do you expect to kind of jump into playing it? In terms of not like, oh, I gotta
P4?
for like obviously covering it out of the side. Like let's say you get the game, you're off, there's no commitment for trying to like either do a video or like cover it or anything. You're just like in terms of just as a general fan, is this something that like when it comes out in February, are you like going to be like, oh dude, I can't wait to install it day one? Because like for me, it is unironically like jumped itself up there as like my like top 3 most anticipated games to play next year.
Yeah, it's actually up there for me too. It's not like with P3R, I knew I would play it eventually, which I still haven't. But like with P4, like I was like, this is the one that I know I will enjoy playing it again, no matter what. With P3, there's so much going on in terms of like the story and everything. It's also really heavy but P4 is like the fun Persona. So I was like really excited. And seeing how much more seamless it's gonna be, my only real concern is that it's gonna be too easy, which is the new thing for Atlas is making the games very accessible. And I have this rule of even if it's easy, I'm not gonna go up to hard mode. Like the normal mode should be challenging enough. But that's my only concern, really. I'm gonna play it regardless if they give me a copy of the review. I'm gonna play it. I'll probably even live stream it. So
What you need to do, since we were talking about live streaming before we were recording, I'll live stream me playing it, and then you can just talk over me playing it, so then you'll enjoy it. You'll be like, all right, we'll have you do like Mystery Science Theater commentary over my like bad gameplay.
yeah. All right, that works. As long as you mute Yosuke and I can read Yosuke's voice.
Dude, have you been practicing your Yosuke impression?
No, but I will. I'll do P3 or P4 Golden Yosuke. Yeah. I mean, I'll be good. I think I could do Yosuke. Also, I'm looking at. Sorry, that's to like go super off topic. I didn't know Amanda Wynn Lee also got other Atlas roles because she also was in Trauma
Yes.
Team. and in P5
Mhm.
apparently. Did not know that.
Uh,
See, my main failing is I don't know anything about voice actors, so I literally never know what's going on with any voice actor. So
there was one other P4 thing I was going to ask you. Oh yeah, I was talking about this with a friend and a coworker about this, and you can tell me if I'm either huffing crazy pills or if I'm dumb. I don't know why I haven't replayed P4 in at least like a decade, like a proper start to finish replay. And I've been like, man, like honestly, I think
Mhm.
like once I knock off like probably one or two more games on my like wanting to get to backlog right now, I kind of want to make it like my summer game. Like I kind of want to like boot up like a fresh save file and go through Golden to like really be primed for revival, which is so funny. It'd be like, I need to pre-game my 80-hour RPG with an 80-hour RPG.
Yeah, that's where I would be like, don't do it, because I started doing that with that's literally what made me not want to play Reload. I was like, I already played like so much of this already. I don't want to do this again.
You kind of cut out a little bit where I only missed it. Which version of P3 were you playing before Reload?
Oh, portable. the AI upscale portable.
So yeah, I'll be curious, especially if I end up kind of doing it, because my plan is just to replay it on my Vita, just because I have some missing trophies and stuff on there I'd like to try and knock out, but I don't know. I've had a couple of like weird replay itches I've had in the meantime, especially, and this one's such a dumb one because I could probably like make a stream out of this because this one would just be nothing but me skipping cutscenes. I am literally one playthrough. Well, I say that like it's nothing. I am one trophy away from the platinum in P3R because I just didn't get every person ranked to 10 in one playthrough just because I was just trying to play it like normally. I wasn't trying to like min max it the way you're not supposed to play it. But it was one of those things where that's also kind of another one where I'm kind of like, oh, it would be kind of fun to go through, just basically skip every cutscene and just kind of turn it into a new game plus thing. And I bet I could burn through that like really quickly. But it's like when I tell myself to like get the platinum in Metaphor or like Soul Hackers 2, where I'm like, all right, can I do it quickly? Yes. Will it still take multiple hours and it's a lot of shit that I've already done before? Also, yes.
See, I don't trophy hunt, so I just can't
No,
relate.
you're on the listen. You're on the right side of history. That's how you're supposed to be.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take
All
that
right,
win.
so on something that we definitely have way less to talk about, but is still very exciting to see, Persona 6, after many, 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 many years of waiting, has finally been revealed. And you know what? I was thinking about something. I've been talking about this, at the very least, 10 something hours already, just from off the record and as a part of this episode recording, talking to other people. Only now did this just hit me. You know what that trailer for P4 and P6 did not have? I was very shocked.
What?
No branding at all for the 30th anniversary. Because that was my whole big thing where I was shocked that
Huh.
it took us 6 months to finally get a big, not even a big, a video game announced as a part of this anniversary. And like it just, you know what? I think it hit me today because they just uploaded, no, they just updated the Japanese anniversary website after like 3 days. They just now added P4 and P6 to that like 30th anniversary hub website. Whereas like I think a lot of us have been like since January, rightfully so, being like, can we please get something that's not just merchandise?
Yeah. And now we're getting stuff, but it's after the
It
anniversary.
it is, yeah, and that'll get into our last little discussion bit with it. But just for now, how were your P6 thoughts? How did you like the trailer? Anything you hated about the trailer? Any disappointments with the trailer? The floor is yours.
No, actually, the trailer was like perfect. It reminded me of like, I mean, it just had everything that I like in like the type of teaser. It reminded me of like Soul Hackers 2, where there's just a lot of like, what does any of this mean? And I really like that little game of like, let me just review the footage at 2.5 speed and see like when the tree lights up or whatever other little thing. So that whole thing has been a lot of fun. I think the only thing is I would have wanted there to be like text or voiceover. Like there's a little bit of text, but it's not enough to like actually like do anything. I just want like a little bit more, just a little bit more, like 2 seconds more, and I think it would have been perfect. But it was a really good, it was a really good like reveal or teaser, whatever you want to call it. Um, I did like review some of the old like the Persona 5 lead up, the You Want Liberation or whatever, and then like the one where they finally reveal Joker in his like full face and he's like walking down Shibuya in a super crowded version of Shibuya. I'm like, I I I kind of hope they do the same thing. Like they have this abstract one, and then they have like the trailer that's literally just like a protagonist reveal. Would be kind of cool.
I know. I can't wait for 2 more years from now at TGS 2028. They're going to announce that P6 is coming to the PS6.
Yeah, PS6
Oh
exclusive
no!
for the first month or so.
God no! I was a huge fan of that trailer. I think that trailer is. No, I was going to say a bit like of a media literacy test, but I mean, you could say that about a lot of things. I think some of the takeaways I've seen from that trailer are extremely interesting in the sense of people taking
Yeah.
away stuff that they expected should have been in that trailer or things that they wanted to be in that trailer that I thought was very interesting. Like, again, I think I would agree with you in the sense of, yeah, having some text at all was having no text at all was very interesting, but I think gets them into that like situation they've had with a couple of teaser trailers. Like, think about their teaser reveal trailer, not only just the Emancipation P5 reveal trailer, but like think about even like the text and stuff from the SMT5 trailer, where like so much of that clearly did not even come close to being in the final game. Where this game has been in development for the safest answer I always tell people is like bare minimum P6 is at 6+ years into development. It is a totally different ball game. Whereas Persona 5, when that got announced in 2013, that came off 2 years of development, and that was barely 2 years after Catherine. So like they'd been doing pre-pro, but this is a totally different ball field, and I think this one asks way more interesting questions about the theming and the world that this will take place in, obviously more than just a couple of chairs. Although the problem is, I think the chairs trailer worked so well in the sense of it. And again, this is one of those weird ones where context is key, but most people are not big losers like me who know this. If you know, that trailer was only ever meant to be, okay, we just got out of bankruptcy, Sega bought us, and we need to reveal a lot of cool games. That's the only reason that trailer exists. There was nothing to do with the real game in there outside of Red and like breaking free of the shackles of society. Like, and that's the most generous you can be. Whereas this one, I think there's a lot of interesting things people are taking from the cemetery. And honestly, I've been very surprised with how much people kind of overlooked it at first, of the like quick flashing images of like the cutout like eyes, the faces, the smirking, the hands pointing, the different types of art styles of the like images cut out for it, the different things that people have seen, like when you increase the brightness on the trailer in the cemetery. Like there's a lot of really fun stuff to pick through and speculate over. Even though there is absolutely nothing concrete about it, it still gives you a lot of things to kind of chew over. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would actually. And one of the things that's been kind of fun for me, because I've already written my like little script of like, here's what I think Persona 6 is about. I have that already like whipped up, but I've been watching other people's, and I think the funnest thing is people started with Persona 5, like maybe they play Persona 3, so they know a little bit of that. Like I like seeing what they have to say, because like the perception of someone who's not super entrenched with like, oh, butterfly equal Philemon, like I like to see what they're gonna pull from it. And I was watching this guy today actually who made a video that was something like it was like 20 minutes long, and his interpretation of the trailer was something to the effect of like, it's probably like a haunted school next to a haunted cemetery, and the headless horseman might be involved because the statue has no head. And I'm like I don't know how you got any of that from this trailer. It's so interesting that you can do it though. It's so interesting that you can literally pull whatever, but seeing like what the like the ones who aren't super lore pilled and want everything to connect to old Persona games, it's really interesting to see what they're gonna pull from it and to see like stuff like that. Like he was like googling all of the most haunted like graveyards because he was insistent on it has to be something to do with that. And I'm like, oh, that's such an interesting perspective because everyone else is kind of like, oh, it takes place in Yokohama. It's certain types of graves, so it's got to take place in the like the English graveyard in Yokohama. And I'm like, okay. I find this part of the reveal cycle to be the most interesting, where everyone has just like crazy thoughts, myself included, and it's just like, man, this is the time where the fandom puts down their pitchforks for just a split second so we can talk about something else.
And honestly, one of the weird ones, I'd be curious about how you felt. I don't think we've talked about this yet so far. I think this trailer was extremely interesting release timing following the leaks last week, because after we saw
Yeah.
so much of it kind of come out, the fact that even though we literally saw assets from this game leak a full week before that trailer, if you didn't see the Atlas logo ahead of watching that, you would never have guessed it was for P6.
Yeah. It's funny because if you watch it without thinking it's a Persona game, I like one of the first thoughts I had was, oh, it's gonna be Raito too. I think I was watching it on stream. I was like, oh, it must be like Raito. It must be like something else. And then it come to find out, very wrong.
But like that's the fun stuff about this, of being like, I like having those surprises, and that was one of the things I had brought up with it, of like, I think it was
Yeah.
very smart that this trailer didn't play back to back with the P4 trailer. I think this trailer
Yep.
lets you ask a lot of questions leading up, and letting P4 have its marketing beat mostly probably for the summer. But like I've been mentioning like through most of the week, where like I am willing to bet we are going to get another, if not trailer, something else revealed for this game by the end of the year. Because like my gut just tells me, I'm like, there's no way they're going to end the anniversary year without something else for this game now that the band-aid's been pulled off. Like the hardest thing for us to get out of them has just been to announce something. Because as they mentioned, especially through a lot of the post 25th anniversary discussions, where they had more stuff planned that they wanted to announce, but just timing didn't really line up right. Whereas now they've been very deliberate with what they've announced, when they've announced it, where I'm like, I feel like I wouldn't even be shocked if we see something in like a September live stream. Like you got to imagine they're going to do something on the anniversary date itself.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it would be really weird if they didn't.
Because, and the best part about it, it's right around TGS. You could do another info drop for P4, or even if you wanted to be like absolutely crazy, like just like have like another thing like showing off either some gameplay, putting other things with it, and end it there. I would almost even say, because I'm trying to think about it with it, and this will kind of get into our last topic with it. I feel like, and man, it's really funny because they're kind of copying it again, but like in a different order. I will be very shocked if there is no either item, something like some weird tchotchke. I will be very shocked if they don't try to like tie something P6 into the release of P4R, like the way that we had that DVD for Dancing All Night, in Japan.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that'd be kind of cool if they did that. It's weird that they haven't even like, I don't know, teased anything. But I guess when the Persona 4 live stream happens, maybe we'll get more information about any of that stuff.
Yeah, and I'm really curious too, because the fact that this live stream on the 18th this month, I'm surprised it's not a JP exclusive one. I'll be I'm more interested that this is like our first in tandem worldwide release announcement one.
Yeah.
For you though, what is something that you want to either, if not have revealed, discussed more about this game first? Like what is something that now that we at least know officially it's out there, the game is being developed on. Like what's the next thing that you're just being like, "Oh man, I really want to learn this next."
Um, for me, it's the music because yeah, like Meguro is a hard act to follow, and this looks like it's gonna be so different. I want to see what the genre is gonna be, like who's gonna be composing it, who's gonna be singing, is Lotus Juice coming back, like all of it.
I don't know if this is a hot take. I put two of these things out there. How do you think the world would react, and or what do you think of the possibilities of these two things happening? Number one, it is not Meguro, and number two, there is no vocalist.
The not Meguro thing, I feel like there's a high chance. I feel like it's a pretty high chance that it's not
Homie's got
gonna
to
be
get that
him.
game out. He's got to
Because I'm
work on
like,
that
he's
game
already
somewhere.
yeah, and I'm like, he hasn't really been updating or anything, so I'm like, oh, he must be working on it, I guess. Well, actually, no, he's been doing the Metaphor concert, I think. But I kind of hope it's like, I don't know. There's so many other competent composers, but if it's not Ryota Kozuka, I'm automatically kind of like less interested. I'm less interested because I feel like he's like one of the best current like people. I know he's already busy, but I would love to see him be the composer for P6. I kind of want them to have a singer. Maybe they could change it up and have a male singer because we've only had that like one other time, and I think it was like for portable.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
Especially for like a full game, it would be interesting with that. Or I don't know. My gut for this one, especially just with the tone being so clearly different and almost kind of like its own direction and a bit of a callback to original 90s Persona slash SMT. Like my feeling with it is like I feel like when it comes to the art, especially like the main, like not the animation studio stuff that we've already seen, is like the actual in-game art as well as the music, I feel like is going to have to, much like the trailer, really feel drastically different than P5.
yeah, I think that's kind of what I want them to do. This is already a pleasant surprise because I knew they were going to do one of two things. It's going to be very similar to P5, like very safe, or be a departure. And I think that this is a departure enough that even if by every other measure it is just P5 again, I think I'd still want like be like, whoop, it's P5 with ghosts. So, but I do want the music specifically to be very different because there's only so much more jazz I can listen to.
We're gonna have P6 is all P6 is just all gonna be funk. It'll be all funkatron.
You know what I was thinking about that, like what would be your preferred like the next genre for them to do?
Man, that's tough. I have thought about it a bit. My gut and this is a weird one because Persona has always kind of mixed with it, but I think an interesting way to sort of keep the poppiness of the 3, 4, and 5 while doing something different, I would really like if they went and did a full heel turn into electronic. Like have a almost like EDM bass
Yeah.
set where you can still kind of have those poppier tracks, but I feel like something with electronic music would be interesting to give you the dynamics of having something that can be almost kind of light, poppy, and fun, and versus like something very bassy, very dark, very heavy that'll like match like the different tones of everything.
I could see that. That'd be pretty fun. I feel like that'd be a good genre for them to kind of pair with if it's especially if it's a darker tone persona. I kind of hope they do pair it with something like that. That'd be kind of fun.
What about you though?
See, it's kind of hard because I'm like I, I feel like all of the most interesting genres that they could approach have already kind of been done. Um, yours was good. Like EDM is cool. I would love like maybe like a very punk sound because I feel like that just accompanies it, like supernatural, and then like a raunchy punk sound would be kind of cool. And it would also just be like a fun like new thing because you can go like gritty punk or you can go with like very fun pop Green Day type punk, and I think it's good. It'll be interesting.
I gotta ask you, do you have any thoughts and or theories about the red finger?
I get the vibe that like maybe they're maybe it will be something to do with mystery solving, and the red finger thing is either like the guilty party member or something.
That's it. That's
I
interesting.
haven't really like
I could see that almost for like sort of the who done it part of the occult with it. My gut kind of went to when I first saw it, especially just because with the multiple other fingers pointing, was bringing in some version of a trader mechanic, like an active trader mechanic.
that'd be cool. I my initial thought was something akin to the Danganronpa like killing game voting part. Like that's kind of what I got out of it. Like, oh, like you're like that person's guilty and the killer is one of the ones voting for the wrong person.
I had another one, and this might just be I'd been thinking a lot about Lost Dimensions and stuff recently for this, but I was thinking if they really wanted to kind of do something really out there, but in enough of a scaled in way that it would make sense. And I think that this would be really, really interesting to make people's not only single playthroughs extremely unique, but also make replays a lot more interesting. Imagine a world where there is no set traitor every time. There's not just the one pancakes moment. There's not just the one, oh, you discover who the real bad guy is. Of there is an overarching villain, but as we've noticed, especially through stuff like P4 and P5, where like there is someone working against you around you the whole time. Like I don't mind that that's a mechanic that they've done before. Imagine how it would be in P6, where every playthrough that is a randomized element, like kind of going into the who done it aspect of it might be the first person you meet, it might be the fourth person you meet. It would be like every time it's a randomly generated traitor, and it's kind of up to you to see if you either notice that or not.
That would be pretty interesting, actually. Yeah, I mean, it also kind of would work because all the different red hands were a different like hand each
Yeah,
time.
and it's one of those ones because, and that's why I said it's not like the main bad guy would be different every time, because that kind of messes with the overall story versus these are all going to be
Hmm.
characters you're going to meet either way. They're all going to be party members either way. How are you going to either mess around with that? And this also really goes into my hope of, man, just either fix it or don't include it, but for the love of God, please make multiple choices mean something again. And there's nothing that I hate more the older I get in Atlas games when I get presented with two useless dialogue options.
Yep. The illusion of choice.
It's like it makes me almost go back and think less of myself. Like when I go back and I think like, why did this not bother me in 2008? Why was I playing Persona 4 and not being annoyed at the fact that both of these answers get me the exact same outcome every time?
Hmm.
Any other weird out there P6 theories you'd like to put out there before we start to put a bow on this?
I do kind of like this idea that either I like this idea that you're not human. Like maybe there's a multiple cast and you're kind of hopping through these different like murder mysteries, which would be kind of fun. Like maybe you're a ghost or something like inhabiting these previous lives or something. I felt like that could be a like one of the answers to like all the different groups of people and the Red Hand, and I'm like, maybe you're the Red Hand, and it's not necessarily that's a bad person. It's more like that's you, like reliving someone else's life. I guess. I think that would be kind of interesting.
Ooh, I'm gonna get.
Um, the other thing that would be kind of interesting would be.
Oh no,
Oh,
you
sorry,
you
what?
go with the other one, and then I'll put it. I wanted to follow up on your first one, but no. What's the other one?
The other one is the idea that there's multiple, like either the protagonist has multiple personalities, or some other like way of there being multiple protagonists, like maybe like two protagonists instead of one.
I I like that, especially for the protagonist one, because I think it was very interesting how they still kind of have left that open in the air, and even with the leaks and stuff, there's not really a definitive this is who the protagonist is and no one else. One of the things your theory kind of made me think about, especially with the trailer, going to a cemetery, we only see like the silhouette of someone like lifting their arm up to it at the end, but then we see what looks to be the shadow of like a really disheveled or at least very messy body or at least messy hair where like some of the stuff gets like put around for it.
Mm-hmm.
Could be interesting to be like, hey, what if we're either doing like a, like you mentioned, like with you are a ghost like taking over other people's bodies, or saying like something happens to you in the beginning of the game and we have like almost like a Yu Yu Hakusho opening where you pass away, and through some contract you make with either the Velvet Room or whoever, or if it's like a new entity, you get to be brought back. But then because of your time in the afterlife, that's why there's more of a supernatural or occult twist to the demons this time versus the normal Persona slot.
Hmm. I mean, that's really interesting. Hmm. I don't know what to
No,
say.
it's a. I mean, again, this is at least the fun stuff of trying to put it out there, and especially because like I'm fully accepting it right now. I cannot wait for when it's just revealed, and it's like it would be so funny if like worst case scenario when we see the game next, it is just green Persona 5. It's like nope, he's just a school kid, he's whatever. Because like what's funny is like I'm sure you've read it, but like what did you think of the store description they had like on the Xbox page? Because it was so funny. Of like I cannot believe they had multiple paragraphs describing this game, and it felt like they could have been describing any Persona game from the last 30 years.
Yeah, I mean they kind of just basically did that. One of the things that made it stand out to me though is the translation choices, because like one of the words, I don't remember what the English word they used was, but the Japanese word was closer to like a cult, and like that like has a very specific like more I think they say supernatural actually, but a cult is like way different. And I'm like, man, are like is this like one of those like clubs that like you know how like the anime trope of like the club that likes supernatural stuff, like is it like that kind of thing, or is it like closer to a horror movie? Does it have to do with like some sort of like secret society or whatever? Like I feel like the word occult has such a different meaning or like more depth than supernatural. Like supernatural sounds so much lighter. I feel like that was a really weird word choice that made it way more interesting to me. But it does sound like basically every other Persona. Like you, if I read that description and then I handed you Persona 5, it wouldn't be wrong. And if I handed you Persona 1, you it'd be like, okay.
That's why I'm extra curious as well, especially about when we get to see more of the game with it, of kind of going back to the occult meaning so many different things to so many different people. Is like there is such a huge difference in like just like let's say American occult culture versus even like European occult. Like they're so vastly different in terms of the way things are depicted or things are kind of like discussed and stuff, that makes me the most excited of the sense of
Yeah.
kind of even going back to like that blonde kid design we saw. I'm really hoping that my guess with them being a transfer student or like a Westerner is on there as like, all right, we already know the game takes place in Japan. I'm like, if we have to be in Japan again, I would really like a hard left turn of who we're going to see as like summonable creatures or creatures we're fighting up against. If it is something about being like, okay, whether it be because he's dead or whether it be he's from like some Western country, I would really like to kind of have that juxtaposition of someone in Japan, but they are a foreigner, because that is such a different experience.
Yeah. I feel like that would even play into the opening, because what if the opening is just like something related to his past experience before coming to
That
Japan? Because it was a very
that would
like,
make a lot. No,
yeah.
that
Sorry, go
would
ahead.
make a lot of sense, because that's another one that comes up with the graveyard of like, this is a very un-Japanese graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm like, if it had like that many people, I'm like, was it a plague? Like, what is going on here?
Man, I don't know. I don't know how they did it, Larrue. They did it again. I don't know how or why, but we were this close to ending the podcast. We were like $3.99. We've got to cancel it. There's nothing interesting we'll ever talk about again. But god damn it, they got me. They got me one more time.
Yep. Just when I thought I was done.
Before we
They keep pulling me
Before
back
we
in.
get out of here, I got one final actual question for you, but I have a dumb collector question I was thinking about recently. Did you follow or have you ordered any of the recent Bandai Ichiban Kuji Persona stuff they did?
Um, actually, I don't remember. Let me like, what was the stuff that was
They
in there?
had a original Joker, an original Akechi, a like him with Arsene, I think, and a bunch of other stuff. But this was like the first time in a long time Bandai
Oh
had done
wait.
figures for P5.
Oh, it was the one where it was like three
Yes.
figures, right? Like, and like the super rare one was him in the
Yep.
Joker outfit. Yes, I only bought a couple of those things because the figures themselves actually ended up selling for a lot. Like, and I'm like, I really wanted the Akechi one because Akechi figures end up being really expensive later on. I was like, oh, this is an investment. What if I break a leg and I need to take some days off? I could sell my
Healthcare,
Akechi.
pay for healthcare insurance or sell Akechi figurines.
Yes, exactly. But with that, I'm like, I could probably just give it straight to the nurse, be like, hey, I don't have money. Do you want this? And
It's a barter system. Yeah, we
right away,
just do a
sir. I'll give you.
bartering now.
Yeah, but I bet you that would get me to the executive
Oh,
suite of the
100%.
hospital.
She's gonna see that Akechi figure. She's gonna be like, "I'll give you this Akechi figure for one Akechi Funko Pop," and you'll be like, I don't like these numbers."
Oh, and it's not the Akechi Funko, it's the Loki Funko.
Yeah, thank God we were so close to spoiling a game from 8 years ago. Thank God when the Funko Pop didn't spoil anything.
Yeah, I thought that's such a funny thing. The idea of like Funko holding the gates like closed, keeping the spoilers from leaking. Hey, someone's got to do that,
I'm
I
just
guess.
ready because I love, like, for no reason that this ended up being like the Comic-Con exclusive leaking out like last minute, but at the exact same time I'm like, well, we had Loki. He would be an interesting one-off, but now that we know Joker's coming, it's like, well, now Kasumi's gonna leak, and I'm not
Mhm.
gonna care about any of them. I'm like that. I like the cast of P5, but like, dude, that trio like does nothing for me. Like, I like them all independently of each other, but like the like P5R third semester trio, like they are not like the iconic like trio for me. As I know they are very popular in Japan, especially and in the West, but like it just doesn't do it to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of done with them too. Like, they can go to the big royal in the sky for all I
Yo,
care.
I will say though, I will say the last thing I did with them in terms of real interaction, that DLC with them in Tactica is probably one of the coolest DLCs Atlas has ever done. Well, yeah,
Really?
because they change up the battle mechanics completely. They make it all about like a spray paint, like so it's almost like a Splatoon mechanic on top of the Tactica stuff. Like it's a legitimately really cool thing that should have been in the base game, but they were like, well, could just sell this for $10.
See, now I gotta play it because I bought the DLC and
If
it's just
you've
sitting there
never
rotting.
played it, it's like you can beat it in 1 or 2 settings. The music is great. The story is interesting because it is actually a sequel to P5 Tactica. It takes place after the events of Tactica in the real world, pre third semester. It's like I think it takes place like during Christmas, like right before the final level in P5. So like they even thought about like where to put it, why it's just the 3 of them, and the mechanics are very unique. Like it's one of those weird things where like it's a DLC that like pretty much makes it a game of its own, which in a tactical RPG is very hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play it now after this conversation. Can't tell you when,
It'll
but I
be
will.
it'll be in 2032 when you finally beat Etrian Odyssey 1. You'll be like, all right, guys, time to boot up Persona 5 Tactica. And then you're going to be like, wait, how do I have negative viewers? How does that even, what happened?
I owe Twitch money.
That's like Bezos is going to be like, we're actively losing money on you live streaming on our platform. You need to leave. All right, well, last question before we get out of here on our definitely way over time short episode, but still short by our standards. Atlas has at least announced Metaphor ReFantazio coming to the Switch 2, your favorite platform of all time. But Atlas is not a shy company. They like to put things out because they know we like to buy things. And even in their softer years, like last year, we at least still got Rido and P5X. So if you had to be a betting man and you can't say nothing, what is one other game, actual paid release product that Atlas will release in the next 6 months before January of next year?
Actually, it's funny that you say Rido because I do genuinely believe if they don't even release it, at least they'll announce that it's coming. Because what is with the concert? What is with the SMT5 Vengeance Rido concert? It makes no sense. It's almost like they're trying to get people who liked other Atlas games to like Rido so they could make the next game come out. Because Rido 1 was already so Rido 2 that just tells me that they were also working on Rido 2 and they just expected it to sell and then it didn't. So I'm thinking that Rido 2 is on the way.
I need you to know that if they somehow... This would be like such an insane extra bonus, but would explain the event in such a satisfying way. Imagine if... Because obviously, like, they're not going to be able to add as much into Rido 2 as they did into Rido 1, just by the nature of what that game is. If they wanted to think of something that would make people like lose their mind, like the old heads like us, but I mean even some of the new fans, imagine they add in a new either secret character. No, it wouldn't be like a secret character because that would be like very very hard. But like imagine a new super boss fight where you get to fight the vengeance form of Nahabino.
That'd be kind of crazy, and it would make sense for the weird collab that they're doing, the music collab. I can't get over it because it's just such a random thing.
All the
merch
for it is so cool too. I'm so sad we don't have it over here.
I already bought the hat though, the like Rido hat bag thing. I'm like, oh, I can put my coins in this. I can put.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like it is one of the few times where the concert merch. I was like, this is actually really good stuff.
I mean, I'm just saying, Atlas, you haven't announced your full merch lineup. If you want to bring over any sloppy seconds to Anime Expo, I will be very happy.
Which they haven't announced the Anime Expo merch either. And I'm like, we have 3 weeks. Come on.
My gut says we're still too fresh that they're not going to have anything P4R related. Like, they might have P4 stuff, but I feel like there's no way in hell they're going to have stuff for Revival. It seems way too soon.
Yeah, you're probably right, and that kind of bothers me so much because it's like if you're gonna announce this thing and we're gonna have this live stream that's worldwide, and then you're probably not gonna have anything P4 related at the Anime Expo. Like, what are we doing here? Like, when will you guys learn your lessons? Like, how many more times are we gonna go through this, old man?
Listen, the last one I went to was an extra funny one because it was right after they had announced Metaphor it was right after they had announced Metaphor, Tactica, and Reload, and you go to the booth, and it's like, oh, cool. Can I check out anything of these new games? No. It's like, okay. Like we're too early for a demo, but we're too late to like be like because it was like a month after the reveal, but it was like 2 months before they had done a public demo. That was the worst part because I remember a month after AX they were like, "All right, guys, if you go to PAX or TGS, there's an exclusive demo for Reload." But yeah,
And that, yeah, yeah.
woe is us. But we're gonna wrap up. Larrue, I appreciate. I'm checking the time. Of course, it'd be 2 hours. Everybody, wish me luck on apparently a 10-hour, extraordinarily long episode. Uh, Before you can pimp all your stuff and get you out of here, Larrue, are you still? Because we haven't talked about this offline. I'm just blindsiding you with this now. Are you guys still planning on doing an Atlas combined meetup this year, or what's the update?
Well, Atlas had asked me if I wanted to do a meetup at the booth, which I was like, "Oh my god! Like, why would you even ask me?" Yes, of course. And then they just never said anything after that, so I don't know. So we have another meetup that like the people who do like so basically I always had been booking the meetups myself, but like they changed the system last year to this weird like you gotta like send this email right away and they don't like warn you when they're gonna open the email to it or whatever. Um but in any case, last year I didn't get a good spot. This year I tried to do it again, but this time I like linked up with some other people who host a lot of Atlas cosplay meetups, and they were able to secure two different meetup locations. So we have like we had that, and then I had asked Atlas, oh, is there any? Are you guys planning to do anything? Because we're doing a meetups, and I don't want the meetups to be during the time that you guys are doing stuff. Luckily, they said no, which is a lie because we have the autograph thing. But
Wait a minute.
it,
People lying about Anime Expo? Get out of here.
luckily, the people who planned the meetup were like, "Well, it's gonna be hot. We can't get any good spots except later in the day. We're gonna let's do a later day meetup." So we're doing a meetup like at like 5 or something where like nothing's happening, like there's like never anything. So it's good. It's gonna be good. I just have to like make my trivia. My main fear is that like my trivia will be too hard because it was too hard last year and it was too hard the year before that.
I'm just.
And I'm like, man, can you guys just like learn?
I'm
Just learn all the roles Amanda Win Lee has done and tell me them. Like,
first person to find you at AX and just say like it'll be the Pee Wee Herman code word of the day. First person to find Larrue and say Amanda Weedley gets a free prize.
yes, I'll give you the one Yukiko figure I don't like.
Wait, is it her? Is it her wearing the P3 costume? I knew, dude. I was like, if there was anything I knew you were gonna hate, it'd be that figure.
I don't know. It's so funny that you said that because I'm actually flummoxed. Like,
this is how you know we've been talking for too many years. This is when I can just be like, this is it. Out of the wide range of Persona 4 figures, I'm like, nope, it's this one specific figure.
It's funny too because I tried to give it away one year and the person was like, I already have one. And I'm like, you have one of this?
That's so upsetting.
But now that it's new, like now that Persona 4 Revival is new, there's a whole crop of people who will not have Yukiko merch. So I'll be able to give it away this time.
I'm telling you this on the record. If you get another one, even if they only give you one, if you get a single one more Vengeance plushie, I will hunt you down like Liam Neeson if you don't just give it to me. I want you to look them in the eye and then be like, oh, I'm definitely giving this away. I'm definitely gonna give this away as a trivia question. You lie to their faces and you send that shit to me. I will never get that goddamn plushie any other way. I've talked to so many people about that plushie that like at this point I should just make like a GoFundMe. I've started like this is how down bad I've been for that Vengeance plushie. I've started like thinking about doing like those like TikTok campaigns of like I'm gonna show off a piece of my Atlas collection every day until I get this stupid plushie.
I mean, my understanding is they have a
They
bunch
have
of them still, which is the weirdest part of it.
hundreds of them. They won't give me one. It's very upsetting.
No, I get it. My thing is, I might be able to get one if they invite me to their studio.
Bro, they're
This is why I have to
letting
start
dude, they're
making
letting
videos more
everybody in
regularly.
their studio. They're like, I like at least I get the weekend going to Atlas Japan, but like, dude, apparently I gotta have
Yeah,
20 followers on Instagram, and I'll just get a Atlas West studio any day of the week.
I'm trying. I only have 1,000 on Instagram, and I've been posting all the time. And I'm like, please, please, Atlas, let me go to your studio and give me rare things. Because I think for Crystal and for Super Butter Buns, they do. I think they both got the Nahabino, and they got some other
They
random
did.
stuff too. And I'm like, I want some random goodies.
Maybe I'm going about
Especially if they're really
this wrong.
weird.
Maybe I just need to find a way into the studio, and then they'll just be like, "Oh, you probably don't want this trash, but we have this plushie from a game from 3 years ago. Do you want this instead?" And I go, "Yes, please."
And you know, from what I was told, I don't know if they still do this because like most of the people I knew at Atlas don't work there anymore. But like I was told they literally just throw away like promo
Oh,
material
it's
at
so
times.
upsetting. It's
And
so upsetting. The amount of times
yes,
I would hear about stuff like I have a couple of items specifically because I knew people were throwing them out. That was the funniest thing of like I would hear people getting ready to throw out promo items, and I would be like, "Please wait. I will give you money to ship it to me. Don't throw it away for the love of God."
yes, and that's how you save your Digital Devil Saga stickers or whatever, because that's the only way you can get them. Like for the other anniversary, I think the 20th or 25th, where they had all those stand-ups cardboard
Oh
cutouts
yeah,
of the
yeah.
characters. They Yeah, they threw most of them away, and some of the old Atlas staff. I don't know if any of them still work there, but they took them out of the trash can and took them home. And I'm like, why? Like, if you guys know I collect things, why? I need to get on the level where people who work there who know that I like hoard any garbage to just like give it to me. Like, give me the Jack Frost gum wrapper. I don't care.
I'm gonna say
Like,
we're one Sega office move or remodel away from that blue Persona couch ending up in a Goodwill.
mm-hmm. And I'll be the first one. I will literally punch a little kid in the face to get that double room couch.
I'm just like imagine like someone's someone like turns on like a video one day and they just like see it in the background. Like it would be like I would feel like I was having an out of body experience if I ever saw that, like just out in the blue.
I would. There's too many good stuff. There's too many good stuff that Atlas has that I'm like, just what are you guys doing with all this stuff? Like, give them to me. Give like or just do giveaways. If they should. One of the things that I'm also concerned about, not to drag this on even longer, is like they don't do like community stuff like Atlas Owini anymore. When is they gonna do cosplay contests? Now that we have more people in the fandom than ever before. Like, come on.
That's true. It's been a really long time. Although the Atlas meetup did remind me, I thought about this recently, where I feel like the Atlas fandom has become so diverse, especially over the last couple of years with things like SMT5 getting so big again, and now with like Metaphor kind of joining with Persona, where like I feel like we would turn into like that Key and Peele Obama sketch where like imagine rolling up to the Atlas meetup and it's like every Persona cosplayer, you just give them a nice handshake. You're like, "Oh, I really like your outfit. I really like your outfit." And I would just be dapping up every Metaphor cosplayer. I'm like, "Come on in, man. Get it. You're a real one." The real ones are doing the Metaphor cosplay.
No, what I need to see actually, the realest of the real would be someone doing Catherine Q in Katarina's cosplay from the
Dang,
a
damn,
double.
dude, that is honestly, and that wouldn't be like that hard outside of like Katarina's armor is like pretty intense for it, but like I feel like I mostly see this especially from Japanese cosplay Twitter, but God, dude, there are some insanely intricate metaphor cosplays. Like I've seen like specifically like there's a person who has like a like almost 1-for-1 Luis costume like with the cape, and it's crazy.
I've seen that. Yeah, that same person did the fish, the
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 hu-
fish with legs.
the
I'm
human
like,
fish is perfect. I love that one. That one's like one of my favorites.
yeah, but I'm like, that's the funniest range. You have this thing that they definitely put hundreds of thousands of hours into, and then I bet that fish thing probably took them like half a day. Like just they probably whipped it together in like literally just one session. Because all you need is just like like to have a big fish cut out and then just your leg sticking out of it.
Well,
But yeah,
cosplay plans aside, I'm still sad I'm missing another year. What's funny is like pre me not going or pre me 100% not going to AX this year, I was really sure that I was gonna be like missing some crazy 30th anniversary either event or or concert or something Atlas was gonna do this year at AX. So whoever is dropping the ball this year, thank you. You are making my FOMO way less massive, so I appreciate that big time. But to everyone else going, please go to the meetup. Uh, please dap up Larrue and all of your crossplay. Do Trauma Team cross Disney Magical Kitchen with Magical Tato for 3. Do like a 3-peat for cosplay, please. No one will recognize you, I promise. But yeah, besides that, Lure, where can people find you? Where do you want them to find you? And all the fun plug stuff before we get you out of here.
I mean, now I'm back to posting on Twitter, which I was taking a pretty big break just because Twitter is Twitter. So I'm there now. Like, did you know Tensei? I'm gonna probably start doing trivia in the near future, sometime between now and the end of the year. Um, YouTube, I've been doing YouTube again. I promise. I'm supposed to have a video out this week. I already have the thumbnail and everything. Um, and then also Twitch. You can find me on other stuff. Like I'm on Instagram and TikTok, but it's gonna be whatever the same things that I do on YouTube, but just over there. So if you want to follow me there, it's the same name, like the same name everywhere. Yes.
All right. Well, everybody, I will transition, hopefully not sloppily, into the outro. But Larue, thank you again, and on to the end of episode 400. Goodbye.
Woohoo!
All right, and that is the end of episode 400. We reached the 7-hour mark, which is good, because it was not 10 hours, which I was a little bit horrified it might be. And still feel bad. I wish I could have had more people get on this episode, but just means I need to have more people come on in the future for single episode topics, not do 1 month worth of podcast in 1 week because, yeah, it's the end of the week, and I can tell you I'm real tired. I'm editing this at 1 in the morning. But before we get out of here, I would be remiss if I did not thank everyone for listening over the last 14 years and over the last 400 plus episodes. But I extra could not forget all of the amazing, beautiful, handsome patrons over on patreon.com/SMTN. These episodes could not have lasted without you. I would still not be doing this without this awesome community. Whether you support for free or if you go to the Patreon, there is a free tier there. There is a $1 and up tier there. But the $5 executive producer tier gets you an extra special shout out. So big thank you to all of our EPs such as Aaron McNamara, Twist, John Massey, Jesus Coon, Crazy Sloth, Michael Wilson, Budweiser Tall Cans, Carlos Hernandez, Cross Renren, Winnie, Jagingus, Gorosero, Solaire, Stephen Yip, Patrick Dissart, and Robert Dogman Maga Dillis. Have yourself a fantastic episode 400. Let me know what you thought of the episode, whether it be on the Facebook group, Discord, YouTube channel, and Twitter, Bluesky, wherever you can find the show. Spotify comments, I see you. Are there a lot of them? No, but you know what? I get an email every time there's a Spotify comment, so I always appreciate knowing that someone is listening to the show on some platform. So it's always appreciated no matter where you're listening, and the support really means a lot. Thank you all so much. I will see you next week after the P4R live stream on the 18th, so keep an eye out for that if you are interested in following up on the news. But until then, I will talk to you all later, and have a good rest of your day. Goodbye, everybody.